Folks, well, good afternoon to everybody because it is currently noon Central Time here at the Island Speedway Off-Road in beautiful Muscatine, Iowa. It's a steamy one today. Temperature predicted to be about 92 degrees Fahrenheit. Appreciate you joining us here at the Roar 110 Scale Off-Road Carpet Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Here for Live RC, we have Davis Wukovitz on our production team along with Sam. Bob Bowers running the camera, and this is Jared Barden on the play-by-play. Thanks for having us in. For the Roar staff, it's Clayton Young, our president and race director, Cal Southworth in the tech department, and Chris Crowder is our at-track announcer. Of course, owners of the Island Speedway are Tom and Sue McCleary. Appreciate you folks for joining us again here today. This is rounds 3 and 4 of qualifying. Stories from yesterday cannot go without mentioning the dominance of Brock Champlin, the Schumacher driver from Salt Lake City, Utah. Fighting some food poisoning, but still was able to take TQ in 3 of his 4 races yesterday, including the sweep of four-wheel drive modified buggy. Of course, his Schumacher teammate Tom Rinderneck took the other TQ run in two-wheel drive modified. Dustin Fox also equally dominant in the stock divisions, the Indiana native TQing both 13.5 four-wheel drive rounds, including one of the two 17.5 two-wheel drive rounds. Can't forget to talk about the dominance of Brent Telke in the two-wheel drive Masters modified buggy division. Of course, Jamie Thompson has met his match there. Jamie, a couple TQs in 13.5 short course and 40-plus four-wheel drive. Plenty of storylines to follow today, and we'll be here with you through all of it. All coverage coming to your way here from Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. You can see we have fired off the first heat race, 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by Team Powers. Sticking with the same number of heats as yesterday, 18 heats total, and this is the beginning of round number 3 of qualifying. Today is Saturday, August 16th, 2025, and we're here with you from Muscatine, Iowa, bringing you all the action from the Roar 110 Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals, title sponsor J Concepts. If you folks are here with us in the live chats, make sure you drop a like, make sure you drop a comment, maybe share this video so folks can watch RC racing at its highest level from Muscatine, Iowa. This is one of the Roar National Championship stops on the schedule. I appreciate you folks for dropping your input. We'll be engaged with you all day long. As you folks can see, Agent Zero starting it off up front. That is the white machine with the black wheels. And Agent Zero, we just figured out who the secret alias is. That is Pat McDowell. And you can see him. He is second on your left side of your screen up on the stool there, right below the J Concepts and Roar National banner. Pat Mack, announcer at Trains and Lanes Hobbies in Easton, Pennsylvania, one of the most high-regarded racers for making it happen on a shoestring budget. Pat Mack is a legend in the Northeast, if you guys are aware. See if we have any Northeast racers watching live, watching Pat Mack currently run the Traxxas Bandit buggy. Yes, that is a Traxxas Bandit. That is not a scoring error. So Pat Mack, the man they call Agent Zero, him and Nate Champeau, you can see them both in frame. They're 0.2 of a second apart. Jose Gary running in the third spot, about 2 seconds off the lead. Then it's Josh Cavalier, Jeff Storm, Tom McCleary, and Matthew Bush. Your full running order. Looks like no return on Clay Folk. 2 minutes down, 3 to go. We can see we're watching Champeau right here. He's about 0.3 of a second in front of Agent Zero. So again, Champeau taking the lead over now on the master clock. Pink, white, and green for Champeau. Solid looking paint schemes. Just did our concourse early this morning, and I'm sure Champeau put in his bid for that. Champeau, the Norman Oklahoma native, driving a team associated chassis with Team Powers Electronics. A lot of Oklahoma at this race, a lot of Midwest representation, of course, being from Iowa here. So Champeau at the halfway point leads by just 0.3 of a second. You see Agent Zero still back there lurking in the white buggy. Looks like a small mistake there from Zero through the wall. It's going to set him about 2 seconds back. So we are watching Champeau, the pink, white, and green. Current pace for him, 16.510. Champeau had a couple good solid runs yesterday. Won his heat races. Trying to do the same thing here in 21.5 two-wheel drive. Up the wall right, he goes going to the center little switchback section. Those little ramps don't look like much, but they are plenty enough to upset the car on this high grip through this tricky off-camber section. That's been the one we've been talking about all weekend long. Make or break section. Have to be so patient through there. Let the car take a set. Got to make sure the car steers enough through there, but don't make it too aggressive where you run the risk of traction rolling. Champeau doing a masterful job right now, leading Agent Zero by 6 seconds. 16.510 is the pace currently for Champeau. Very solid so far here for Nathan. It's going to be Agent Zero on a 15.5 flat. Jose Gary 15.03.07 for Cavalier. 14.5.07 for Tom. 14.5.16 for Jeff. And a 13.5.01 so far for Matt Bush. Those are your lap paces with 3:45 down and a minute 15 left to go. Big thanks to folks for checking in. Garrett RC Racing, Route 9, all the Northeast Racers. Frost Mac checking in from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Thanks, folks, for joining us. Make sure you share this with your friends, your family, your coworkers, maybe some strangers you see on the side of the road. Who knows? Share RC Racing with your friends, your family, and some unknown folks. A lot of people don't even know stuff like this exists. That's how you get new folks into it, new eyes watching. So give us a like, give us a comment, give us a share on your respective live streams. Make sure folks can get eyeballs on the action here from Muscatine, Iowa. The Roar 110 Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by GA Concepts. Hello, Henry Bassett. Thanks for checking in from the Florida Keys. Oh, it's got to be nice down there. You're watching Nate Champeau leading the way with 20 seconds left to go. He's on a 16.510 pace, leading Agent Zero, Pat McDowell, that is, by 7.5 seconds. Champeau going to try and nail this one home, and a 16.510 would be his best run on the weekend. Of course, it is qual point style scoring, so he's going for his best round score thus far. Champeau doing a good job of it. Clock's about to expire. Of course, this is staggered start qualifying, so these folks will race them all the way home until they're called finished. The computer will shout out when you're done, but also Mr. Crowder, the on-track announcer, will make sure you're aware of that. Oh, Champeau having a rough last lap here. Should still be enough to secure the win. Oh, he's upside down coming on the straightaway. This was a rough last lap for Champeau. Still going to take the win with a 16.515, but that last lap was a 25.2. Certainly was not what he was looking for in the last lap. But it will still be good enough to beat Agent Zero by 4 seconds. He goes 16.519. Jose Gary going to lead the 15-lap charge on a 15.501. Josh 15.502. And here is your A-Main Hobbies race results screen, showing you that Tom McCleary finished in 5th at 14.504, and then 14s apiece for Matt Bush and Jeff Storm as well. There is your finishing order from race number 1, 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, presented by Team Powers. Bringing up our next heat right here, race number 2. Starting on the pole for this one, going to be Russ Johnson, the Schumacher chassis, Team Powers Electronics from Denver, Colorado. In second place, the Team Associated chassis with Reedy Power from Omaha, Nebraska, Skylar Mandela. Third spot, also from Denver, Colorado. Going to be driving an X-Ray chassis with Motive and Hobby Electronics. That is Arthur Screamo. Starting in the 4th position from Palo, Iowa, it's going to be the X-Ray of John Mans. Starting 5th, Eric Vasutin, Team Powers Electronics from San Jose, California, one of the NorCal Hobbies folks that are representing this weekend. In the 6th position is Leonard Dake. In the 7th position, driving a Team Associated chassis, Team Powers Electronics from San Jose, California, is Tony Wilson. In the 8th spot, Evan Sandberg. And there's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup for race number 2 of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers.
All right, straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed.
We'll check the location on Skylar Mandela. My apologies, Andy. Make sure that's correct moving forward. You can see the starting order coming up right here. Russ Johnson going to fire us off again. These folks have re-stickered all their cars today, so we're going 1 through 8 on the starting grid. Ronnie Pena checking in. Hey, Ronnie, how are you? Always great. Always glad to see you out in Texas. RCCA. There's our Teak and Jump Cam showing you the off-camber section. TQ to shoot for. Nathan Champeau, 16.515. Let's see what these folks can do. Strong starts for these guys. Again, they're all pushing the 17-second barrier for the fastest laps. Champeau's fast lap the last time was an 18.9, so clear step up in speed. And as we get to our second sort right here, this is the proverbial A sort. A little rough start for Russ Johnson, a 19.2 that last lap. You can see Skylar Mandela following closely right here. Skylar comes out with the early lead. That is the green, white, blue. Mandela running the associated machine with Reedy horsepower. 1 minute down, 4 to go. John Mann's going to take the lead over. So John, the number 4 car, goes to the front. John, part of the Island Speedway crew, pitting with some of the local boys. And Helping out some of our board members. Board members here will be Jamie Thompson, Tom Napper, and Aaron Mitchell. John Mans on a 17.507 pace to start us off here. John looking great. John going through the center of the racetrack. See him just going over the big tabletop right there. A couple cars behind this race we're watching. Skylar Mandela looking good so far. Green and blue. Right now, Skylar trailing John by about 0.7 of a second. Current pace 17.506 for John. Oh, we got one upside down there in the center. Looks like that's going to be Russ Johnson taking a roll. So Russ not having the start he would like here. We're going to pick up Arthur Scrimo. Awesome looking paint scheme for the Denver, Colorado native. Longtime racer in the Denver Pikes Peak area is Scrimo. Multiple year announcer for the Mile High Indoor Championships at the 5280 Raceway. Here comes Mandela one more time down the start-finish line, keeping John honest. 0.9 of a second back. John will be next in line. You see him just hitting the start-finish line, so pretty close amongst our top battles right here at 17.507 to a 17.510. Mandela nicely done through that off-camber section. Launches his way to the tabletop through the wall rides. This will be a quick lap coming up right here. A 17.7, fastest lap of the race so far. 17.8 for John, so John matches him pretty well. You can see John hanging out back there in that blue and black. So it's Mans, Mandela, Scrimo, your top three. Then it's Dake, Vasuten, Wilson, Johnson, and Sandberg. Here comes Mandela one more time. It's going to be a 17.9. John Mans. There's John Mans. We're picking him up right here. The green and black. Had the primary color wrong. My apologies on that. But there is John looking solid. Just behind Mandela. You can see he's just barely back there. But leading by 0.9 of a second with 1:55 left to go. So Mans looking really solid here. Trying to move himself up on the board just a bit. John's 2 rounds yesterday was a 4th in round 1, a 3rd in round number 2. Looking to go all the way to the top here in round number 3 of qualifying. Of course, with qual point style scoring, it's a clean slate every time for TQ. So this would be a nice effort for John to try and get his lowest round score. See our driver stance right here. Looking, these guys are focused. They are locked right in. Still see Mans slow. Oh boy, nicely done with traffic right there. That was close. You can see Mandela still holding off John, but only barely. It's 2 seconds now on the race clock as a separation. John will be looking to get by here shortly if he can find a way around. Little traffic up ahead as well. These guys have to be careful in the form of Tony Wilson. Oh, careful. Looks like one car getting rolled over right there, and that was a little bit rough. That was Mandela going for a ride, and Mans gets around all of it. So, once again, a little trouble with traffic out there, but everything will sort itself out in the end. And Mans going to enjoy now a 5.3 second lead over new second-place driver Arthur Scrimo. So, Scrimo looking to definitely make a move up the grid here. Scrimo had a 2 and a 4 yesterday. Russ Johnson had a couple zeros yesterday in qualifying. Looks like he's not going to be able to lock up overall TQ yet. So Russ still sitting pretty going in round number 4 despite a new TQ potentially here in round number 3. As we mentioned yesterday with qual point style scoring. Oh, nice save from Mans down the wall right as we saw that just in frame. As we mentioned, folks, if you're able to TQ 3 rounds out of the 4, there is nobody else that can unseat you from that TQ spot. Currently, Russ Johnson has 2 of those TQs from both rounds yesterday. John trying to throw his hat in the ring here for round number 3. 17.508 is more than good enough for TQ. Top 7 are all in front of that pace put up by Champeau. Clock has expired. These folks will be running them all the way home. Let's see what they can put up. John Mans leading by 5 seconds. All he's got to do is keep it on the wheels here to the finish. The number 4 car going to be taking home the TQ run here in round number 3. John Mans going to take it down 17.508. So the Iowa native makes good on it here for a round 3 TQ effort. Nicely done. Just waiting for Evan Sandberg to finish. Here he comes. Everybody will be finished. John Mans taking it down 17.508 as illustrated by our A-Main Hobbies race results screen. Nicely done for Mans. Arthur Scrimo 17.514 going to finish in that 2 spot. Followed by Skylar Mandela 17.515 for 3rd. Eric Vasuten going to go 16.505 for 4th. Leonard Dake 16.508 for 5th. Then it's going to be Tony Wilson 16.509. 5.11 for Russ Johnson and a 16.516 for Evan Sandberg. That is 1 through 7 and 9 on the respective grids. Looks like a discussion going down here with Clayton Young. Where our president looks like he's giving some drivers a reminder here. Curious as to what is being set up there on the driver's stand, but it looks like they're looking to get things sorted out. Potentially that pushing and shoving match with Skylar Mandel, and I believe that was Tony Wilson. That was the other car. Looks like cooler heads have prevailed up there, though. So those racers will make their way to the corner marshal spots. So we're ready for race number 3. This is your first seat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. Starting first in this one, going to be the Cincinnati, Ohio native driving a team-associated chassis with R1 Works Power. That is Luke Ciella. Starting in the second position from Yukon, Oklahoma, the team-associated and Reedy-powered entry of Corbin Urban. Starting in the third position from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, team-associated and Team Powers under the hood there for Steve Hartley. Number 4 will be the Williamsburg, Virginia entry, team-associated chassis of Blake Salmon. Starting in the fifth position, your defending 21.5 buggy national champion, hailing from Coastal RC in Chesapeake, Virginia. That is Jim Merritts with X-Ray Power. There is Merritts right there. X-Ray R1 Works, J Concepts, backing Mr. Merritts. In the sixth position, that will be the DeWitt, Iowa entry, team-associated chassis of Luke Sandberg. In the number 7 will be, I lost my spot. Apologies for that. There he is. That will be from Mequon, Wisconsin. X-ray entry, Motive Power from Chris Gary, a Motive employee. Sean Skoll will be starting in the 8th spot from Portsmouth, Virginia. That's the X-ray entry of Exaltant Hobbywing Power. And starting 9th, Matthew Bush. Looks like no check on Matthew. I believe he's running 21.5 instead of 17.5. Here we go. Luke Ciella going to start us off first. You can see they're firing off in number order. Mr. Crowder giving them some good spacing to work with here on our very spacious Island Speedway off-road track. That's our start-finish line shot. There's Bob Bowers, Uncle B, running the dynamic camera, showing you the view coming onto the back straightaway. There's the wall ride coming to our little center crossover section. Using all the floor space here in Muscatine, Iowa. Island Speedway board members really pulled out all the stops for this one. This is a challenging, demanding layout, very technical. Forces you to be patient. Can't just hammer down and run for 5 minutes straight. You got to be patient. Prioritizes good chassis setup, letting the car roll the center of these corners. Strong start for Ciel. That's who we're following early. That's the all-green machine. Luke on an early 17.5-15 pace. He used to open up with a 17.9, backed it up with an 18 flat. You can see that FG is rooting on Luke for this one. Wonder which Luke that is. It could be Ciella or Sandberg. I'm thinking maybe Ciella. So Ciella off to a strong start, leading Chris Gary by 1.5 seconds. That's going to be in the second spot. Luke Sandberg is third, followed by Corbin Urban, Steve Hartley the top 5, Jim Merritts in the 6th. Corbin Urban now dropping to the 6th spot. And it's going to be Blake and Sean, 7 and 8. Ciella looking good, though, 17.5.05. Ciella definitely getting his traveling in. He runs the JCINS series, runs a lot of these Roar Nationals. Coming from Cincinnati, Ohio, he definitely puts in his miles. Hartley going to go to the top by 0.3 of a second. Ciella with a small bobble that last lap at 20.9. You can see he's going through the off-camber section. Hartley a couple cars back there. You see that was the green and white car. The number 3 on the windshield is Steve Hartley. Jim Merritt's going to jump into the 4th spot now, followed by Chris, Luke, Blake, and Sean. Currently your top 4 drivers are holding 17-lap paces. And our first seat of 3 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. This will be Corbin Urban that we're following right here. Corbin looking really good in that red, white, and black. Corbin going to go to the top that lap with a 17.7. Fastest lap of the race put up there by Corbin. Take that back, Ciella a couple hundreds quicker to 17.73, but that was his personal best for Urban. Going to go to the top by 1/10 of a second, followed by Merritts, Ciella, and Sandberg, the top 5. So Urban goes back with a 17.6 that time. 17.5.11 the pace here for Urban. That is the red, white, and black as your leader. You can see him going to the off-cambers. Steve Hartley in the 2 spot, followed by Jim Merritts. That's the 3 car. He's on screen right here. Awesome looking colors for Jim, white and blue. Got to think the Rumples may have had some influence on those colors. Tony and Kyle hailing from Coastal in Chesapeake, Virginia. Ciella's running 4th, Sandberg 5th, and Chris Gary, Blake Salmon, and Sean Scoville, your top 8. Corbin still holding 17.510, just came back with an 18 flat that last time by. Steve Hartley also with an 18 flat. Cielo jumps back into third with a 17.8. That time by for Jim was an 18.7 to stay in fourth. Then Chris Gary fifth. Luke Sandberg, Blake, and Sean with a minute 40 left to go in race number 3. $17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, one of our deepest classes on the weekend here. And then it's going to be one tough main to make. There are a lot of folks that are going to be on the outside looking in. Only 10 of you will make it. There's probably about 20 or so folks that have a really good shot at doing it, including many from this race. Corbin Urban, best of him so far, though, 17.509. He is on screen here, making his way to the chicane, just past the big tabletop. Into the off-cambers he goes. Strong start here for Urban. Oh, nicely done through traffic there. A little bit of trouble with Sandberg, but he's able to get away unscathed. 55 seconds left to go. Urban a small bobble after the center crossover. Didn't hurt him too badly, though. He still leads by 2.4 seconds over Hartley, followed by Ciela trailing Hartley by about 9/10 of a second. Merritt's about 2.2 seconds back of Ciela, and 5.5 off the lead in total, followed by Selman, Gary, Sandberg, and Scoville. Nice run here from Urban, though. 17.509, up and up strong. Through the chicane, working his way to the off-cambers, nice and clean. Letting that car take a set before trying to hammer on that throttle. Through the wall rides down the straightaway, nice flow right here. As we did our track walk with Tom Ritter, he definitely told us you have to set up your angles here and just let the car roll. It's all about momentum here at the Island Speedway. Can't just stab the throttle on the brakes. You have to let the car roll and flow. 10 seconds left to go. 17.509, 2.6 second lead over Steve Hartley for Corbin Urban. The clock is about to expire. And, of course, these folks will be running all the way home. It's not done. Just because the horn goes off does not mean that we're finished. They're going to keep on running until that computer calls them done. The automated announcer voice will say when they're done. Corbin is done right here. 17.508. That will be an early TQ for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by Team Powers. Very nicely done for Urban. Luke Cielo going to go 17.512. Steve Hartley 17.513. Jim Merritt 17.517 will all finish on 17 lap runs. There's your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. The 16s will be headed by Blake Salmon 16.503, Gary 06, Sandberg 13, and Sean Scola 15.510. Good opening run there for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by Team Powers. Up next is race number 4. Here is race number 4, your second heat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. Starting on the pole will be Mr. Jake Wiggs. Jake from Sloan, Iowa, the X-Ray chassis and Ironworm Works horsepower. Dagan Bledsoe will be starting second in this one. Watching Dagan here in the X-Ray chassis, Hobbywing and EA Motorsports horsepower from Chesapeake, Virginia, hailing from Coastal RC. Starting in the third position will be Antonio Caputo, coming from Palmer, Massachusetts, Team Associated Reedy Power. Fourth spot will be Kyle Holmberg, Kyle from Blaine, Minnesota, Team Associated Reedy horsepower as well. In the fifth spot, Bryant Mirafuente from San Jose, California, X-Ray Team Powers horsepower there. In the sixth spot from Fall River, Massachusetts, that is Matthew Sousa, X-Ray Team Scream Hobbywing. Jeff Stankiewicz going to be in the seventh spot. Jeff from Laurel Run, Pennsylvania, X-Ray and Exalt horsepower as well. Jeff, a former national champion in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. In the eighth spot will be Cole Chura. Cole from Surrey, British Columbia, Team Associated and Hobbywing horsepower, of course. In the ninth spot will be Brady Carrico from Macomb, Michigan, Team Associated Reedy. And starting in 10th, Brandon Poirier from Rathdrum, Idaho, Team Associated and Team Powers under the hood for Brandon. Grids being set here for the second heat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Team Powers. All 10 cars lined up. They'll go off in 1 through 10 order. And off they go, flying down this long straightaway here at the Island Speedway.
9, 10.
Teak and Jump Cam showing you the off-camera plus the launch into the tabletop. Here we go, folks. Corbin Urban is your TQ so far, 17.508.7. These folks know what they have to shoot for. Kind of feeling that we'll be seeing some crazy fast lap times right here. Jake Wiggs starting off strong, yellow, orange, black. This is going to be a dogfight. A lot of very, very strong racers right here in the 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy heat. See our driver stand shot. These drivers are locked right in right here. Brady Carrico is my leader. That's the blue T-shirt up there. Factory Tracks Racing driver from Macomb, Michigan. And he's out front so far, followed by Antonio Caputo in the second spot. Jeff Stakowitz third. Kyle Holmberg's fourth. Jake Wiggs fifth. Followed by Bryant Mirafuente, Dagan Bledsoe, Cole Chura, Matthew Sousa, and Brandon Poria. Quick lap early goes to Carrico 16-8. Lap number 2. This is Jake Wiggs that we're following here. Jake running in fourth so far. Jake was your pole sitter in this heat. Jake working his way over the tabletop to the wall rights. He goes right behind him, going to be, I believe that was going to be Dagan Bledsoe. Yes, Dagan in the X-Ray car from Coastal RC Speedway. Carrico still out front, though. Carrico is going to be the black, orange, and blue team associated ride, just coming across the start-finish line through the center. See Carrico just going underneath the frame there over the big tabletop now. So Carrico leads by 0.2 of a second over Antonio Caputo. Caputo just hit the start-finish line with a 17.5 that time by. Here is Carrico to the start-finish line. 16.8 for Carrico. Continuing to crank out some laps right here on an 18.5.07 pace for Carrico, the Michigan native. Of course, has father Greg with him this weekend. Over the Tekin jump can to the off-cambers, to the wall rides, up and down again to the straightaway. Carrico looking great, 18.5.06. Just another new quick lap there, 16.837. Leads Caputo now by 1.2 seconds. Caputo putting in some great work as well, though. The young man from Massachusetts hails from RC Madness in Enfield, Connecticut. Jake Wiggs in that third spot. Holmberg is fourth. Brian Mirafuente in the 5, followed by Bledsoe, Sousa, Chura, Poria, and Stakowitz. Stakowitz exiting the stand early. He has been having a rough weekend here, unfortunately. His return to stock has been a tale of 2 weekends. You can see Jeff sitting there just by the entrance of the racetracks. Jeff has been fast in 4-wheel drive, but unfortunately that 2-wheel drive has not yielded the same fortune. Carrico, though, out front, pretty dominant so far. 1.2 second lead over Caputo. Caputo leads Wiggs by 1.3, so Wiggs is 2.5 off the lead in total. Followed by Holmberg, Mirafuente, the top 5, Sousa, Bledsoe, Chura, Poria, the 9 we have left with 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Still, Brady Carrico out front. That time is 17.2. Going to stretch the lead back to 1.7 seconds now over Caputo. Wiggs now only 0.6 behind Caputo. Wiggs now with his new fast lap the last time, 17 flat. Caputo just puts it at 16.9. That's his personal best, so Caputo cuts the lead back down to 1.5. 17.2 that time from Carrico, keeps the lead at 1.3. So Carrico, Caputo, Wiggs, Holmberg, and Mirafuente, your top 5. Then it's Sousa, Bledsoe, Chura, Poria, and Stakowitz. Brady Carrico, 18.5.07. Out front, still cruising. Blue, orange, white, and black. Hard hit there by the driver's stand. I believe that was going to be Bledsoe upside down. Can feel the shake on the table up here. That one hit hard. Final minute here. Caputo just staying back there in Carrico's vision. 1.2 seconds back, not too far. For those of you that don't know Antonio Caputo, he has some crazy speed from the New England area. Oh, that's your leader upside down through the wall rides. That's a tough break for Carrico. That's going to move Caputo to the front. You can see Caputo there, basically middle of the driver's seat. He's got the kind of the olive green hat on. Caputo now going to go to the front by 0.8 of a second now over second place Jake Wiggs. So Carrico falls all the way down to fourth with a 21.3. Antonio Caputo one more time coming through the right side off cameras and to the wall rides. He'll be hitting the straightaway here shortly. Wiggs hits the line with a 17.4. Caputo 17.4. So you can see Caputo there in the orange and white. So Antonio looking really good, trying to finish this one off. 0.8 of a second in front of Jake Wiggs. Caputo's one car in front. That's going to be Brandon Poirier that we're following. I'm sorry about that, Bob. Clock has expired, though. Caputo trying to take it down by 1.1 seconds. There's Caputo. Nicely done, Bob. The green, white, and blue is our leader. Wiggs going to be across the line first, so they're 1 and 2. What's the margin of victory going to be? 1 second exactly. Caputo going to take the win down. Awesome job from Antonio, keeping him honest all the way to the end. One mistake from Carrico is what handed the win over to Antonio. 18.509 is going to be good enough for TQ so far, along with the top 8 drivers. So Caputo takes the win. 18.509. Jake Wiggs 18.510. Followed by 18.512 for Carrico, 18.512 for Holmberg, 5.14 for Mirafuente, 5.16 for Chura. So top 6 will all go in 18-lap runs as explained by the A-Main Hobbies race results screen. 17s for Dagan and Matthew, 16 for Brandon, and Jeff Stankiewicz out after 7. So Antonio Caputo, along with the top 8 drivers, reset in Corbin Urban's TQ pace. Here comes our final heat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. Starting on pole for this one, going to be from Saratoga, California, the Team Associated Team Powers entry of Jovi Levin. Starting in second position from Indiana, X-Ray Chassis and Hobbywing and EA Motorsports Horsepower from Dustin Fox. In the third spot will be right here in Iowa from Palo, X-Ray Chassis, Hobbywing and EA Motorsports Horsepower of Aaron Mitchell. In the fourth position from San Jose, California, the Team Associated Team Powers driver of Kalis Lowe. In the fifth position, starting right here again from Iowa, another Iowa native, going to be a Schumacher Chassis R1 Works Horsepower from Haverhill, Nate Sutherland. In the sixth position will be our 13.5 four-wheel drive champion from the Dirt Nationals, running an R1 Works Horsepower. So it's Associated Chassis, I do believe, from Salt Lake City, Utah, Dominic Passione. The seventh spot will be from Greenville, Indiana, X-Ray and Hobbywings, Talon Henley. In the eighth spot, two-time former national champion from Davie, Florida, Schumacher, JDR Meredith Motorsports Horsepower of Daniel Chavez. In the ninth spot, also from Florida and Merritt Island, Schumacher, JDR Meredith Horsepower of McCoy Martin. And starting in the 10th position will be Tegan Hornacek with the Team Associated and Team Powers equipped chassis. Here we go.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is our 17.5 two-wheel drive.
Final heat 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Team Powers. Thanks everybody for joining us here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. You're watching round number 3 action of qualifying here at the Roar 110 Skill Carpet Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Jovi making an early mistake that's going to allow, it looks like it's going to be Fox and Henley making a little early mistakes early here, so it's going to put Dominic Passione to the front. Passione, not normally a carpet guy, but when you got talent, you got talent. He's on an 18.501 pace so far. Talon Henley going to move to the second spot. McCoy Martin third. Sutherland and Mitchell, your top 5 early. Followed by Chavez, Lowe, Levin, Hornacek, and Fox. So 1 and 2 getting a little bit tripped up here off the start. You can see Aaron Mitchell in that white machine is the fastest on the race clock of those 3. Aaron just behind Levin here. Talon Henley to the front by 59 thousandths over Sutherland, followed by Martin Mitchell. Passione, your top 5. Quick lap goes to Dominic, 16.6. He drops down to the 6th spot, though. Man, how close is it up front? How about 7 seconds? How about 7 drivers within 1 second of each other? That's going to be all the way down to Kalis Lowe in the 7. So Talon Henley out front. Talon going to be running the blue and green X-ray cars. Just hit the start-finish line very shortly ago. Followed by Passione, Mitchell, Sutherland, and Martin, all 1 second apart for that lead spot. Kalis Lowe with Daniel Chavez, Jovi Levin, Dustin Fox, and Tegan Hornacek, your top 10, all within 3 seconds so far. These folks are throwing it down right now. Aaron Mitchell jumps to the 2 spot now, but Talon Henley is your leader. 18.502. You just saw him at a frame there. It's going to be green and blue with the white wheels of Henley. Henley working his way through the off cameras there. You can see him right there by the wall ride. So there is Henley. We're going to pick him up as the yellow, green, and blue X-ray car is out front by 0.2 over Aaron Mitchell. Henley, the Greenville, Indiana native from Hoosier RC Hobbyplex, the host of the Row 10 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals 3 months ago in May. You can see right now Passione right there behind him putting the heat on. Passione currently 4th on the race clock, so Henley did get around him on the racetrack for track position. Henley looking awesome. You can see him going over that big tabletop right now, being pressured by Passione. That's going to be Hobbywing versus R1 Horsepower just in front of them. Another R1 sponsored driver of Nate Sutherland. Henley, Mitchell, Sutherland, your top 3, all spread by 1.4 seconds. Passione a 1/10 of a second behind Sutherland, followed by Levin up back up to the 5 spot now. McCoy 6, Dustin 7, Daniel, Kalis, and Tegan. TQ to shoot for is 18.509 by Caputo. Top 7 are currently doing better than that. You can see Passione looking to square up Henley, but Henley been doing a very nice job protecting the soft white underbelly. Yellow, green, blue, white wheels is your leader, the X-ray driver of Henley. Passione definitely has some massive speed there behind him. Though. Oh, you can see Henley just out. You can see Passione just out of frame there, clipping the dot coming down the wall ride, and he will have to get back to work now. So it's still Henley leading Nate Sutherland by 0.6 of a second. Talon, Aaron, Nate, all right there together, less than 6/10 apart. There is going to be Jovi Levin jump back into the third spot now. So Jovi's been putting in some work despite having a rough start. It is Henley, Mitchell, Levin, Sutherland, Passione, Fox, all within 2 seconds, your top six. Then it's going to be Martin about 2.5 behind that race. Kayla Slow, Daniel Chavez, Tegan Hornacek. 1:10 left to go. Still watching Henley as he approaches Sutherland. Nate's still holding good pace out in front of him, though. So, again, Henley trying to kind of be in a tough position here. He's got Sutherland, who's very fast in front of him, but he's got to get around at some point if he starts getting slowed. 55 seconds left to go. Henley still leads by 0.3 of a second, but Aaron Mitchell is right there with him along with Jovi Levin. That is really a three-car race for the moment with Sutherland and Fox about another second back. 45 seconds left to go. Still Henley putting the heat on Sutherland there. Sutherland riding the wave through the wall rides there, almost rolling it over, but they were able to keep it straight. Henley still 0.2 of a second in front of Levin, but here comes Jovi, green, and it's going to be black, orange, and white of Levin, the Associated Ride Team Powers horsepower. Levin back to the top now with a 16.5 on lap number 16. You can see Levin there just going to the off-camber section. So Jovi has done an incredible job recovering here as Henley tries to put the pressure on Nate. Nate gives him a wave by. 10 seconds left to go. Down a couple little bobbles, and again, Levin now 0.2 out front. This will not be Henley's best lap. He drops to a 17.1, now a half a second lead. Clock has expired. Let's see if Levin can hold on to it here. A great recovery from Jovi as he was last on the beginning here. Levin is done with an 18.503. Henley upside down through the off-cambers. Mitchell is finished. He may just take second away from Henley. Henley in more trouble coming on the start-finish line corner, and everybody running will be finished. Oh, Henley drops all the way down to 6 that time. McCoy's finished waiting for Daniel and Tegan, and everybody's going to be done. Jovi Levin, an awesome recovery run right there, going to go 18.503 and win by 1.4 seconds over Aaron Mitchell, who takes second place. Passione going to take third, and Fox, another great recovery, back up to fourth at the end. Sutherland will take the 5, Henley 6, Kayla Slow, McCoy, Daniel, and Tegan. Your 10 finishers right here in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Brought to you by Team Powers. Congratulations to Jovi Levin. We'll try and steal a word with him in our one-up race report. Once again, Clayton corralling our racers, probably encouraging some more courtesy out there. Tensions run high in these 17.5, 13.5 stock classes. Very, very close. Parity is very, very good in these divisions. Once again, we'll try and steal Jovi for a minute here for our one-up race report, and up he comes. Alrighty, folks, I'm here with your TQ and 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy round number 3, Jovi Levin. That was a great drive. Not the cleanest start, but, man, you showed some raw pace to get back to the front. Tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, feel pretty relieved after that mistake at the start. Definitely didn't make it easy for myself that race, but thankfully we retaliated quite well, and hopefully next round it'll be a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, that wall ride is tough. You actually were telling me that in your interview, just saying that wall ride may be one of the trickiest parts on the racetrack. Congratulations, first of all. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, of course. Firstly, I'd like to thank my heroes. And of course, all my sponsors, Team Associated, Team Powers, J Concepts, Matt Olson Designs, TDK Repair, Boom Graphics, RC Discharger, Narco Hobbies, and of course, everyone back home cheering me on.
Well, there we go, folks. You heard it here first from Jovi Levin, your round 3 TQ and 17.5 two-wheel drive. That's his second TQ on the weekend. If he does one more in round number 4, he is the overall TQ. Folks, back to you at the booth. All right, so great job there from Jovi Levin. Second TQ on the day. You can see our 13.5 stadium truck heat has been fired off. This is the first heat of 2. Race number 6 on the track. Following our man Steve Hartley out front. Great start for Steve. 17.506 pace thus far in 13.5 Stadium Truck. Brought to you by R1 Works. Hartley early in pace, 17.510. That time an 18.6 for him. Brandon Poirier is 1 second back. You see that white and orange car in second spot. Arthur Screamo is in third. Nathan Champeau in the 4. Blake Salmon 5. And Jim Merritt's in the 6. We're a minute 10 into this one. 3:50 left to go. Once again, folks, this is a new TQ every time. It's qual point style scoring. So the times from the previous day really don't mean much except for tiebreakers. With qual point scoring, it takes the track out of the equation. Basically makes these drivers earn their spots. You have to put in 4 good 5-minute runs and, of course, your best 2 runs out of 4 count based on round scoring, meaning if you TQ a round, if you're the top qualifier in one of the rounds, you receive 0 points. If you qualify second in a round, you receive 2. Third gets 3, fourth gets 4, and so on. Just like golf, your lowest score wins. As we mentioned with Jovi 11, he's TQ'd 2 rounds, so he has a couple of zeros in hand. But it's still not decided yet because he has one more round for anybody else to try and TQ. Current picture for 11, if somebody else TQs the next round at 17.5, then he's got it overall because he'll have 2 zeros, and a couple of the other drivers have 1. If he TQs overall, he'll have 3 zeros. That means nobody else can even get him on tiebreaker. The only other driver that has a shot at TQ currently is Dustin Fox because he TQ'd the other round of 17.5. Qual point scoring will be a little bit tricky to those that are brand new to RC racing, but that's what we're here to explain it for. See Poirier to the front by 0.6 of a second. He actually has not passed Steve on the track yet, but he's right there behind him. And that is the difference here in staggered start qualifying. As we mentioned, Mr. Crowder, our track announcer, has been calling them off with some space between them. Lets our drivers get a little bit of space to work with, a little bit of real estate here at Island Speedway. And Brandon has gone a little bit quicker in his individual clock so far, leading by 0.2 of a second over Hartley. Screamo still in that 3 spot, followed by Salmon, Merritts, and Champeau. With a minute 15 left to go, you can still see Poirier 0.8 of a second in front of Hartley. They're both in frame right there. They're coming up on a little bit of traffic in the form of Blake Salmon. Blake gives Steve a wave by there. I'm sure that's Brandon's next here. Here they come down the straightaway. Still a separation 0.7 of a second. Poirier looking to carefully negotiate around Blake. Blake gives him another wave by. Very nice. Oh, and then Blake goes for a roll. Back on all 4 through the center of the racetrack. Nicely done. But that's the gap right there. Poirier just barely leading Hartley. Just about the length of that straightaway. It's about all the ground he's made up. It's only 0.3 of a second, though, as Hartley tries to drive back away here. So Poirier still out in front. You can see our drivers are locked in right here on the driver's stand. No Sutherland in this one. I believe that Sutherland may have withdrawn his stadium truck entry for the weekend. Still has 2 classes to try and contend for championships, though. 17.5 2-wheel and 13.5 4-wheel. Approaching 15 seconds left to go. Still Poirier leading by 0.06 of a second, but not by very much. And Hartley does take it back now. I just looked at the screen double take there. Hartley and Poirier going to be racing for the win here. Hartley with an 18.2, Poirier with an 18 flight. Giving back to Poirier by 0.1 of a second. They're both on 17.511s, and we'll watch this race to the end. Very, very close. Screamo, you can see right here, was cut off with a 16.5 flat. This is the race for the win right here. Oh, little pipe there for Hartley. It's going to be close. And Poirier is going to win it by 0.2 of a second, 17.511.9. So again, Poirier going to take it home with a 17.511.9. Steve 17.512.1, followed by Screamo 16.5 flat. Blake 16.514, Jim 16.517, and Nathan 15.501. For your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. So Poirier going to take the win right here, 17.511 for the early TQ with one heat left to go of 13.5 Stadium, brought to you by R1 Works. Once again, looks like another conversation on the driver's stand between these drivers. Some reminders from Roar President Clayton Young, urging some clean driving. And up comes race number 7. Your second heat of 13.5 Stadium truck, brought to you by R1 Works. See if Mr. Jovi 11 can continue the good momentum from the 17.5 two-wheel drive division. He'll be on pole here with the Team Associated Team Powers J Concepts sponsored entry from Saratoga, California. Aaron Mitchell will be starting second from Palo, Iowa, the X-Ray Hobbywing Team EA Motorsports driver. In third will be Brady Carrico from Macomb, Michigan, Team Associated Reedy J Concepts for his sponsors. Kyle Holmberg will be starting in fourth from Blaine, Minnesota, Team Associated Reedy and J Concepts backing his ride. In fifth will be Bryant Mirafuente X-Ray Team Powers from San Jose, California, represent NorCal Hobbies. And in the sixth spot, Connor Barrows from Hemlock, Michigan, X-Ray Phantom and J Concepts backing his entry. Looks like we have a quick track repair right there, thanks to Mr. Jamie Thompson, one of the board members at Island Speedway. We're going to fire it off with Jovi 11, car number 1. Here we go, folks.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And everybody has fired. Here we go. Second heat of 13.5 Stadium truck. Brought to you by R1 Works. TQ is Brandon Poria, 17.511.9. Just a reminder on our itinerary today, folks, should be exactly the same as yesterday. Wrap up this round around 2:15 p.m. We'll restart at 2:45. This, of course, is Central Time. We'll take a short intermission. That way we can play some bonus content. We did a track walk with Tom Ritterneck earlier this weekend, along with some driver interviews. Hopefully you'll stick around during the break. Plenty of bonus action coming your way. Much more here from LiveRC.com. Big thanks to Davis Wukovitz, always smashing the videos together in awesome order. Bob Bowers on the camera. And Sam doing plenty of learning, absorbing all the information here. And I'm looking over the production screen. There are way too many buttons and screens for me to ever try and do that job. So I give those guys lots of credit because I would be lost in space over there. See, we're following Jovi to start things off. Speaking of talents that I do not possess, dynamic camera work from Uncle B. Bob Bowers doing a heck of a job as always. Bob always rolling 7s when he's up there on the camera. He's from Las Vegas, Nevada. 1:45 and 3:15 left to go. Jovi's on an 18.5-15 pace so far. He was quicker than that, but a 20 flat set his pace back just a little bit. Brady Carrico is 0.7 of a second behind him in second, followed by Kyle Holmberg, Brian Mirafuente, Connor Barrows, and Aaron Mitchell. Ooh, Aaron with a 28.3 lap. That is not going to do him any favors. Aaron's been right in the mix here in the stock division, 17.5, 13.5 four-wheel, as well as his stadium truck entry. Levin still on an 18.5, 13 pace, followed by Holmberg, Carrico, Mirafuente, Barrows, all on 17s. Aaron's on a 16.506. Quick lap of the race does go to Jovi. No surprises there. 16.797 on lap number 3. Everybody else has fallen into the 17 bracket. Holmberg, Carrico both have 17.2s. Barrows and Mitchell both have 17.4s, and Brian has a 17.7 who just put it in there. 16.9 that lap around. 4.11 leading now by 3 seconds. That truck looks like a slot car out there. Usually you're used to stadium trucks getting a little bit up on 2, rolling over a little bit, just a little bit, but this truck is glued to the carpet. Jovi 11 still leading by 3.7 seconds. Holmberg right now taking that second spot away after Carrico puts in a 19.9. Wasn't too bad, but Holmberg's been putting in some good work. A 17.2 backed up with multiple 4s and 3s. That time at 17.6. will keep himself in second by about 1.8 seconds. Brett Mirafuente trailing Brady by about 2.5 seconds in the fourth spot. Then it's Connor and Aaron Mitchell. Minute 30 left to go in race number 7. Levin's on an 18.5.10. Trying to take another TQ run home here in 13.5 Stadium Truck. He has been the man in this division. Trying to nail down overall TQ here early on. As Levin has done both TQs in rounds number 1 and 2, trying to do it again here. And if he does this, it will be overall TQ and nobody else could unseat him. 4 down, 1 to go.
1 minute left.
As you folks see in the live chat, our man BJ Williams out of Virginia, always managing live chat, are one of our moderators. We appreciate your work, BJ. Last lap by for 11 was a 16.6, a new quick lap of the race. Let's see if we can pair it with something right here. This time by a 16.7. Man, oh man, 3 laps in a row, 16.7, 16.6, and 16.8. So 11 really asserting his dominance right here with 8.5 seconds in the hand with 30 seconds left to go. Carrico takes second back away from Holmberg now. Holmberg last lap was a 21 flat, backed it up with a 17.3. So Holmberg just barely giving it back away to Carrico. Right now 17 lap paces for everybody. Les, your leader, is on an 18.5.08. Jovi 11. One more time around the tabletop to the wall rights he goes and down the back straightaway. Trying to take home another TQ effort. He was your defending champion in 13.5 Stadium Truck from Coastal RC last year. And he's well on his way to defending it this year. He has been very, very fast. Has not yet received that much of a challenge in this division. Carrico is cut off with a 17.501. Should be good for second. Holmberg for third, 17.503. And Jovi 11 again, 18.508, taking it down. He will be a round 3 TQ and pending, of course, pending post-race tech inspection is your overall TQ for 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by R1 Works. We congratulate Jovi 11 for that accomplishment. See your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. 11 taking the win, 18.508. Followed by all 17s down the rest of the board. Brady, Kyle, Bryant, Aaron Mitchell, and Connor Barrows. Your final finishing order. That'll be 1 through 5 and 8 positions on the grid. Congratulations again to Jovi 11. We're going to have race number 8 coming up here. This is going to be 40 plus 2-wheel drive modified buggy, heat number 1 of 2, brought to you by Coyote. And look, Charlie Swanka decides to join us today. We were trying to hunt him down for an interview, and he was MIA. We'll grab him at some point. Good to see Charlie back out there. He'll be starting on pole this one. Good to see Charlie out there from Santa Rosa, California. Team Associated Hobbywing and J Concept sponsored entry. Matthew Gonzalez on the wrenches. In second place will be the X-Ray driver with Hobbywing and J Concepts Power from Greenville, Indiana, Eddie Henley. In the third spot, the owner of PDX RC Underground in Portland, Oregon. From Portland, Oregon, Team Associated Reedy J Concepts Power of Kevin Vogt. In the fourth spot from DeWitt, Iowa, Team Associated Chassis of Luke Sandberg. And in the 5 spot, one of the Schumacher team managers from Richwood, Kentucky, Schumacher Exalt J Concepts Power of Mike Winders. All cars are checked in. You can see Aaron Mitchell looking on there from the center corner marshal spot. About to get things rocking and rolling here with your first seat of 40 plus 2-wheel drive mod buggy, brought to you by Coyote. And Charlie fires off first.
3, 4, 5.
Thanks again, folks, for joining us in the live chats here. Make sure if you're with us, make sure to drop us a comment. Give us a like, give us a share. Whether you're on Live RC, Facebook, or YouTube, we're looking forward to hearing your input. Starting off by following our man Charlie. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Charlie getting a little jiggy with it through that off-camber section. Can see the rust is still there. Charlie doesn't grab the radio much anymore. He's very busy over there hobbying along with Matty G. But Matty turning the wrenches, so at this point, Charlie's going to have to make sure that he makes good on Matty G's work. Unfortunately, the Raymond's not joining us this weekend. The twin brothers of Chase and Levi, unfortunately not with us, along with Father Chris. So Matthew definitely busy enough working with Charlie's buggy over there, along with the rest of the Hobbywing team. See, Charlie is out front by a 1/10 of a second, but Eddie Henley not far back there. And comes Swanking on the start-finish line. That was an 18.6. Henley with a 19.1. You can see Eddie just behind there in the red and white machine. Of course, as formerly mentioned, the owner of Hoosier RC Hobbyplex in New Albany, Indiana, site of the Roar 10 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals this past May. Also hosts the JCINS races there along with the Clash, their flagship race that's held in January. Henley, Swanka, Kevin Folk, Luke Sandberg, Mike Winders, your top five. Mike with his best lap the last time at 18.7. He's running in fifth on a 16.5.12. Henley going to go to the front there by 0.4 of a second. This is the race in frame, the red and white leading the black and green and white. Luke Sandberg still third, about 1.3 seconds back from the lead. Kevin Folk about 2 seconds off the lead. Mike Winders 8 off the lead. Good competitive race here in 40-plus two-wheel drive. Swank 18.3, Henley 18 flat. There's Eddie just behind Charlie in frame. Leads now by 0.7 of a second. So strong run here so far for Mr. Henley. You can see his headshot right there. Oh, Charlie in trouble off the tabletop, so we're going to turn our attention to Henley now. You can see Henley went a little bit too slow up the uphill ramp, had to counter steer that bad boy to make sure he didn't fall off. Tricky, demanding race check here at Island Speedway. High grip, black carpet. You're on pin tires with glued sidewalls. Just as much grip as you want, you've got it here at the Island Speedway in Muscatine, Iowa. Henley looking great. 17.508, followed by Kevin, Luke, Charlie, Mike. Right now, top three on 17s. Charlie and Mike on 16s. We're at the 3-minute mark, 2 to go. 17.509 pace here for Henley. Good start. Next heat, we'll try and take that down. That'll be race number 9 coming up. Carrico, Yeager, O'Brien, Telke, Thompson, and Napper will be the following drivers in that one. So Henley leading by 4.7 seconds. You can see Winders just behind him. Mike putting in his best run of the weekend so far on a 16.5.12. Always good to see Mike. Very well-spoken gentleman. Schumacher team manager. Has a lot of experience. Keeps that young crew over there under control. That Brock and Nate and Tom and the whole Schumacher crew. Cole Tollard. A lot of youth, a lot of talent over there in the Schumacher group. Oh, Henley getting a little bit crazy up the wall right after the back straight. Nice save. Took the high line right there. High, wide, and handsome is Eddie Henley. Still leading by 5.7 seconds, though, as Kevin Folk moving into the second spot, as previously mentioned. Kevin, the owner of PDXRC Underground. This is where some of these very talented Pacific Northwest drivers range from, including Ryan Rivas, who you'll see later on here in two-wheel drive mod buggy. Rivas has been a nice storyline so far this weekend. A couple of top 7 runs in two-wheel drive mod. The first 2 heats yesterday. $20 seconds left to go here for Eddie Henley. 17.509 pace, leads by 5 seconds over Kevin. Luke is about 0.6 back of Kevin, followed by Swank, and now jumping back into the third spot. He's about 0.4 back of Kevin. So good race for 2, 3, 4, all spread by about 1.9 seconds. It's Kevin, Charlie, and Luke, and then Mike Winders in 5. 5 seconds remaining. These folks are going to keep going until we're called finished. Henley going to try and take the win home here. A 20.4 last time by. Still leads by 2 seconds. Just trying to secure the win here and get himself a nice qual point with 1 heat left to go. Watching Eddie all the way to the finish. Down the straightaway for the final time. And a nice heat race win for Eddie Henley. 17.511 will get it done. Charlie Swank are going to finish in the second spot. Maybe, yes, by about 1.5 over Kevin Vogt. And Sandberg will finish on a 17.516 as well. So check out the race results here. A-Main Hobbies race results screen shows you the top 4 all go within 5 seconds of each other. 17.511, 14.14, and 16. And Mike Winders, 16.512 for 5th. So great run there by all those folks. Great, very nicely done. Eddie Henley going to take the early TQ in 40-plus two-wheel drive mod buggy, presented by Coyote. Up now will be race number 9, your second heat of 40-plus two-wheel drive mod. Also brought to you by Coyote Electronics. On the pole will be Brent Telke for the Team Associated Reedy J Concept sponsored entry. Second place will be from Knoxville, Illinois, X-Ray Hobbywing J Concept sponsored driver of Jamie Thompson. In the third spot, X-Ray Motive and J Concepts back the entry of Brian Yeager. In the fourth spot from Eltridge, Iowa, Team Associated Hobbywing J Concepts will sponsor the Tom Napper machine. In the fifth spot from Macomb, Michigan, team associate Reedy J. Concepts will sponsor Greg Carrico. And the sixth spot will be from Eagle River, Wisconsin. Easy for me to say. From team associate Hobby J. Concepts, that is Craig O'Brien. As explained by your Aiming Hobbies grid lineup screen. Probably going to ask for a volunteer marshal or two, as there are only 5 in the last race. We'll get those ASAP. We're going to fire them off 1 through 6. Brent Telke will fire off first here for your second heat of 40-plus two-wheel drive mod, presented by Coyote. Telke has a chance to TQ overall here. He TQ'd both rounds yesterday, so as we mentioned, folks, with qual point style scoring, it's best 2 out of 4 rounds counting. If you TQ 3 times, nobody else can beat you. You will have it overall. Only man that can stop him here is Jamie Thompson. Good start for BT so far. Him and Thompson 2/10 apart. You can see Thompson just dropping out of frame there as Thompson had a mistake. So will be Telke to the lead. Thompson has his work cut out for him now. Had some trouble coming on the straight by the wall right. It's all clear. Craig O'Brien going to move into the second spot early, followed by Tom Napper, Jamie Thompson, Greg Carrico, and Brian Yeager. But your leader, BT. Looking good so far is Telke, longtime team associated team manager. Running the new B7, of course, and then of course, integral part of the B84's release, the new 4-wheel drive buggy. Newest product for team associated, the RC28, the 28 scale Mini Z chassis. Good to see 28 scale racing making a nice little comeback. It was hot there for a few years, and looks like it's definitely making a return. Team associate entering that market. One of the storylines of the year, though, has definitely been associated re-entering the 10 scale touring car on-road market with the release of the TC8. Good to see associates still keeping their irons in many fires, for sure. Telke out front by 3.3 seconds over Thompson. O'Brien still running third, Napper fourth, Carrico and Yeager. Best race going to be for second. Thompson, O'Brien, and Napper all about 1.2 seconds apart. But BT making it look easy out in front through the chicane. Little mistake after the big tabletop. Didn't hurt him too badly, though. Telke up the wall, rides up and down again, down the straightaway. That's time by 18 flat. Telke does have the fast lap of the race at a 16.8. Thompson also has a 16.8. He just put it in there. Thompson, the bright orange machine in the second spot. That's the X-Ray chassis. O'Brien third. Napper, Carrico, and Yeager. Pretty common theme here, folks. It's a lot of X-Ray and a lot of team associated. These have been really the two dominant manufacturers last few years. TLR has definitely reduced their role in the industry with the removal of their pro team. A lot of drivers fizzling out and going towards different teams. A lot of pickups on the X-Ray side, a few on the Schumacher side. And of course, Associated, always a big player. Brent Telke making it look easy out here right now. 2.4 second lead. So Thompson is chopping in that lead just a little bit. Thompson putting in some good work. 17.6 for Telke. Thompson this time by going to put up a 17.5. It's 2.2 seconds, the separation between 1 and 2. Tom Napper moves into the third spot. He just put up his fast lap of 17.6, backs it up to 17.8. Tom's on a 17.506 in third. He's about 6.8 off the lead and about 4.5 behind his buddy and board member Jamie Thompson. O'Brien running fourth. He's about 7/10 behind Napper. Yeager's about 8 seconds back Yeager about 8 seconds back of O'Brien. Apologies on that. Carrico another 4 seconds back of Yeager. Telke, though, out front, 18.5-12. Thompson, 2.1 seconds back, making small inroads, taking little bites. You see the orange car getting a little bit closer in frame. Kind of like Jaws. You can hear the music playing off in the distance. Telke just doing good, solid work right now. This time 17 flat. He's making Thompson come get him. 2 second advantage here with 1:05 to go. Thompson takes another 10th and a half. 16.9 that time by. Napper still in that 3 spot, followed by O'Brien, Yeager, and Carrico. Here comes your leader down the straightaway one more time. He'll be approaching Mr. O'Brien. Thompson still getting closer. 1.7 seconds back. 17.3 that lap for him. 17.6 for Telke. Does he have enough time is the question. Time is not on Thompson's side. Telke looks like he's just driving as hard as he needs to right now. It doesn't look like he's pushing too hard. 17.3 that time for Telke. Thompson 16.9. He takes 4/10 that lap. It's not too far now with 30 seconds to go. You can see Thompson, the X-ray shirt with the Hobby Wing hat, gray and white beard. And Telke actually out of the shot right here. Telke be standing actually on the very far right of the stand. 15 seconds left. It's 1.2 seconds. Telke just trying to keep it between the lines, but Thompson has definitely chopped that lead down. Should be fun to watch, not just in round 4, but in the mains as well. Less than 5 seconds left to go. Telke is 17.8. Thompson is 16.9. It's 0.3 of a second. All of a sudden, we have a race back to the start-finish line. So Telke, who's been cruising all race long, sees Thompson coming through the off-cameras. Thompson is throwing it out there. It's going to be close all the way to the finish line. Telke this lap going to be a 17.4. Thompson a 16.8, and Thompson takes it on the last lap. Hot lap on the last lap. We'll give it to Jamie Thompson. How about that one? So Thompson cut down over 4 seconds in that race, and he keeps the battle for TQ alive in 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy. Awesome finish there, folks. And Jamie Thompson, as you see, steals it on the last lap with a 16.826 hot lap. Very nicely done by Jamie Thompson. Keeps the battle for TQ alive. Telke will have to settle for second this time, both on 18-lap runs. Napper 17, Brian 17, Craig 17, and Greg 16. You folks just saw an awesome finish right there, though. How fitting for your one-up race report. We grabbed Jamie Thompson. That was a great finish right there. Jamie going to throw the headset on. We'll get a word with him. Man, what a great race that was. 4.5 seconds or so you cut that gap down. We'll grab him in just a second here. Here with your one-up race report, Jamie Thompson. Look like you're still a little bit nervous, man. That was a good race. Man, you cut down over 4 seconds. We were calling it here on the live stream. Great race with you and Brent Telke. Keeps the race for TQ alive at 40-plus mod. Tell me how you're feeling about that run.
Oh, I was pushing and as hard as I could. I'm still shaking.
Well, that was awesome, my friend. A little mistake on the start, it looked like?
Yeah, I had a push out of the car, and I wasn't expecting it at first, and just kind of adapted to it. It's going to get a little change.
Awesome, my friend. Just one more question for you. Obviously, you're doing a lot of the track work here, being a board member. Does that take away at all from your race program, or how have you been able to balance that?
I've been doing it long enough that I make it work well.
Well, awesome, my friend. Anybody you'd like to thank for your round 3 TQ run in 40-plus?
All my sponsors, my wife, my 2 boys, and everybody here at Island Speedway.
There you go, folks. That's Jamie Thompson, your round 3 TQ and 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy. He'll have a chance to tie for TQ and go to tiebreakers in round number 4. All right, so congratulations again to Jamie Thompson. That was a great run for him. Now we go to standard for two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Hobby Wing. Off we go. You can see we're following Ryan Cavallari here a couple laps in. Cavallari's currently running third, but only by a couple tenths of a second. So right now, Alex Vanderbeek going to start off with a couple quick laps in a row, 16.7 to a 16.8. Vanderbeek, the number 4 car. Vanderbeek going to be running his white and blue, working his way down the straightaway. See a couple cars back will be Vanderbeek there, but we're still following Cavallari, who goes back to the front by 0.4 of a second. So Cavallari, that one-up back Team Associated machine, one of the most identifiable paint schemes in the industry. Awesome looking colors of the white, blue, yellow, and red. I'm certain that Randy and Joe and Eric and crew are watching back home as they're watching their man right here. Found a 19.515 pace. Vanderbeek 18.501, Dakota Fenn 18.502, LaRiviere 18.502, Tollard on an 04, Lopez 04. Those 6 drivers are 1.4 seconds apart, followed by Ashton Bristol 17.501 and Connor Barrows 15.502. Ryan Cavallari looking good so far. You start seeing flashes of that world championship level driving, getting faster and faster here with the Associated platforms. Saw him in the pits earlier, working with Spencer Rivkin, exchanging some setup advice. Whatever they talked about, Cavallari's looking quick. 2 down, 3 to go. 19.5-14 pace. His quick laps of 16.2. Doug going to move to the second spot now with a 16.3 that time by. Fenn to 16.4. Then Vanderbeek, Tollard, Lopez all still 2 seconds apart. It's been one of the storylines we've been watching. Dakota Fenn struggling just a little bit on pace this weekend. Really nothing, nobody's fault of anything. Just been very fast competition here. And we did speak with Dakota earlier in the weekend how tough it is to go back and forth between 10th scale and 8th scale. And it's not easy. A lot of folks are doing it less and less, kind of specializing in 10th scale and 8th scale. Dakota, one of those Swiss Army knife type drivers. Cavallari, Riviere, Fenn, Vanderbeek, Tollard, all still within 3 seconds here. That's your top 6. 19.5-14 for Cavallari. Fenn now jumps to second on 19.5-16, followed by Riviere 5.16. So top 3 hold 19s, then low 18s for Alex Cole and Juan, 17 for Ashen, and then 15 for Connor Barrows. Cavallari working his way over the tabletop, coming to the wall right, still leads by 1.1 seconds. Of course, we'll pick up Dakota Fenn, his signature colors, the orange and blue. Dakota comes to the start-finish line now. He's about 1.5 seconds off of Cavallari. There is Fenn in the X-Ray machine, KOD Electronics, J Concepts Tires. Fenn looking pretty good this time by this. Looks like the quickest he's been all weekend. Cavallari that time by 16.4. Fenn a 16.3. That's Fenn's personal best lap. Cuts the lead down to 1.4 seconds. Tricky racetrack here at Island Speedway Off-Road. Cavallari comes back with a 16.5. Fenn looks like another clean one this time, 16.4. Lead is 1.3 seconds. You see Cavallari just up ahead over the big tabletop. Vanderbeek still holding third, but he's trailing now by about 4.5 seconds off the lead. Tollard about 0.6 behind Vanderbeek. Then Doug Riviere going to drop to the 6th spot. That'll put Lopez into 5. Ashton Bristol 7. Connor Barrows in the 8 with 4 minutes gone and 1 to go. Cavallari and Fenn 1.2 seconds apart. Fenn has chopped down the gap just a little bit, but Cavallari looks locked in right now. This time a 16.4. Continues to be very, very consistent. Fenn to 16.7. Leads back up to 1.4 seconds. Through the chicane he goes. Little double set there from Cavallari, but still keeping it clean. A 19.5-13 pace for Cavallari. He's been looking very solid here in this division this weekend. Currently finds himself 8th on qual points. He had a 9 and an 8 yesterday. And those runs were 19.5-16 and 18.5 flat, 18.502 apiece for Cavallari. So right now, very, very close. A little quicker, though, from his previous runs yesterday. Cavallari still leading Fenn by 1.5 seconds. We'll follow Cavallari to the finish here. 8 seconds left to go for Ryan. Trying to take it home here. 30-time Roar National Champion, former IFMAR World Champion, one of the most versatile drivers in RC history. Clock has expired on a 19.5-13 pace. Fenn will get the extra lap as well. Everybody else will go 18 or lower. Cavallari trying to nail down an awesome run right here. This is very consistent as well. Every single lap in the 16s. Final lap down the straightaway here for Cavallari. He will win it. 19.5-13.5 early TQ for Ryan Cavallari. Fenn will go 19.5-15.0. He finishes 1.5 seconds in the rear view. Alex Vanderbeek, a nice run for third, 18.502. Followed by Cole Tollard finishing at 18.503 for fourth. Lopez 18.503 for fifth. 05 for Doug. 15 for Bristol, and a 16.508 for Connor Barrows. That is your A-Main Hobbies race results screen for race number 10, your first heat of 2 for two-wheel drive modified buggy. So Ryan Cavallari, your early TQ with 1 heat left to go. 19.5-13 will be the mark to set. And another nice run, 19.5-15. I would not doubt those are going to be top 6, top 7 runs. Sometimes it's actually an advantage to start at the bottom, at the top of the B sort versus the bottom of the A sort. We see that so many times. Somebody gets a lower seed but puts in a very smooth, consistent run because they're the one coming forward instead of the one letting traffic through. All cars are checked for your final heat of round number 3, two-wheel drive modified buggy, that is. Race number 11 of 18 on track. There's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Brock Champlin, the Salt Lake City, Utah native, will head the start of the field here, followed by Tom Ritternecht, his Schumacher teammate. Davey Batta will start third from Coyote Hobbies and Raceway. Brennan Schimmel from Coastal Speedway in Virginia. Spencer Rivkin from Hobby Action in Arizona. Chase Lemieux from Wisconsin. Ryan Rivas from Vancouver, Washington. Aiden Horn from Michigan. And Brandon Foote in the 9th spot. Not going to want to miss this one, folks. Here we go for our final heat of two-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Hobby Wing, race number 11 of 18 on track. Brock Champlin fires off first, and here we go. Once again, TQ to shoot for 19.513 from Ryan Cavallari. Keeping an eye on our TQ picture here. One apiece for Champlin and Rinderneck. Rinderneck was your round 1 TQ after a Champlin DNF. Champlin with a very nice recovery to steal round 2 back away. And these cars are flying down that back straightaway. Awesome shot there from Davis. Gets you a real idea of how fast these cars are going. Couple laps in, Champlin is your leader. Following him right here, that's the white, yellow, blue Schumacher machine. Schimmel second. Batter, Rinderneck, Rivkin your top 5. Rivas, Lemieux, Horn, and Foot your top 9. Champlin this time by 16-2. He backs up with another 16-2. Schimmel with a 16-1. 900s back to Schimmel from Champlin. Batter, Rinderneck, Rivkin, your top 5, still holding strong. And check out the paces on the board right here. 19.508 for Brock Champlin. 09 for Schimmel. A 19.510 for David Batter. Now a 19.512 for both Spencer and Tom. Rivas on a 19.513. Lemieux on a 19.515. 18s for both Aiden and Brandon. Following Brock Champlin out front, the Salt Lake City, Utah native fighting food poisoning this weekend. Got to be so tough to hold on to these modified race cars going as fast as they are and as on edge as they are. You can see Brock, the very tall gentleman, at the far left side of your view. Champlin definitely locked in, though, looking good. 16 flat for Champlin that lap. New fast lap of the race. He takes the lead over from Schimmel by 2/10 now. That is still in that 3 spot. Rinderneck 4, Rivkin 5, Lemieux, Rivas, Horn, and Foot. So 5 through 9 running exactly where they started. The only turnover is between 2nd through 4th. Champlin 19.508, that time a 16.2. Schimmel this time a long lap, drops to a 16.6, still stays in 2nd, but will drop a couple more tenths. Rivkin now into the 3rd spot. Spencer Rivkin showing some life this weekend. Talked to him earlier this weekend. He has been super consistent, right in the mix, but has not yet claimed a Roar Championship in 2025. Could this be the weekend at Island Speedway? We're going to find out. He's 9 tenths behind Champlin. He's now in 2nd place. Rinderneck moves into the 3rd spot. Schimmel 4. You can see those folks all grouped up tightly together. There's Schimmel leading that pack. Man, those folks are very, very close together. They are making it happen. Davey Batta is the middle car, and the trail car is Rivkin in that purple and black and white. Brock Champlin leads by 9 tenths of a second, but Rivkin showing some good pace here. 16.7, a little bobble there from Champlin that lap around. Rivkin now going to pull the lead to within about a second here. Rivkin also with a small bobble, so Rinderneck moves into the 2 spot now. New fast lap for Tom that lap, 16.04. Took 6.5 tenths out of his teammate Champlin with 3 down, 2 to go. Looks like there was one car upset there. I believe that was going to be the Foot machine. White and blue car was the one that was off camber there. All clear, though. There is Champlin. Death taxes Brock Champlin on carpet. The 3 certainties. 320 down, 140 left to go. This time by 16.4. Rinderneck 16 flat. Schimmel 16 flat. So Schimmel jumps back into the 2 spot. Now he's half a second off the lead. 130 left to go. All of a sudden we have a race up front, folks. Champlin, Schimmel, and Rinderneck all within 6 tenths of a second. Drop 6 more tenths back to Rivkin in the 4. Followed by Lemieux, 2 more tenths back to Spencer. 3 more tenths back to Davey Batta. Followed by 1 more second back to Aiden Horn. 1 tenth back to Ryan Rivas, and Brandon Foot right now about 16 off the lead. Champlin one more time. He is being chased down by Tom, who just put in a 15.9. There's a 16.1 for Champlin. Schimmel 15.3. Rivkin last time 15.8. Back to the 16.4. Rinderneck drops down to the 5 spot with a 17.1. $50 seconds left to go. Champlin now leads by 1 second. This time by for him a 16.01. That was his personal best lap, just continuing to right the ship here. Lemieux jumps into the 2nd spot now. Check that out. So Chase going to jump into the 2 spot over Rivkin, Batta, Horn. Rinderneck takes the big tumble down the board down to 6th. Rivas in 7th. Schimmel now down to the 8th spot, and Foot into the 9. 30 seconds left to go as Champlin now leads by a 1.5 seconds, trying to claim his 2nd TQ on the weekend and set himself up for potentially claiming the overall in round number 4. Lemieux, though, with an awesome 2nd place drive so far. Let's see if he can finish it off. Top 5 drivers are in front of Cavallari's pace. 10 seconds left to go. It's Champlin, Lemieux, Bata, Rivkin, Horn, your top 5 still surpassing TQ from Cavalieri. Followed by Ritterneck, Rivas, Schimmel, and Foot. Top 6 are on 19-lap paces. Clock's about to expire. Champlin now with his biggest lead of 1.8 seconds, just trying to bring it home here. Champlin, tomorrow, as we always say, today is a new day. Got to be feeling a little bit better after the food poisoning, and for sure going to be feeling good after this run. 19.508 for Brock Champlin. It will be good enough for round 3 TQ. Race for second will be Chase Lemieux taking second away from Spencer Rivkin on the final lap. Rivkin will take third, Bata fourth, Aiden Horn will take fifth, Rivas will take sixth on the final lap there from Rinderneck, and Tom will go 7. Top 7 going 19 laps. Brendan Schimmel and Foot both going 18s. Top 4 surpass TQ, so Brock Champlin claims round 3 TQ. 19.508.7 will be good enough to sit on top of the board. Chase Lemieux will qualify second, 19.510. Rivkin, 19.510. David Bata, 19.511. Aiden Horn will qualify sixth with 19.513. Rivas will go eighth, 19.516. Rinderneck going to be 19.518. And Schimmel, 18 for 10th overall qualifier. Here comes your one-up race report with your TQ in round number 3, Brock Champlin.
35 short course on track.
Jamie Thompson, Tom Miller, Josh Cavalier, Chris Garrett, Leonard Dayton, Clay Salmon, Jose Garrett, Tom Cleary.
All right, folks, we are here with your round 3 TQ and two-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by Hobby Wing. Brock Champlin, 3 certainties, death, taxes, and Brock Champlin on carpet. Congratulations, my friend. Obviously a day removed from more food poisoning. Hopefully you're feeling better today. And how do you feel about your run?
Yeah, I feel like $1 million today compared to the last 2 days. So just staying focused and trying to just keep it clean out there. I mean, yesterday I drove horrible in Q1, and so obviously I had one less drop. But, yeah, my car was awesome. I was able to kind of just put it in cruise control. I was getting caught by Tom, and I picked it up for a few laps and then just backed it back down and let the race come to me. So excited for where I'm at, excited to get the finals going. Obviously, 2-1s. I'm sure Tom has a chance to TQ if he TQs the last round, but I've got nothing to lose now. So, yeah, we're going to give it the beans in the last one, see what the car's got, and go from there.
There you go, my friend. Well, congratulations again on your efforts. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Schumacher, Woods Racing Products, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Power HG, Jen's Ace, everybody at the Schumacher factory, my teammates, my friends, my family at home, and yeah.
Well, there you go, folks. That's Brock Champlin, your round 3 TQ and two-wheel drive modified buggy. He's sitting pretty for the overall TQ. Only one driver can overtake him. That is his teammate, Tom Ritterneck. You'll see him up soon in four-wheel drive modified buggy.
This is our race number 12, 35 short course on track. All on track.
All right, so great job to Brock Champlin, your round 3 TQ and two-wheel drive modified buggy. Here we go with 13.5 short course brought to you by Team Exalt. And Jamie Thompson, once again, on his reign of terror in this division. There may be a petition signed at Island Speedway for Jamie to never race off-road ever again here at short course. At this point, he has been just dominant. But still have Chris Gary, Leonard Dake, Josh Cavalier, Blake Salmon, and company that are going to try and unseat Mr. Thompson. Jamie's got to be feeling good, though, after TQ and 40-plus two-wheel drive over BT. And that aforementioned comeback effort. And that orange machine looking good. I think these guys are going to have nightmares about neon orange. Thompson looking solid. 16.508 so far, followed by Dake, Cavalier, Chris Gary, Blake Salmon, Tom Napper, Jose Gary, and Tom McCleary. Your full rundown at the 145 mark. Gavin Vecina checking in. Gary V from Pennsylvania. Good to see you, Gary. And also Nicholas Ennis checking in from Colorado, from the E-Team Hobbyplex in Fort Collins, Colorado. Thanks, Nick, for joining in. Always good to see you on the road, brother. 2 gone, 3 to go. Jamie Thompson, 16.510 pace, leads Chris Gary by 3.5 seconds. Chris, the Motive RC employee, working for Paul Lemieux and Company. Josh Cavalier still in that 3rd spot. Blake Salmon in the 4. Tom, Leonard, Jose, and Tom, your running order. That's going to be Napper in the 5 spot and McCleary in the 8. Still watching Thompson here down the start-finish line. 16.509 is the pace. He's leading by 5.5 seconds. Just put up the fastest lap of the race, 18.85. Thompson looking really good. Also the owner of Pit Tower Custom RC Car Pit Stands. So Thompson, not only a racer, but he's a board member here at Island Speedway and owns his own company, Pit Tower Custom RC Stands. Check them out. They're very, very nice. I checked them out before we came out this weekend, and they're very high quality, reasonably priced. Jamie Thompson continuing to give back, not just with the radio, but also with manufacturing, with his contributions here at the Island Speedway. Corey Craig checking in one more time. Good to see you, Corey. Hope things are good down there in South Carolina. As we mentioned, Corey Craig, one of the most decorated on-road racers in the VTA touring car divisions. Home track Soda City RC, Jimbo and Don, the Massalou family. Uncrustables RC coming in. Nothing better than getting to paint some shells while watching the best of the best ripping some carpet. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate your paint work. A lot of good participation in the chat. Love seeing it, folks. Thanks for coming on in here. I appreciate it. Like, as mentioned, don't forget to drop a like, a comment, a share. Appreciate you, folks, for engaging with the chat here. Let's spread RC to more eyeballs and eardrums. 45 seconds left to go. Not much has changed since we last checked in with you here. 16.509 pace for Jamie Thompson. Still good enough for TQ by 7 seconds over Josh Cavalier. Tom Napper moves up to the 3rd spot. Leonard in the 4. Blake 5. Chris drops to the 6 now. Jose in the 7. And Tom in the 8. And with 30 seconds left to go, Thompson looks to lock up overall TQ here in 13.5 Short Course, brought to you by Team Exalt. I'm sure he wouldn't mind getting this one out of the way so we can focus on 40 plus 4-wheel drive mod buggy coming up soon, along with 40 plus 2-wheel drive, because him and Brent Telke are about as evenly matched as you can get. 10 seconds to go. Clock has expired. These folks will be racing all the way till they're called finished. And Jamie Thompson once again trying to go 3 for 3 here in 13.5 Short Course qualifying, brought to you by Team Exalt. Dake and Napper were both cut off. Here comes Thompson. He is done. 16.509 TQ run in round number 3 for Jamie Thompson. Congratulations. One car left to finish. That will be Josh Cavalier, who does get the extra lap. He'll go 16 laps in this one as well. He'll go 16.520 for second. And there's the rest of your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. 15 lap paces for Leonard, Tom, Chris, Jose, Blake, and 13.505 for the owner of this place, Tom McCleary. Up now comes our 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy division. This one's brought to you by Donathan RC. Big thanks to Zach Donathan for his continued support. Zach, one of the industry leaders in custom RC charging leads and accessories. Always love listening or checking in with Donathan RC, seeing what they got new. I'm sure Zach is checking in, listening to the stream. He's always active in the market. DRCProShop.com if you guys want to check it out. Custom-made charge leads, accessories. It's got a couple different brands. Amped Up RC is his ready to order brand. (13.5 4-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Donathan RC. This is race number 13 of 18 on the track. This is heat 1 of 3 of the division. Matthew Sousa will lead the field here, followed by Connor Barrow starting second if he can make it. Luke Ciel is going to start 3rd. Colton Urban 4. Evan Sandberg 5. Nate Champeau in 6. Blake Salmon in 7. And Sean Scoville will start in the 8. Make sure you drop a comment for your favorite racers and cheer them on, folks.
1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 3, 5, or 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 on the jump, everybody else, when I call your number. Up, get on track on
All right, so Sousa fires off. Matthew from Fall River, Massachusetts.
7,
Very nice young man running the X-Ray cars, Team Scream horsepower. Of course, Hobbywing speed controls as well. Matthew, an RC Madness native, along with the Maximus Raceway in Seabrook, New Hampshire. And that is the owner, John Cravata's track. Cravata owning Team Scream horsepower along with the Maximus Raceway. Following Sousa so far, looking good. Not quite the first day he was looking for yesterday. He was actually your second seed in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, but seeding's only a small part of it. Got to put in the 5-minute run, and I'm sure Sousa came at it with a nice, clean attitude today and get back to work. Oh, little mistake there for Sousa. And looks like that was fair play. Felt a hard hit on the back straightaway from a very similar colored car. I believe that was Champeau. So Corbin going to go to the front here. Corbin, Urban, right now at the end of that train, trying to be very nice to these drivers. Oh, we got one rolling over there after the big tabletop. It is all cleared out. There's Sousa. We're picking up one more time. Matthew going to be in the third spot. Looks like it's going to be... Who wants to lead this one? Looks like it's still going to be Corbin out front, but all those folks had long laps, so it's 18-7 from Urban. Not going to do him many favors here, but still out front. Followed by Sousa in second spot, Evan Sandberg third, Cielos fourth, Champeau, Salmon, Scoville, your top 7. No return from Barrows. Tough break for Connor. He was the 2 car in this race. Unfortunately, would not make the start. See, Matthew Sousa is still leading the way, though. Sousa down the start finish on last time 16.4. Now a 16.1. Big lap time there from Sousa. Going to stretch that lead on out to 1.7 over Corbin. You can see the white car right there of Urban. So it's Sousa, Urban, Ciela, followed by Sandberg, Salmon, Champeau, Scoville, your top 7. Pace for Sousa, 18.5.11. You take out that one bad lap at the start, 19.5. Likely will be pushing the mid-18s. That car looks fast. That X-Ray machine looks pretty quick. Oh, he rolls it over. Nice save, though. This is what we're talking about. This track will just reach up and bite you. It's that magic 8th competitor on the racetrack. Consistency at a premium here in this 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy division. Lots of horsepower, and these cars have unlimited grip with four-wheel drive and pin tires. 18.509 pace for Sousa so far. Little mistake after the tabletop, though, and he's going to need a little marshal help. Does get cleared out, but that will put Urban a little bit closer once again. See Urban lurking back there in the white machine. Urban going to go back to the top now. You can see the white car just out of frame. That is going to be in the lead by 2/10, but Matthew definitely has the pace. Just has to keep it consistent. Matthew down the start finish line this time by with a 16.6. Urban this time by with a 17.1, so Matthew goes back to the top. Matthew, another mistake out there. That puts Corbin a little bit closer, but Corbin rolling it over after the big tabletop, so nobody wants to lead this race so far. 18.5-13 pace for Sousa. Has a lot of speed. But trying to corral that over a 5-minute run is much easier said than done. Viewer 147, we are here at the Island Speedway Off-Road in Muscatine, Iowa. Coverage of the Roar 110 Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals brought to you by J Concepts. Thank you for tuning in. 4 down, 1 to go. Matthew Sousa, 18.5-16 pace, out front by 1.6 over Corbin. Luke Ciela is third. He's about 7 seconds back of Corbin, followed by Evan Sandberg, Nathan, Blake, and Sean, your top 7. Up next will be race number 14, 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Donovan RC. Heat 2 of 3 will be race number 14 of 18 overall. Kyle Holmberg going to lead the field in that one. Jake Wiggs, Dagan Bledsoe, Brady Carrico, Kaitless Lowe. A lot of household names here. Bryant Mirafuente, Cole Chura, Tegan Hornacek, Daniel Chavez. Some big names coming up with the next one. Remember, Daniel Chavez, a 2-time national champion. 2023 Beachline Raceway. He swept 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive stock classes. So Chavez is going to have to put in some work today if he wants to try and make the show and have a chance to win another championship. Clock's expired in this one. Sousa going to try and take the win. He's on an 18.5-12. Woo! A little close there with Blake Salmon, able to work things out, though. Here comes Sousa to finish this one up. Wasn't the prettiest run, but it still was good enough. 18.5.12, and he definitely showed some crazy pace. A 16.1 fastest lap. That's A-main worthy. See if he can clean it up in round number 4 and give himself a shot. But Sousa will definitely win the heat race. 18.5.12, Urban 18.5.16, 17th for Luke and Evan, 16th for Nathan and Blake, and a 15 for Sean Scoville. There is your A-main Hobbies race results screen. We'll go into our second heat of 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Donathan RC. And up it comes now. Kyle Holmberg going to lead the field in this one, followed by Jake Wiggs starting second. Dagan Bledsoe will start third. Brady Carrico will start fourth. Caleb Slow will start fifth. Then Bryant Mirafuente sixth. Cole Chura in the 7. Tegan Horacek will start 8th. And Daniel Chavez, the aforementioned, will start 9th.
Brian Mirafuente, Tegan Horacek, Daniel Chavez, Cole Chura, Dagan Bledsoe.
Straightaway has been closed for your second heat of 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Donathan RC. Reminder on the schedule, folks, we'll wrap up this round around 2:15 estimated, and we will go back racing at 2:45. Make sure you stick with us during the intermission, though. We have plenty of bonus content coming your way on liverc.com, and there is your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup, as previously mentioned. Got some driver interviews, a track walk, all sorts of good stuff for our bonus content. Big thanks to Davis for helping us out filming that, and hopefully you'll stick around to watch it. It's some good stuff. Grid's looking good. Kyle Holmberg will fire us off first, 1 through 9. Here we go, folks. We've been waiting for one corner marshal here. Sorry about the delay, folks. One of those no-shows from last race, I believe, that was missing. And we got him covered now. Now, here we go, folks. Kyle Holmberg will start us off first. TQ to shoot for is Matthew Sousa's 18.5.12.1. Sweet colors there from Holmberg. That's going to be that white, orange, yellow, and blue. Jake Wiggs right there behind him. Also some sweet paint. Orange, yellow. A little bit of black as well. Here we go, folks. This is when business starts to pick up, as they say. 18.5.12 from Sousa is the time to beat. Thanks, folks, for joining us here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. Appreciate all of our viewers here for dropping some likes and some comments. Davis Wukovitz, our production manager. Bob Bowers running the camera. This is Jared Barton on the play-by-play with you all weekend long. Thanks for joining us on Live RC. 1 down, 4 to go. It is Brady Carrico starting off up front, followed by Kyle Holmberg second. That is Holmberg. We're following down the straightaway there, followed by Wiggs, Hornacek, Lowe, your top 5. Bryant Mirafuente, followed by Daniel Chavez, Cole Chura, and Dagan Bledsoe. Holmberg back to the front now. Nope, not anymore. Brady taking it back away. So this is Holmberg and Wiggs watching second and third on the racetrack right now as they go to the wall rides. Down the straightaway they go. Wiggs going to take the lead over by 8/100ths of a second. That's a 16.3 that time for Jake. That's that white and orange and a little bit of yellow on the front as well, yellow wheels. So it's Wiggs, Carrico, Holmberg, Lowe, all separated by 1 second. Then it's Hornacek, Chavez, Bledsoe, Chura, and Mirafuente. Quickest lap of the race goes to 8th place Dagan Bledsoe. 7th place Dagan Bledsoe, 16.30. Very close parity here in this heat. All 9 drivers with a chance to win this thing. Brady Carrico out front by 1/10 of a second. Brady will be not far behind those two as Brady's got the black, orange, and See black, orange, and white associated car. You'll see him just in frame right there. That's the blue, white, and black and orange. So Carrico, Wiggs, Lowe, Holmberg, Hornacek, your top 5, followed by Chura, Chavez, and Mirafuente, all on 18-lap paces. Dagan's on a 17.5 flat in 9th. There's Carrico as he goes down the straightaway. 200ths behind Wiggs. So you can see that's the race in frame. Wiggs in that yellow, orange, white, followed by Brady Carrico, white, black, and a little bit of orange as well. And in the sandwich there was Kyle Holmberg. These guys are all 0.7 of a second apart, very close up front. Brady, Jake, Kyle, Kalis, Tegan, Hornacek, your top 5, all within about 3 seconds. Chura, Chavez, Mirafuente, Bledsoe, 2:15 left to go. You can see Holmberg still holding this position on the racetrack here. Holmberg jumps back into third on the clock. It's still Brady Carrico out in front, though, behind these two gentlemen. Carrico's on a 19.5-15 pace. Wiggs 18.5 flat. Holmberg 18.501. Kalis Lowe 18.501. Hornacek 18.504. Daniel Chavez moves into the 6th spot now with a 16.4. That'll move him up to an 18.508. Chura 18.508. Mirafuente 18.511. And Dagan Bledsoe 17.504. So there is Holmberg out in front of that picture right there. He's 4th on the race clock. Wiggs is 2nd on the race clock. And there is your leader, Carrico, just at the end of that shot as your race leader. 19.5-15 for Carrico. Carrico still holds a 0.6 of a second lead over Jake Wiggs. Jake is now approaching Holmberg a little bit closer now. Kyle drops back to 4th on the clock. Kalis takes 3rd. Minute 20 left to go. Brady a little bit of a longer lap this time. That'll put Jake Wiggs back to the front now. 18.5 flat for Wiggs. That's the man we see in screen right here. Running down Holmberg by just a little bit. So Wiggs leads Kalis Lowe now by 0.7 of a second and moves into 2nd spot. Holmberg is a 1/10.5 behind Lowe, followed by Carrico, Hornacek, the new top 5. Chavez still 6th, a bit of a ways back from the top 5 picture. Mirafuente, Chura, and Bledsoe with 55 seconds left to go. Little stack up the wall right there. Everybody works it out. Nicely done. But Wiggs still out in front here. You can see Holmberg has now been passed, and now Holmberg in trouble after the center. That'll let Carrico slip around. 35 seconds left to go. 0.6 of a second lead for Jake over Kalis. Kalis is the red, white, and blue number 5 car. He'll be just a few cars behind Mr. Wiggs. Lowe just hitting the start-finish line now. Carrico going to move back into the 2nd spot. He just put up a 16.2. Cut into that lead by 0.2 behind Jake Wiggs. Wiggs on the start-finish line with 15 seconds left to go. What's he got for us this time? A 16.5. Carrico this time by 16.5. It's 0.4 of a second now with 5 seconds left to go. Wiggs going to try and reset TQ along with the top 7. Wiggs trying to hold it right here. Carrico trying for one last-ditch effort. Wiggs should go the extra lap this time. It will be close, though. Wiggs does get the extra one. Carrico's got to hustle. Carrico goes the extra lap as well. They're going to go 19s apiece. Lowe and Holmberg both cut off. We're going to see the race to the finish line here. Wiggs and Carrico as we zoom out of frame. There is Wiggs, not far back as Brady. Here they come, last lap. Wiggs going to be a 16.4. Carrico, what's he got for us? Not going to do it, 17.4. So Jake Wiggs going to take the heat race here and also reset TQ. 19.5-15 for Wiggs. An awesome run right there. Hill, the 2 car will take the win in this one. Brady Carrico going to go 19.5-17 for second, and you can see a bunch of 18s down the rest of the board being headed by Kalis Lowe. Kyle Teagan, Cole, Dagan, Daniel, and Brian all go on 18-lap paces, and Jake Wiggs will reset TQ. Top 8 will all reset the TQ from Sousa all the way down to Chavez. So nice run there for Jake Wiggs. Top 8 all move in front of the previous TQ. But this is your final heat of 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Donathan RC. Man, oh man, do we have a treat for you folks. 9 of the best in the region here. Best in the country, even. Right, it's a 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy. On carpet, there's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup being headed by Dustin Fox, the Indiana native. Jovi 11, Sutherland, Henley, Passione, Stankiewicz, Martin, Mitchell, and Caputo. Drivers from all walks of life all over this United States of America. Fox, the Indiana native, Levin from California, Sutherland from Iowa, Henley from Indiana, Passione from Utah, Stankiewicz from Pennsylvania, Martin from Florida, Mitchell right here in Iowa, and Antonio Caputo from Massachusetts. Heading your top 9 here in 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy. They know what they got to beat. 19.5-15.998 set by Jake Wiggs. Marshals are sorting into position here. Once again, Dustin Fox with the number 1 on the hood right there. You can see the blue, orange, and white X-ray car will fire us off first.
7 out of 9 Marshals.
There's Fox, Levin, Sutherland, Talon Henley. Here we go, folks. Doing one more sweep of corner marshals. You can see our drivers are at the ready here. A couple flicks of the steering wheel. You can see McCoy is amped up, ready to go. The JDR Meredith Motorsports sponsored Schumacher driver from Merritt Island, Florida. One of our youngest competitors here in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. He's currently 7th after the resort. Has a very good shot to make the main this weekend in both of his divisions. 1 through 9 is how they'll start off, of course, by car number. Dustin Fox will start off first. Here we go, folks. Thanks for tuning in.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Man, you don't think these cars are going fast. Listen to those motors scream down the end of the straightaway. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Donathan RC is off and running. We had a car upside down at the end of the straightaway. We're going to find out who that was. That was going to be a tough break, though. See who the long lap was from. May have been from Mr. Aaron Mitchell. Mitchell with an opening 27.7, so he's got to get back to work here. Jovi Levin starts off with a 16.1. Nate Sutherland with a 16.3. Passione, Fox, Martin, Henley, Stagowitz, Caputo, and Mitchell. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. This has been Dustin Fox's class all weekend long. A couple TQs in a row. He can TQ overall if he can win this race, but I think there's about 8 other drivers out here that are going to try and deny him of that for the overall honors, at least going into round number 4. As we mentioned, folks, with qual point scoring, best 2 out of 4. If you TQ 3 times in a class, that's it. Nobody else can beat you. Dustin Fox has both in hand so far. Jovi Levin out front. Dustin Fox, 0.2 of a second back. We are following your leader, your second place driver, Dustin, so far. He was the 1 car. You can see Levin just behind him in the orange, black, and white. Dominic Passione, 3rd, followed by McCoy Martin in the 4th spot. Nate Sutherland in the 5th spot, followed by Talon Henley, Jeff Stankiewicz, Antonio Caputo, and Aaron Mitchell. Levin to the front now by 0.6 of a second. You can see he's drawn in a little bit closer to Fox. Here they come over the big tabletop of the chicane. Around the off-cameras, Levin really sticks it in there. Fox has some good horsepower, though. That's the Hobby Wing and Team EA Motorsports powered machine. 15.9 for Fox is the fastest lap of the race so far. Fox in that orange, white, and blue X-Ray sponsored driver from Indiana. There is Levin behind him in the California, from California, Saratoga to be exactly. Levin running for Team Associated and Team Powers. You can see that's the race up front. Passione still running 3rd. Sutherland 4. McCoy Martin in the 5 spot. Stankiewicz, Henley, Caputo, Mitchell. All drivers in this race at least have gone 16.4. That is the slowest hot lap, is 16.4. Everybody else 16.4 or quicker. 15.95 now from Dominic Passione is the new quickest lap of the race. You can see our 3-way battle up on the screen here. Levin, Fox, Passione all separated by 1 second on the master clock. Sutherland about 3.5 seconds back off the lead, so really it's a 3-car race at the moment. Levin, Passione, Fox all separated by half a second. Passione moves to second now, 900ths off the lead. So Passione looking to put in some good work here. That's the all-white machine, R1 sponsored entry from Utah. Passione another 15.9 last lap around. Levin, Passione, Fox, your top 3. Passione to the front with a 15.90. So Passione to the top of the board, the 5-car out in front. Looks like he's running race paint this weekend. That's the green and black we'll be following. He'll be just behind these couple drivers as Dominic Passione looks to assert himself here in round number 3 of 13.5 four-wheel drive. Long lap this time for Passione, going to drop back to 3rd, 18.7. So it's still Levin, who just made a little mistake through the chicane. There's Passione, your 3rd place driver in view. There's McCoy to his right in the JDR hat. 1:20 left to go. It's Fox, Levin, Passione, Sutherland, and Martin, your top 5, followed by Henley, Caputo, Mitchell, Stankiewicz. Right now, top 4 reset in TQ from Wiggs. 1:10 left to go. There is Jovi Levin down the start-finish line. Now Fox leading by 1 second. So Dustin Fox Out in front there in that blue, orange, and white X-ray car. Through the off-cambers he goes. Working his way to the wall right now. Fox trying to go 3 for 3 and lock up overall TQ. Levin tries to deny him of that, though. Fox at time of 15.9, his personal best on lap 15. Lead is now 1.3 seconds over 11. Now it's Passione third, Sutherland and McCoy Martin all in that top 5. All on 19-lap paces and a gap back to Henley, 18.504. Mitchell, 17.502. Caputo, 17.503. And Stankiewicz off early again. 30 seconds left for Dustin Fox, the Indiana native. The Hoosier tries to bring this one home in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Former U.S. Carpet Off-Road champion in Cleveland, Ohio. Fox looking super fast this weekend for X-Ray, Hobbywing, and Team EA Motorsports. He has been flying so far. Got to think he's feeling good also about his runs here in the J Concepts INS Series. When they were here in June for the INS Series, Nate Sutherland was actually your winner in 13.5 four-wheel. Dustin was second, but Fox the clear-cut favorite so far in 13.5 four-wheel drive. Clock has expired, trying to finish this one out with a 1-second lead over Jovi Levin. Passione in the 3 spot, Sutherland 4, Martin 5, all currently in front of previous TQ. Fox is finished 19.508, Levin 19.509. It was 7/10 of the line, but Dustin Fox will do it. Your overall TQ in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy will be Dustin Fox. 3 for 3, dominant so far on the weekend is Fox. There's your A-Main Hobbies race results screen showing your top 5, all going to go 19 laps and reset Jake Wigg's previous TQ. All the way down to McCoy Martin in the 5. Nicely done for all 5 of those drivers. Henley goes 18.503 to qualify 9th. And then Aaron, Mitchell, Antonio, and Jeff all going to be outside the top 15 for round number 3. But the real story is Dustin Fox, overall top qualifier pending tech inspection for 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy by Donathan RC. So Fox once again sits on top of the board. We'll grab him for our one-up race report to see how he feels about being your overall TQ in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. And our marshals will be taking their spots. Dustin just joining us in studio right here. Camera's pointing at the Iowa Speedway banner. Come on over, Dustin. We'll get our one-up race report here with Mr. Fox. All right, folks, we're here with Dustin Fox, your overall top qualifier in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, presented by Donathan RC. Got to be feeling great. You've been telling me all weekend the car's been super easy to drive. Looks like it's got tons of steering. How you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. I was a bit shaky that run, but, Joey put on a good run the first 2-3 minutes and was right there, but I knew I just had to keep it clean and settle in, and the car would get better and just start pulling away slightly.
How you feeling about your power package? Looks like there's zero fader out of your Hobbywing and EA Motorsports electronics.
No, not at all. No fade, and I think it's pulling down everyone else on the straightaway.
There you go. Anybody you'd like to thank as we're doing your interview here?
Yeah, actually RC America, J-Cons, Hobbywing, EAM, RC America, or RC Discharger, Fly Sky, Mach 1, BHR, finish line.
All business here from Dustin Fox, your overall top qualifier in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Donathan RC. He still has round 4 to go, and he's still in the mix for 17.5 buggy as well. Back to you guys. So Dustin Fox, all business. Thanking all the sponsors, but he is definitely locked in right now, trying to also claim 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy later on this afternoon.
3, 4, 5, 6.
As you folks see, we're firing off 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Crazy Eddie's RC Products. Once again, Jamie Thompson, currently your top seed in this division. Thompson has got a couple TQ runs in hand, so if he's able to take this one home, he's going to be able to take overall top qualifying honors. We'll see, though. That's Steve Hartley, Brian Yeager, Tom Napper, Craig O'Brien, Kevin Vogt, and Tom McClear that'll have a say about that. Watching race 16 of 18 on the track right now. There's once again Jamie Thompson in that orange car. X-Ray chassis. Hobbywing Electronics, J Concepts Tires, getting the job done. Currently on an 18.5-13 pace. Only 6/10 back, though, is Steve Hartley. You see him just out of frame there, the green and white. Running second, Brian Yeager's third. Napper fourth, Craig O'Brien, Kevin Folk, and Tom McCleary That is your full rundown thus far. 1:15 down, 3:45 left to go. Checking back in our live chat here, we've got Matt Dixon, the Mayako Canada team manager, checking in. Thank you, Matt, for your kind words. And also this dude, 007, I appreciate that as well. He's also cheering for X-Ray and RC America. Appreciate all you folks for tuning in to the live chat, watching the live stream, whether you're on Facebook, liverc.com, or YouTube. Make sure you drop us a like, drop us a comment, maybe share the video. Let's get RC exposed to as many eyes and ears as possible. It's one thing that I hear from a lot of newcomers in RC is they say, I never knew something like this existed. The more we can get RC out to the public, the more participants we may have. Ross Williams says, good morning from New Zealand. All the way across the world in New Zealand. Thank you for tuning in, Ross. Thompson looking really, really solid. 18.510 pace. He's leading Hartley by 1.7 seconds, followed by Tom Napper in that fourth spot. He's about 2.3 back of Steve. Craig O'Brien about 2 more seconds back of Tom, followed by Brian, Kevin, and Tom McCleary. Last time by 4, Jamie with a 16.8. His personal best is a 16.5. Nobody else has crested that 16-second barrier yet. Thompson, Hartley, Napper, O'Brien, Yeager, Vogt, and McCleary. 18.508 the pace here for Jamie Thompson. Through the off-camera section, that section can bite you so badly. He just did it to perfection, though. Just got to be patient. Let the car roll through there. That time by 17.1 for Thompson. Re-up the hot lap, last lap by 2 laps ago, rather, with a 16.572. And there's Brian Yeager's new quick lap at 16.848. So Brian with the second fastest hot lap of the race. Got some more comments coming in the live chat here. Lou Tash says, thank you for the live stream and great commentating. Thank you very much. A. Heil says, evening from Norway. Tony Kavanaugh says, good evening from Ireland. So participation all over the world. Nate Harris says he's going to be converting both of his buggies to run carpet. High bike carpet here at the Island Speedway Off-Road. We are in Muscatine, Iowa, folks. We're in the central time zone here in the United States. We're about 2 hours, 20 minutes from the capital of Iowa, Des Moines. About 3 1/4 from Chicago, Illinois. And a fun fact, Live RC is located in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We're about 5 1/4 hours from there. Davis and Sam actually drove down from Wisconsin this weekend. No flights needed. Couldn't say the same for myself and Bob Bowers, though. Bowers from Las Vegas, Nevada. So he took a flight, and I took a flight from Syracuse, New York. Grateful to bring you all the coverage here on liverc.com, Facebook, and YouTube. Of course, thanks to our Roar staff for putting on a great championship so far. That's Clayton Young, our president, acting race director. Cal Southworth in the tech department. Chris Crowder is our at-track announcer. With 30 seconds left here in 40-plus four-wheel drive mod buggy, you're watching Jamie Thompson putting the finishing touches on an overall TQ effort. So right now he has TQ'd the first 2 rounds. Trying to TQ 3, and if you do 3, then nobody else can get you. Because it is qual point scoring, best 2 rounds out of 4 count. So if you TQ 3 times, nobody else can even beat you on a tiebreaker. 5 seconds remaining. Thompson, Hartley, Yeager, Napper, O'Brien, Vogt, and McCleary. Hartley, the only other driver on 18-lap pace. And here he comes. He'll be the first car finished. Jamie Thompson, another dominant run, 18.505. Congratulations to Jamie Thompson. He's going to be your overall TQ in 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Crazy Eddie's RC Products. Dominant run thus far for Thompson. Of course, much work still left to do, but he's looking really good to possibly claim his first and second and maybe third Roar National Championships this weekend at Island Speedway. There's your Rayman Hobbies race results screen. Steve Hartley finished in second on an 18.517. 17 lap paces for Brian, Tom, Craig, and Kevin, and 14.505 for Tom McCleary. So that's going to do it for 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Crazy Eddie's. Now we have 2 heats of four-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by Team Associated. And this is going to be a good one, folks. You have a world champion, Spencer Rivkin, heading the field in this one. Cole Tollard will start second. Doug Riviere will start third. Juan Lopez fourth. Ryan Rivas from Vancouver, Washington will start in fifth. Alex Vanderbeek in sixth. Brandon Foote in seventh. Ashton Bristol in eighth. And Charlie Diekman unfortunately could not join us for the weekend, having some health issues. We wish Charlie some good luck and good recovery. Thanks, Charlie, for watching. And we always appreciate your contributions. Four-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by Team Associated. Once again, folks, this has been a very, very close division this weekend. You can see how close the parity is because Spencer Rivkin finds himself currently 12th overall on qual points, which means he is starting in the top of the B sort. His runs yesterday were a 16 and a 7 because he had that DNF in round number 1 yesterday. Starting grid is going to be, of course, cars 1 through 8. Spencer Rivkin will fire off first. We'll see who's going to set the early bar with 1 heat left to go of four-wheel drive mod. All right, so there's Rivkin, there's Tollard, there's Dougie, Juan Lopez, Ryan Rivas, and company. Spencer Rivkin, one of the Team Associated factory drivers from Arizona. Starts off strong. How about a 15.9 to open us up? So Spencer Rivkin, we'll be keeping our eyes on him. The blue and white and purple, nice save, a little bit long over the big tabletop, and he was able to save it. Spoke with Spencer earlier, said he's been personally struggling a little bit with this new B84, but not the fault of the equipment, he says. He's just been struggling to get in the groove. But one thing that I always say is you never count out world champions because world champions find a way. Spencer, a two-time FMR world champion. I believe his World National count's at 12 now. Still only in his mid-20s. Lots of RC ahead of Rivkin in his life here. One down, 4 to go. Cole Tollard is out front, though, early by a tenth of a second. Cole was your second-place starter just behind Rivkin in frame there. Brandon Foote, nice start for him up to the third spot, followed by Doug, Ryan, Ashton, Alex, and Juan Lopez. Quick lap of the race goes to Spencer, 15.9. You can see Rivkin and Tollard separated by just 79 one-thousandths of a second here. Rivkin this time by 15.8, takes the lead back from Tollard by 0.2. Telling you folks, world champions find a way. 19.505 is the pace here early on for Rivkin. Tollard's on an 06, Doug on an 09, Brandon Foote on a 10, Rivas 13, then we go down to 18 lap paces for Alex, Ashton, and Juan. 15.8 again for Rivkin that last time by. 15.9 for Tollard, still 2.5 tenths of separation. Doug Riviere still third. He's a 3-time World National Champion in stock classes. Foote, Rivas, Vanderbeek, Bristol, and Lopez coming down to 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Rivkin another 16-1, 15.9 for Tollard. Riviere is only 1 second off the lead in third, followed by Foote and Rivas, all within 2.5 seconds. Spencer Rivkin up the wall rides and down a little bit high on the first one, able to keep it straight though. 15.9 that time for Spencer. Cole with a 16.3, so it's up to 0.4 of a second, the separation. You can see our lap times up on the flyout screen there, and there's the separations. 0.4 of a second is the lead for Rivkin over Cole Tollard. This time by the start-finish line, 15.80. New fast lap on lap number 9 for Spencer Rivkin. He's starting to feel the flow on a 19.504. Once again, Rivkin, the Arizona native hailing from Hobby Action Larry Tom's racetrack. 2:20 left to go. Rivkin starting to feel it here in Iowa. Comes back with a 16.2. 19.504, Tollard 19.506. Riviere with a 19.509 now. Brandon Foote moves to the third spot preliminary. Followed by Rivas 5, Vanderbeek 6, Lopez and Bristol. 3 minutes down and 2 left to go. Rivkin now stretches the lead out to 1.2. There's a 15.6 from Rivkin. Getting faster yet. 1.7 seconds the lead now for Rivkin over Tollard. Got to think as the tires are worn in here, the edges come off those tires a little bit. Rivkin now starting to push this Team Associated B84. Comes back with a 15.8. 19.503, getting faster with a minute 40 left to go. Got to think this is going to be a competitive run. Champlin's TQ runs were an 02 and an 01, so Rivkin looking to put himself potentially inside that top 5, maybe top 3. We'll see how the next round plays out. 19.503 for Rivkin is rock solid right now. He's burning up with a minute 25 left to go. Tollard's on an 08, Riviere 09, Foote 09, Rivas 11, Vanderbeek 12, Lopez 15, Ashton Bristol 18.504. There's Spencer, center of your shot. Doug going to be to his left and Ashton to his right. 1:05 left to go. Rivkin still holding 19.503. Now leads by 4.5 seconds as Tollard drops down to the 5 spot with a mistake. And 19.8 will drop him down to P5. 55 seconds left to go for Spencer Rivkin. Now Doug Riviere in the 2nd spot. Rivas moves up to the 3rd spot. And Vanderbeek, Tollard all within 1 second of each other for P3. Foot, Lopez, and Bristol. 45 seconds left. Rivkin one more time down the line. A 16.6, not his personal best, but still holding 19.504 and a 5-second lead. Rivas moves into the 2nd spot now. So Ryan Rivas making big moves. He was way up on the grid in 2-wheel drive modified, trying to replicate that magic in 4-wheel drive. Rivkin, Rivas, Vanderbeek, Tollard, Lopez, your top 5. Rivkin that time 15.9. Rivas last time 16.2. Separated by 5.3 seconds. Vanderbeek, Tollard, Lopez, your new top 5. Cole jumps back into 3rd, just barely over Vanderbeek. There's a 15.9 from Rivas, a 15.7 from Vanderbeek, a 15.7 from Tollard. All new fast laps for them. 5 seconds left to go, folks, and you're watching Spencer Rivkin put in a barn burner run. 19.504 to set the early TQ pace in 4-wheel drive modified. Brought to you by Team Associated. Spencer trying to take this one down. Here he comes. Rivkin is done a 19.503. That is a rock-solid run for Spencer to try and put himself back into contention and make the show in 4-wheel. Tollard's finished. Rivas is finished. Rivas will take 2nd on the last lap there. 19.509 for the Washington native. Tollard's going to finish up 3rd with a 19.510. Vanderbeek 19.511. Looks like it's going to be Brandon Foote taking the 5 spot. Something happened to Lopez there at the end. He was not able to finish. He will stand 18 laps. So Foote will take 19.513. Lopez will drop to 6th, 18.456. Then Doug and Ashton both going 18 as well. But Spencer Rivkin, really nice run there, 19.503. Will give himself a shot at a really nice low qual point for this 3rd round. Here we are, folks, on the driver's stand with some of your best drivers in the country. 4-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by Team Associated. This is your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Brock Champlin will start on pole. Tom Ritterneck will start 2nd. Brendan Schimmel will start 3rd. Dakota Fenn 4th. Davey Batta 5th. Chase Lemieux 6th. Aiden Horn 7th. And Ryan Cavallari will start in 8th. There's our driver's stand shot. There's Tom on the far left side of your view. Brock, Chase, Ryan, Aiden, Brendan, and Dakota Fenn. X-ray teammates down there on the far left side of the stand. Straightaway has been closed. Here we go, folks. Setting the table for you. Brock Champlin has a chance to nail it down overall. He was your TQ in rounds 1 and 2 yesterday, and he's feeling a whole lot better today, and that might be bad news for the rest of this field. Suffering from food poisoning earlier in the week. 1 through 8 will be your starting grid. Fire them off by car number. Thanks for joining us, folks. Final race of round number 3 on liverc.com, Facebook, and YouTube. Brock Champlin starts us off at car number 1.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All cars have checked. Here we go, folks. Brock Champlin going to try and set the overall TQ if he can take this round down, but he's got 7 other competitors, including his Schumacher teammate, Tom Ritterneck, that will try and prevent that from happening. Great start. Dakota Fenn comes out with a 15.9. Here we go, folks. Dakota starting to figure it out. He looked quicker in 2-wheel drive as well. This could be bad news for those folks if he's able to figure this one out, but he drops down to a 16.7 now, drops all the way to 8th. Wasn't even a mistake, just how close this field is. Champlin starts off up front, 15.7 for Champlin. Now comes back with a 15.8. Ritterneck 15.9. Schimmel 15.7 for Brennan. Followed by Batta, Fenn, Horn, Cavallari, and Lemieux. 1 down, 4 to go. There's Champlin working his way through the off cameras. You can see Tom not far behind. They're separated by a 10.5 on the race clock. Champlin 15.9, Ritterneck 15.8, 85 thousandths between the two. You can see your time to beat is Spencer Rivkin, 19.503.904. Right now, top 2 are the only ones doing that on 19.502s. Here comes Champlin on the start-finish line, 15.7. Ritterneck comes back with a 16.3 that leads up to 6/10. Now Brendan Schimmel with a 15.6 moves into that second spot, 4/10 off the lead. Followed by Batta, Cavallari, Horn, Fenn, and Lemieux. 15.6 for Champlin that lap. Schimmel a little bit of a longer lap this time by. He's going to fall all the way down the board. That'll put Ritterneck back into that 2 spot. Looks like Schimmel is a spectator, unfortunately. You can see Brennan with the radio down on the board there, so tough break for Brennan. Champlin moves into the second, so moves back to the front now. Rinderneck to have a second back in the 2 spot. Davey Batta moves into the 3, followed by Ryan Cavalieri, Dakota, Aiden, and Chase, the 7 we have left. Watching Champlin down the back straightaway. You can see that's going to be Brennan Schimmel spectating with Dakota still racing hard on his left. Dakota running 5th on the racetrack right now. Champlin, 15:63 last time I knew. Quick lap of the race for Brock Champlin. Here comes Champlin one more time down the start-finish line. Backs with a 15.8. So Champlin tries to nail down overall TQ and 4-wheel drive modified buggy. Batta now 0.8 of a second back, taking second place as Rinderneck tumbles to 5th. Cavalieri moves up to that 3rd spot now. Horn into the 4th spot. A couple big moves up the board here as those two continue to make inroads on the top spots. Rinderneck in the 5 spot. Fenn and Lemieux. Right now, top 2 are reset in TQ. Nobody else, though, as Spencer Rivkin put in a burner last time. But currently, the time for Champlin, 19.501. Currently, 2.5 seconds to the good on previous TQ run. And there's a 15.5 from Champlin. Putting on a clinic this weekend is the Salt Lake City, Utah native. Champlin now leads Batta by 2.4 seconds, who's in second place. Horn moves up to 3rd spot, followed by Cavalieri, Fenn, Rinderneck, and Lemieux. 19.5 flat. Will we see a 20-lap run here from Brock Champlin? You can see the paces on the bottom right of your screen. Brock Champlin, 19.5 flat, .618. Over the off-cameras to the wall rides he goes. Nice and low, up and around the pipes. Here he comes one more time. 16.3. Still on a 15.501. Batta still in that 2 spot, 19.504. So only Brock is resetting TQ from Rivkin. This is a clutch run from Spencer. He needed it badly. Horn still 3rd, 19.506. Fenn 08. Cavalieri 07 jumps back into 4th now. Followed by Fenn in the 5. Rinderneck 6 and Lemieux 7, all on 19-lap paces. All looking to go inside the top 10. Brock Champlin, 19.501 is his pace right now. Here comes Champlin one more time. Down the start-finish line. Spencer watches down from the corner marshal spot as once again he sees Champlin reset in TQ, but only Champlin ahead of Rivkin's current pace. Looking like a P2 for Rivkin if it all settles out right here. 45 seconds left to go. Champlin, 19.501, leads by 2.4 seconds over Davey Batta, followed by Horn, Cavalieri, Fenn, Rinderneck, and Lemieux. All these drivers inside that top 9 at present, except for Schimmel, who is out early. 30 seconds left to go. There's Champlin again, leading by 2.2 seconds. Last time 15.9, this time 15.7. Continues to steadily be in the 15-second barrier. Batta's now got a 15.7 for his fastest lap. There's Rinderneck with a 15.4 fast lap. Just did it 2 laps to go. That's the fast lap of the race. Puts himself back into 3rd. Horn and him right now a couple hundredths apart, followed by Cavalieri, Fenn, and Lemieux. 10 seconds left to go. Brock Champlin putting the finishing touches on an overall TQ effort. He's going to do it early here at the Roar 10 Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals presented by J Concepts. The Schumacher, Hobby Wing, and J Concepts sponsored driver will be done first with a 19.501 overall TQ run for Brock Champlin here in 4-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Team Associated. Congratulations to Brock. Davey comes in 3.2 seconds back for second, 19.504 for Davey. Rinderneck grabs 3rd on the last lap there. He's going to go 19.505. Horn 06, Cavalieri 06, Fenn 06. Look at that finish at the end there for 4th through 6th. Chase Lemieux 19.510 for 7th. Everybody running is finished, and Brock Champlin does it again. Overall TQ in Associated 4-wheel drive modified buggy. Congratulations to Champlin, Batta, Rinderneck, Horn, Cavalieri, Fenn. All will go 3rd through 7th on the grid. That means Spencer Rivkin will go 2nd. One-up race report with Brock Champlin coming up right here, folks. All right, folks, we're here with Brock Champlin once again. Overall top qualifier at present for 4-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Team Associated. What else can be said, man? Car looked fantastic that time. You went with a new fast lap of the race. 19.501 was your fastest run on the weekend. Tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, I feel good. My car is pretty cheating to drive. It's just super good through every section. I don't really have anywhere that I complain about it. So, yeah, my car is good. I would like to see just one more good round in the last one and give a little bit more confidence coming into the mains. But, yeah, everybody's driving good. It's close out there, and it should be exciting.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, you've already locked up overall TQ. You have one more chance at two-wheel drive modified. Right now it's 2-1, you and Tom. Does this take a little bit of pressure off now that that four-wheel's already settled? Now you can work on your two-wheel drive a little bit more?
I mean, yes and no. You don't really want to go out there and be a squid, right? So you got to go out there and focus. It's just like any other qualifier. You want to be out front and you want to TQ the round. So, yeah, obviously the shift of focus is slightly towards two-wheel drive, but yeah, I think my two-wheel drive runs are good. It's just going to come down to just putting in one more clean run in that class, and then kind of, I think the cool part is for four-wheel drive in the last one is there isn't really pressure, so you can kind of unleash yourself and see where maybe you can find a little bit of extra time and so on and so forth.
There you go. He's got a round in his pocket. This is your overall top qualifier four-wheel drive modified buggy, folks. Brock Champlin, the Salt Lake City, Utah native, will have a chance to claim two-wheel drive later on today. All right, folks, thanks again for joining us for round number 3 action of the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. We're going to take about a half an hour breather here. We'll be back at 2:45 p.m. We have some bonus content coming your way, though, so please make sure you stay tuned to Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. We'll be back with racing action with round number 4 at 2:45 p.m.
Live RC is the world's leading platform for all things RC. Offering the most thrilling live RC racing coverage, breaking news, exclusive content, and much more. LiveRC.com lets you stay ahead with the latest RC news and articles, along with our industry-leading live racing results page that provides up-to-the-minute race results, lap times, stats, graphs, and race lineups. Unlock the full RC experience with our bonus lap membership. Enjoy live video streams from tracks around the globe, bringing the action right to your screen. Dive into our YouTube channel for live broadcasts from the world's biggest RC races, plus highlights and more.
Follow us on Facebook for the latest news, announcements, photos, videos, and racing coverage from around the globe. Don't miss a moment of the excitement. Visit liverc.com today and fuel your passion for RC racing.
In 1967, I met a fellow by the name of Norb Meyer who developed a radio-controlled car, and I saw so much future in that I started the Radio-Operated Auto Racing Association, which is called ROAR.
Overshot the corner. No! He gives it back. Oh, what sportsmanship there from Ty Tessman.
Mayfield, push it back. They are hooked up. Gives them both a push.
It is Ty Tessman, your national champion.
Winning isn't everything. That sportsmanship is key.
It's still a hobby that we can share with our kids, and you are a perfect example of what a family can do, and sportsmanship pays off.
It's all about family here at RC. You know, RC is for everybody.
Yeah, it is. It is for everybody. I mean, I'm an old man out here running with the kids, and I love it.
National champion. How's that feel?
Oh, man, if you would have asked me 10 minutes ago, I would have told you that I thought I would never get one of these things. It's been a long time.
Roar. Become a member today at roarracing.com.
Here with Brendan Schimmel at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals here at Island Speedway. Brendan, it's been a great start to your weekend. Obviously, you were the man to beat at Hoosier and at the Dirt Nationals. How do you feel about not only keeping that momentum going, but claiming some carpet championships of your own?
Yeah, I mean, car's been feeling great. A little bit of mistakes there in round 2, both 2 and 4, but got a great round run for 4. I got 2, and then 2 I got a 3. So good start, good little base, and then we got 2 more rounds tomorrow. But cars are working super well. They're fast. Just got to put it together.
All right, well, perfect, my friend. It's awfully fitting, being that Coastal's your home track, a carpet track there. Anybody you'd like to thank for a great start to your weekend and a chance to try and claim some carpet wins of your own?
Yeah, Kevin, obviously I've been with him for last week as well. Kevin's always helping me out. X-Ray, RC America, Drew, and all them. Wits with Clue. J Concepts, Paul's here with, and then Jason as well. He's not here, but J Concepts, everybody else on my shirt. Can't thank him enough.
Awesome. Now you heard it here first from Brendan Schimmel, the man to beat at Hoosier. He's also having a strong start here in the modified classes at the Carpet Off-Road Nationals at Island Speedway. Watch for Brendan all weekend to try and defend those wins from Hoosier. All right, folks, we are live here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals here at the Island Speedway in Muscatine, Iowa. We're here with Jamie Thompson, one of our board members here at the track. Tom McCleary basically nominated you to do the interview, so hopefully your interview chops are up to par. But great to speak with you, Jamie. I know you're racing this weekend. You're a valuable member here to run the show here at the Island Speedway. Wanted to ask you a little more about the track, how long you guys have been here and what kind of types of racing you offer. So how long has this place been in business?
We've been in this building since 2019, and we were right down the street for 10 years before that. But yeah, we only had one track at that building, and now we have 2 to 3 tracks, counting the rock crawling.
Well, that's awesome, my friend. As mentioned, there's a board here. So who are all the members on the board, and what types of racing do you offer?
For the off-road, carpet off-road, I'm on the board, Tom Napper and Stephen Chewy. And then the oval has their board, and then the rock crawling has their board.
How about that? So 3 different types of racetracks here at the Island Speedway in Muscatine, Iowa. Jamie, just wanted to talk about your racing here for a second. How has your racing been so far on the weekend, and how do you feel about your chances to win a couple nationals?
Everything's been going really well. 4-wheel drive is really good, short course is really good, and 2-wheel 40 and over is really good. I couldn't ask for anything better.
Well, that's awesome, my friend. And just one more thing about the hobby shop. Obviously, this is way more than just a racetrack. What types of products can people find here if they were trying to come down to the Island Speedway and the hobby shop and see what they can buy?
Really anything RC, comic books, Hot Wheels, trains, basically anything hobby and collectibles.
That's awesome, my friend. Well, last question. Anybody you would like to thank, not just for your racing efforts, but just for the racetrack in general, and send us out of here in style?
Just really everybody that comes to Island Speedway, Star Collectibles, and wife and kid, and all my sponsors.
There you go, folks. That's Jamie Thompson, one of our board members here at the Island Speedway Off-Road in Muscatine, Iowa. He is racing 3 classes this weekend. He has a chance to win all 3 of them. Stay tuned here to Live RC. We are here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. We are here with Jim Merritt's last year's 21.5 buggy champion at Coastal RC Speedway, your home track. Jim, we wanted to ask you really quickly, how does 21.5 buggy help you and any racers who might be a little bit newer to this hobby? Just learn the ropes, get the feel of it, and then once you're ready, move up to the 17.5 class.
Honestly, I believe it's a great stepping stone. Things happen just a little bit slower. The vehicles are basically almost as fast. However, it does give you the chance to think about what you're doing and make it happen from there. It was a great experience. It was a home track, as you say. So I felt really good about it, and it worked out very well.
Well, awesome, folks. That's very, very good to hear that. And just anybody from Coastal that specifically has worked hard with you to get you up to the 17.5 level, I got to think probably Brendan and anybody else you'd like to acknowledge from Coastal.
Oh, the Bledsoes for sure. Daniel has a handful of knowledge. He's just a sponge, absorbs everything, and it shows in Dagan's driving as well. But other than that, yeah, I've made the step up. It's a big step. Just so you know. But I do want to thank everybody who jumped on board and started supporting me in my pursuit of moving on, which would be, R1 Works, X-Ray, RC America, Hootie, RC Discharger, which everybody is jumping on board on. So you kind of lose that little bit of advantage as well. J Concepts, definitely happy with them as well. But it's been a great pleasure. I have some great people that I travel with, and it gives me the opportunity to be able to do this as well.
Awesome, Jim. Any other classes you're racing this weekend other than the 17.5 buggy?
I am running stadium truck as well. I bought one of those not too long ago, and I'm having a blast. I need to do more than one class, otherwise I'm a little bit bored.
For sure. Well, there you heard it here, folks. Here first, folks. That is your defending 21.5 buggy champion from Coastal Speedway at last year's Roar Nationals. Running 17.5 buggy this year, we will crown a new 21.5 buggy champion this year at Island. We are live here with the Lemieux duo, Father Paul and son Chase. Chase is racing this weekend in the 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive modified divisions. Nice to see you guys, and I guess we'll start it off with Chase. Been a good weekend for you so far, but how do you feel about your chances to potentially contend for your first national championships?
I think it's definitely possible. Got to find some small little setup adjustments to try and get a little faster out there, but I'm close. The last round of 4-wheel was a lot better. My car's been pretty good. Just need to find a little more pace out there, and 2-wheel likewise. Just need some small little setup changes out there.
There you go. Chase feels pretty good about his chances. So, Paul, being father of one of the up-and-comers and being a legend in on-road yourself, how do you feel about just watching Chase progress, and How are you able to lend some mental information to him just to deal with the up and coming and the growth and not getting too far ahead of himself?
Yeah, I mean, watching him's awesome just because I have such an appreciation for what the off-road guys do, and for him to now be competing against all the best guys on a pretty consistent basis is really cool. He's doing something that that I was never able to do. I was never a crossover guy that could come and do this, so it's really fun to watch. As for lending him a hand, there's really not a whole lot that I can do. Just get him to the track, and that's kind of what I used to do. Just get him to the track every day and make sure he has the equipment that he needs to compete, and the rest is really on him. It sounds bad to say, but that's just kind of the reality of things. With the four-wheel drive car, I feel like I can give him a little bit of setup advice, but with the two-wheel drive car, it works off of different principles. So for the last round, I gave him some advice and I sent him in the wrong direction. So I'm probably going home tonight.
Might need to hire a new mechanic. Well, Paul, just one more quick question. Obviously, you're the owner of Motive and Gravity RC, some of the highest profile companies in the business. Being a company owner, how do you feel you can best give back to the hobby? Even while not holding the radio yourself for quite a while, how do you feel like you best support the industry and keep things moving forward?
Yeah, really, my main focus has been supporting the hobby shops and racetracks. We do online sales, but we don't do any distributor sales. So essentially, we have our network of about 115 or so hobby stores that carry the product, and that represents at least 95% of our total sales. Maybe we have 3 or 5% online. And really supporting the races and the events with tires themselves to try and continue to make events profitable, and try and really keep any money that's going around in the sport as opposed to it bleeding outside of the industry. And that's kind of really just been the focus, and to have products, of course, that are cost effective for the racer to try and keep people in it. Relatively inexpensive and good enough performing tires and things like that, as opposed to trying to just make the absolute highest performance stuff just so we can charge the most for it type of thing. And it's a balancing act to do all that, but so far that's what we've been doing.
Well, great to hear from both of you folks. You folks can check out Chase Lemieux all weekend long here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals presented by J Concepts. He's running both 2- and 4-wheel drive modified buggy with his X-Ray vehicles. He'll be one to watch all weekend here at Island Speedway. We are live here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals presented by J Concepts. We have one of the stars of the 10-Scale Offroad scene right now, Nate Sutherland. This is a fairly local track to you. How you feeling about your weekend so far, and how do you feel about your chances to protect your INS points lead by winning a Roar National Championship?
I mean, it's definitely home track. It's been 2 hours away, so we're here quite a bit. But I'll say this is the first time we've ever had a technical layout like this. Normally it's flowy, not really choppy, and I mean, they went full out on this one.
They certainly did. This we've heard from a lot of the drivers. It's been one of the hardest ones they've run on, especially this off-camera section right here behind us. Obviously, it hasn't been the greatest start to your weekend. Had a little bit of a rotor issue, some debris getting in your motor. Good question to ask you, because it doesn't happen often. How do you stay in the game with your mental toughness and just keep pushing forward, knowing that you have more racing to go and that there's always a chance to get it back?
I mean, you said it. We have 4 quals. It's best 2 of 4. One's not going to kill you. You still have 3 more. You just got to keep your mind right, fix it, and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, there you go. Well, Nate, anybody you'd like to thank for a great season so far? I mean, we talked about the INS, kind of making the INS roar joke, but I mean, you're leading the INS points. We've been very strong at the Dirt Nationals at Hoosier. Who would you like to thank for continuing to get you up towards the top?
I mean, Muzz and all the Schumacher guys have been awesome. Cars are great. New 4-wheels, amazing. Steve's been great at R1, still is, and motors are good. JC's been awesome this year. Switch has been good. They've helped out a lot. Tires have been great. And the whole team's been working pretty good so far this whole year. So,
well, there you go, folks. That's Nate Sutherland here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals presented by J Concepts. Look for Sutherland to defend his 3 wins here and be at the top when it's all said and done. We are here live at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals presented by J Concepts with one of the fan favorites, Dakota Fenn, X-Ray driver. It's been a fantastic year for you so far in 2025 with the new cars. We've mentioned that before. Biggest thing for you, big win at the Fuel Nationals in Hutto, Texas. 3 out of 4 classes went to you. Brought a lot of hardware back home. What's it like trying to go back from 8-scale to 10-scale flip back and forth? Because not many do that anymore. How does it feel to be one of the people that still does it and does it at a high rate?
Yeah, 8-scale Nationals was an amazing weekend. Couldn't have asked for much more. Pretty
pretty pumped on that. And yeah, we did Wicked after that last week or week before that, a couple weeks ago, and then now we're here for Carpet Nationals. So it's definitely tough. It's getting tougher. I feel like the last few years, the level of the driving across the board has just kind of really increased, and obviously you get to have your program 100% dialed in and stuff. So yeah, I think I'm seeing that a little bit this weekend. Definitely not where I want to be on carpet. But yeah, we'll keep plugging away and working together good as a team and keep trying stuff and learning. So yeah, it's getting tougher. But I think once I get more time on the cars and stuff, that's obviously going to kind of help out and kind of have a good base for myself. So
Nice, Dakota. You know this question was coming at you next. How has new fatherhood changed your day-to-day and week-to-week routine? Because I'm sure it's a little bit more busy than it was before. But I just want to know how you're able to budget your 24 hours now.
Yeah, he definitely keep me busy. He's really good though, so he's pretty chill kid. So I can still get some stuff done, make sure my cars are prepped and tires are glued and all that fun stuff. But yeah, really just kind of trying to manage the time a little bit better and keeping an eye on it. And I can't just go down to the basement and work whenever I want. I kind of have to plan it out a little bit. But no, it's been good. Like I said, he's super chill. He's grown up really fast. He's already 4 months old this week, so it goes by quick.
It's amazing, man. Well, thanks again for your time. Anybody would like to thank before we let you go, and just giving yourself a chance at two more championships?
Yeah, like I said, thanks to the whole X-Ray team. Everyone's been working awesome. We've been trying a lot together as a team, and everyone's been kind of doing their own thing at the same time, and trying this, trying that, and we come back together, and yeah, we're making progress. So.
Awesome, folks. You heard it here first from the 43-time Roar National Champion, Dakota Fenn. He is one of the most decorated drivers in our industry. He'll be looking to gain 2 more this weekend at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals in Muscatine, Iowa. We are here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals at the Muscatine, Iowa Island Speedway Off-Road Racetrack. Here with Arizona's Spencer Rivkin, one of the highest-profile figures in the industry. Spencer, how's your weekend been going so far with your associated rides, and how do you feel about your chances this weekend?
So far this weekend, it's not going as good as I would like, but there's still a couple more qualifiers today. And sometimes racing, you got to stay in it to the very last run of the day, and that's kind of over the years something that I've been, I would say, good at, is just kind of staying in the hunts, being there, right place, right time. Anything can kind of really happen. So we're learning a lot with the cars, working with the team as much as we can. Island Speedway always puts on a great facility as far as like what the track layout is. I'm trying to keep it challenging, and it is pretty difficult. Most of the guys are struggling out there, and I'm just trying to find a good balance, trying to have a good overall 5-minute run, and build the pace and build the confidence going into today and tomorrow.
Yeah, keep track of your results. You had said it right place, right time. You've been there consistently all year long, finishing very rarely out of the top 5. Have not claimed a Roar title yet this year. What do you think it's going to take to get to that top step of the podium on a very demanding racetrack this weekend?
I mean, it's just going to take a lot of perseverance. I think a lot of it has to do with just being really disciplined, confident, and I think we're pretty close in the two-wheel drive class. For myself in the four-wheel drive class, I'm kind of struggling quite a bit with just the car balance. So I'm kind of currently deboogering it at the moment. But I think in the end, I think what it's going to take is just being confident in your equipment, which I am. I think all the equipment that I currently have that I'm running is good enough to get the job done. It's just tweaking with the car setup, figuring out what run tires I want to run, what shock springs. We come here with our baseline vehicles from the previous time we've been here. But the track's also a lot slower. Like this layout, we're running a lot slower miles per hour around the corners. So there's a lot more switchbacks. So the suspension and how the car is rolling is significantly different than it traditionally has been here. So kind of refiguring out that is kind of what I'm working on. People obviously like Brock and the Schumacher guys and some of the AE guys, have found that balance with what they're looking for. So that's just kind of the ebb and flow of racing. Sometimes you hit something good that's good on most tracks. Sometimes maybe your balance is a little bit of a finer line, and you're have to find that balance again. So overall, I mean, I'm not too worried. I think if you look at the lap times, it's a lot closer than it looks. One small bobble, one hit in the pipe, you break. Someone can really get some points. Still some of the someone's confidence, so to speak, and I think that's what really needs to happen.
That's a very well thought out answer, Spencer. Definitely a lot of odds that go into these things. It's not just outright speed; it's luck and it's preparation. Obviously, there's a lot of people that get you this place to race the highest level. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my parents, my sponsors that sponsor me. Of course, Associated, J Concepts, and Hobby Wing are my biggest three. Of course, A-Main Hobbies and ProTech, Fataba, Reds, Stick of One, Salvox, all those guys. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today, and I don't treat this as a job. It's more of a hobby and a privilege to do. So it's always important to kind of keep it like that, because in the end, we're all out here enjoying the hobby and seeing people that actually are here paying their own way to come here, enjoying it with their moms and their dads, is what makes the hobby great.
We heard it here first, folks. That is Spencer Rivkin, a Team Associated Factory Team driver. He has a chance to win 2 more Roar National titles this weekend here in Muscatine, Iowa. Stay tuned to Live RC for all the action. We are live with Jovi Levin here at the Roar 10 Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals presented by J Concepts here at the Island Speedway. Jovi, it's been a great start to your weekend so far. You won 2 championships last year in 13.5 4-wheel and stadium truck. How do you feel about your chances defending?
I feel pretty good. My stuff's been feeling good all weekend long so far. Everyone from Team Associated, Team Powers, and J Concepts has provided lots of help and support to me this weekend, and can't thank them enough for all they've done. And yeah, just looking to continue the same trends tomorrow. Did have a few mishaps in 2-wheel and 4-wheel in Route 2 today, so looking to clean those mistakes up tomorrow.
There you go. And just really quick, you talked about the mistakes. Some of the best drivers are making a lot of mistakes on this racetrack. Island Speedway, very technical. What do you feel is the hardest section to get right every single lap?
I definitely think this section along the driver's stand with the off camber can be very tricky, because I feel like you can easily overshoot it and lose a lot of time there. I think also landing off of this tabletop here, going up the Warray, just getting that line right, because sometimes you can turn in too early, like I did once, unfortunately, and hit the dot and sometimes roll over, or shoot it up too high and then have to check up and correct yourself and lose time that way too. So I definitely think this section, like just along the driver's stand going up to the wall right on the left side, is definitely the hardest part of the track in my opinion.
Gotcha. Anybody you'd like to thank for a great start to your weekend?
Yeah, of course. I'd love to thank all my sponsors for all the help and support they've given me over the years. Team Associated, Team Powers, J Concepts, TDK Repair, Matt Olson Designs, Boom Graphics, RC Discharger, NorCal Hobbies, and everyone back home that supports me, and of course my dad that travels with me to these races and works his butt off every single time.
Awesome, Jovi. Thanks for your time again. And this is Jovi 11. This is Jared Barton here, bringing you all the action from the Roar 10 Scale Carpet Offroad Nationals at the Island Speedway. Watch for Jovi to defend his titles here this year.
Live RC is the world's leading platform for all things RC, offering the most thrilling live RC racing coverage, breaking news, exclusive content, and much more. LiveRC.com lets you stay ahead with the latest RC news and articles, along with our industry-leading live racing results page that provides up-to-the-minute race results, lap times, stats, graphs, and race lineups. Unlock the full RC experience with our bonus lap membership. Enjoy live video streams from tracks around the globe, bringing the action right to your screen. Dive into our YouTube channel for live broadcasts from the world's biggest RC races, plus highlights and more.
Follow us on Facebook for the latest news, announcements, photos, videos, and racing coverage from around the globe. Don't miss a moment of the excitement. Visit liverc.com today and fuel your passion for RC racing.
In 1967, I met a fellow by the name of Norb Meyer who developed a radio-controlled car, and I saw so much future in that I started the Radio-Operated Auto Racing Association, which is called ROAR.
Overshot the corner! He gives it back!
Oh, what sportsmanship there from Ty Tessman!
Mayfield, push it back! They are hooked up! Gives them both a push!
It is Ty Tessman, your national champion!
Winning isn't everything. That sportsmanship is key.
It's still a hobby that we can share with our kids, and you are a perfect example of what a family can do, and sportsmanship pays off.
It's all about family here at RC, RC's for everybody.
Yeah, it is. It is for everybody. I mean, I'm an old man out here running with the kids, and I love it.
National champion. How's that feel?
Oh, man, if you would have asked me 10 minutes ago, I would have told you that I thought I would never get one of these things. It's been a long time.
Roar. Become a member today at roarracing.com.
Here with Brendan Schimmel at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals here at Island Speedway. Brendan, it's been a great start to your weekend. Obviously, you were the man to beat at Hoosier and at the Dirt Nationals. How do you feel about not only keeping that momentum going, but claiming some carpet championships of your own?
Yeah, I mean, car's been feeling great. A little bit of mistakes there in round two, both 2 and 4, but got a great round run for 4. I got 2, and then 2 I got a 3. So good start, good little base, and then we got 2 more rounds tomorrow. But cars are working super well. They're fast. Just got to put it together.
All right, well, perfect, my friend. It's awfully fitting, being that Coastal's your home track, a carpet track there. Anybody you'd like to thank for a great start to your weekend and a chance to try and claim some carpet wins of your own?
Yeah, Kevin, obviously I've been with him for last week as well. Kevin's always helping me out. X-Ray, RC America, Drew, and all them. Wits with Clue. J Concepts, Paul's here with, and then Jason as well. He's not here, but J Concepts, everybody else on my shirt. Can't thank him enough.
Awesome. Now, you heard it here first from Brendan Schimmel, the man to beat at Hoosier. He's also having a strong start here in the modified classes at the Carpet Off-Road Nationals at Island Speedway. Watch for Brendan all weekend to try and defend those wins from Hoosier. All right, folks, we are live here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals here at the Island Speedway in Muscatine, Iowa. We're here with Jamie Thompson, one of our board members here at the track. Tom McCleary basically nominated you to do the interview, so hopefully your interview chops are up to par. But great to speak with you, Jamie. I know you're racing this weekend. You're a valuable member here to run the show here at the Island Speedway. Wanted to ask you a little more about the track, how long you guys have been here and what kind of types of racing you offer. So how long has this place been in business?
We've been in this building since 2019, and we were right down the street for 10 years before that. But yeah, we only had 1 track at that building, and now we have 2 to 3 tracks, counting the rock crawling.
Well, that's awesome, my friend. As mentioned, there's a board here. So who are all the members on the board, and what types of racing do you offer?
For the off-road, carpet off-road, I'm on the board, Tom Napper and Stephen Chewy. And then the oval has their board, and then the rock crawling has their board.
How about that? So 3 different types of racetracks here at the Island Speedway in Muscatine, Iowa. Jamie, just wanted to talk about your racing here for a second. How has your racing been so far on the weekend, and how do you feel about your chances to win a couple nationals?
Everything's been going really well. 4-wheel drive is really good, short course is really good, and 2-wheel 40 and over is really good. I couldn't ask for anything better.
Well, that's awesome, my friend. And so one more thing about the hobby shop. Obviously, this is way more than just a racetrack. What types of products can people find here if they were trying to come down to the Island Speedway and the hobby shop and see what they can buy?
Really anything RC, comic books, Hot Wheels, trains, basically anything hobby and collectibles.
That's awesome, my friend. Well, last question. Anybody you would like to thank, not just for your racing efforts, but just for the racetrack in general, and send us out of here in style?
Just really everybody that comes to Island Speedway, Star Collectibles, and wife and kid, and all my sponsors.
There you go, folks. That's Jamie Thompson, one of our board members here at the Island Speedway Off-Road in Muscatine, Iowa. He is racing 3 classes this weekend. He has a chance to win all 3 of them. Stay tuned here to Live RC. We are here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. We are here with Jim Merritt's last year's 21.5 buggy champion at Coastal RC Speedway, your home track. Jim, we wanted to ask you really quickly, how does 21.5 buggy help you and any racers who might be a little bit newer to this hobby just learn the ropes, get the feel of it, and then once you're ready, move up to the 17.5 class?
Honestly, I believe it's a great stepping stone. Things happen just a little bit slower. The vehicles are basically almost as fast. However, it does give you the chance to think about what you're doing and make it happen from there. It was a great experience. It was a home track, as you say. So I felt really good about it, and it worked out very well.
Well, awesome, folks. That's very, very good to hear that. And just anybody from Coastal that specifically has worked hard with you to get you up to the 17.5 level, I got to think probably Brendan and anybody else you'd like to acknowledge from Coastal.
Oh, the Bledsoes for sure. Daniel has a handful of knowledge. He's just a sponge, absorbs everything, and it shows in Dagan's driving as well. But other than that, yeah, I've made the step up. It's a big step, just so you know. But I do want to thank everybody who jumped on board and started supporting me in my pursuit of moving on, which would be, R1 Works, X-Ray, RC America, Hootie, RC Discharger, which everybody is jumping on board on. So you kind of lose that little bit of advantage as well. J Concepts, definitely happy with them as well. But it's been a great pleasure. I have some great people that I travel with, and it gives me the opportunity to be able to do this as well.
Awesome, Jim. Any other classes you're racing this weekend other than the 17.5 buggy?
I am running stadium truck as well. I bought one of those not too long ago, and I'm having a blast. I need to do more than one class, otherwise I'm a little bit bored.
For sure. Well, there you heard it here, folks. Here first, folks. That is your defending 21.5 buggy champion from Coastal Speedway at last year's Roar Nationals. Running 17.5 buggy this year, we will crown a new 21.5 buggy champion this year at Island. We are live here with the Lemieux duo, Father Paul and son Chase. Chase is racing this weekend in the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive modified divisions. Nice to see you guys, and I guess we'll start it off with Chase. Been a good weekend for you so far, but how do you feel about your chances to potentially contend for your first national championships?
I think it's definitely possible. Got to find some small little setup adjustments to try and get a little faster out there, but I'm close. The last round of four-wheel was a lot better. My car's been pretty good. Just need to find a little more pace out there, and two-wheel likewise. Just need some small little setup changes out there.
There you go. Chase feels pretty good about his chances. So, Paul, being father of one of the up-and-comers and being a legend in on-road yourself, how do you feel about just watching Chase progress, and how are you able to lend some mental information to him just to deal with the up-and-coming and the growth and not getting too far ahead of himself?
Yeah, I mean, watching him's awesome just because I have such an appreciation for what the off-road guys do, and for him to now be competing against all the best guys on a pretty consistent basis is really cool. He's doing something that that I was never able to do. I was never a crossover guy that could come and do this, so it's really fun to watch. As for lending him a hand, there's really not a whole lot that I can do. Just get him to the track, and that's kind of what I used to do. Just get him to the track every day and make sure he has the equipment that he needs to compete, and the rest is really on him. It sounds bad to say, but that's just kind of the reality of things. With the four-wheel drive car, I feel like I can give him a little bit of setup advice, but with the two-wheel drive car, it works off of different principles. So for the last round, I gave him some advice, and I sent him in the wrong direction. So I'm probably going home tonight.
Might need to hire a new mechanic. Well, Paul, just one more quick question. Obviously, you're the owner of Motive and Gravity RC, some of the highest profile companies in the business. Being a company owner, how do you feel you can best give back to the hobby? Even while not holding the radio yourself for quite a while, how do you feel like you best support the industry and keep things moving forward?
Yeah, really, my main focus has been supporting the hobby shops and racetracks. We do online sales, but we don't do any distributor sales. So essentially, we have our network of about 115 or so hobby stores that carry the product, and that represents at least 95% of our total sales. Maybe we have 3 or 5% online. And really supporting the races and the events with tires themselves to try and continue to make events profitable, and try and really keep any money that's going around in the sport as opposed to it bleeding outside of the industry. And that's kind of really just been the focus, and to have products, of course, that are cost effective for the racer to try and keep people in it. Relatively inexpensive and good enough performing tires and things like that, as opposed to trying to just make the absolute highest performance stuff just so we can charge the most for it type of thing. And it's a balancing act to do all that, but so far that's what we've been doing.
Well, great to hear from both of you folks. You folks can check out Chase Lemieux all weekend long here at the Roar 10-scale Carpet Offroad Nationals presented by J Concepts. He's running both 2- and 4-wheel drive modified buggy with his X-Ray vehicles. He'll be one to watch all weekend here at Island Speedway. All right, everybody, welcome back to Round 4 coverage of the Roar 110 Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Getting rocking and rolling here with Round 4 qualifying, starting off, of course, with 21.5 buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. Nate Champeau fires us off first, and here we go, everybody. Of course, with the qual point scoring, it's a brand new TQ every single round. Thanks again for joining us here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube, folks. Davis Vukovic, our production manager. Bob Bowers running the camera. This is Jared Barton on the play-by-play. Grateful to be here with you all weekend long till conclusion. Tomorrow, for our mains, we'll crown 8 national champions and 1 exhibition champion here at the Island Speedway, Muscatine, Iowa. See, Nate Champeau starts off strong, looking good so far is Nate. There's our Tegan jump cam starting off the We're a little off-camera section launching into the tabletop. Champeau's your leader so far. Good start for him, 16.506 pace. Josh Cavalier in the 2 spot. Agent Zero, also known as Pat Mac and Cheese, running third, followed by Tom McCleary, Jose Gary, Jeff Storm, and Matthew Bush, your running order. So Nathan Champeau, early start, 16.506. He has the quickest lap of an 18.7. Champeau a little trouble this lap, ends up coming back with a 20.1. Still going to hold the lead though, as Josh Cavalier also had a slow lap. So Nathan and Josh both dropping a little bit on their pace, but still 1 and 2. Agent Zero, you saw that white car in frame. That's a Traxxas Bandit that Pat Mac's running on carpet. Tom McCleary in the 4, Jose 5, Jeff and Matthew. 145 and 3:15 to go. Still Nate Champeau out front. That is the pink, white, and green machine. Champeau always has some great-looking colors there. Nate running his Team Associated Team Powers sponsored ride from Norman, Oklahoma. Josh Cavalier running second. Agent Zero, also known as Pat Mac, running third. Jose Gary fourth. Tom McCleary, Jeff, and Matthew. Pace of 16.508 for Champeau. Now you got to start thinking about, how am I going to make the main? Because right now there are 10 cars that make all the mains. If you're below that, you're going to the B main, C main, however low we're going to go in these divisions. And right now Champeau is in that first heat of 2, if you will. Champeau currently on the points, actually pretty decent shape, but not safe by any means. Checking out the points right now, you can see Champeau sitting 9th on points. He's got 2 8s from rounds 1 and 3 that are his best. There's a shot of our drivers on the stand. Champeau leading, Cavalier second. He's about 1.5 seconds off, followed by Agent Zero third. Tom McCleary, Jose, Jeff, and Matthew. Under 2 minutes left to go. Champeau doing the job right now, 16.508. That's very close to the runs that he put down before. This is definitely his quickest run. You flash back to round number 3. He was actually around a 16.509 pace until that disastrous last lap. Probably cost him a couple spots on the grid. He's trying to clean up those mistakes right now and give himself a solidified top 10 spot in the A main. He's doing a good job of that right now. Champeau currently 9th on points, but not very comfortable, if you will. He's doing his job right now. If you can basically win this heat race and still fare well in the next one in terms of times, he's in pretty good condition. That's a hard hit right there, I believe, from Jose Gary. Upside down by the driver's stand. Got it all cleared out, though. So Champeau still out front, 16.507. Josh, 16.510. Looks like Josh having a long lap this time around. Going to drop to a 16.514. Still holds second, though. Agent Zero running third, 16.517. Followed by Tom, Jose, Matthew, and Jeff. 50 seconds left to go, 5-0. Nathan Champeau, 18.6 that time. That's his fastest lap of the race and overall. So Champeau stepping it up big time here at the end, 16.507, trying to solidify one of his top 10 triple A main starting spots. Of course, we'll see how the next heat fares, but all he can do is control his own destiny here. Doing a good job of that so far is the Oklahoma native. Cavalier, Agent Zero, Tom McCleary, Jose Gary, Matthew Bush, and Jeff Storm, your full rundown with 20 seconds left to go in race number 1. Remember, folks, tomorrow is a busy day, triple A mains for all of our divisions. Of course, we'll run the lowers as well, make sure things are in tip-top order. But stick with us. Tomorrow's going to be the busy day for all of our feature events here at the Island Speedway Off-Road for the Roar 110 Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Finishing up qualifying here today. This is the final round of qualifying, round number 4. And you're watching Nathan Champeau gets off that final corner clean this time. And he's going to take down a 16.507. Awesome run there for Nathan to start off the action here in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. We'll see how far back Josh ends up at the finish here. Cavalier going to go 19.2. Agent Zero going to go 19.2. They're both going to finish on 16.514 and 5.15s apiece. Less than 0.3 of a second apart at the end there. Fourth going to be Tom McCleary on a 15.506. Jose 15.509 for fifth. Matthew Bush 14.520 for sixth. And Jeff Storm, unfortunately, out of this one early. There's your A-Main Hobbies finishing order. The race results screen brought to you by amainhobbies.com. So off we go with our second heat of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. This should be a fun one to watch right here. On the pole for this one will actually be the two-car Skylar Mandela, the Team Associated Reedy sponsored entry. John Mans will start in the second spot from Palo, Iowa, the X-Ray chassis. Russ Johnson will start third. It's going to be the Schumacher Team Power sponsored car from Denver, Colorado. Another Denver native starting in the fourth position. Going to be an X-Ray chassis, of course, and Hobbywing and Motive Electronics. That is Arthur Scrimo. In the fifth position will be Evan Sandberg. Sixth will be the San Jose, California native with a Team Associated Team Power sponsored ride, Tony Wilson. In the seventh spot will be Leonard Dake. And starting in the eighth position will be Eric Vasutin, the San Jose, California native with Team Power's horsepower as well. Thanks, Sam, for the A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Look good. We are in great shape here, folks. Ready to get things rocking and rolling with your final heat of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. This should be a fun one to watch. Very competitive class so far this weekend. TQ is not settled yet. Russ Johnson has two TQs from yesterday. John Mans TQ'd round number 3 earlier today. Arthur Scrimo has a pair of 2s. Skylar also has a 2. So it is far from settled here, folks. But at this point, Russ Johnson absolutely holds the upper hand. He has 2 TQs in hand. The only person that could unseat him from TQ is, in fact, John Mans. And John does have the fastest overall run.
4, 3, 2, 5, 6, 7, 1, 8.
2, 4, 1, 3, 8, 7, 6, 5 will be our starting grid here, based on car numbers, and Skylar Mandela will fire us off first. All right, folks, here we go.
5, 6, 7.
Give these guys a lap or two. We'll start calling off the order again. The upper hand goes to Russ Johnson, but John Mans can take it away if he can TQ this round. He starts us off first, the green and black and white. All right, folks, John Mans doing his job right now out in front, leading by 1/10 of a second over Mandela, followed by Johnson, Dake, Scrimo, Sandberg, Wilson, and Vasutin. This will be the race we watch. John Mans going to try and steal overall TQ away. Of course, tiebreakers will be determined by Roar. But right now, all John can do is put himself in a position to potentially tie, and then we'll go to the math. So it's Skylar out in front, John second, followed by Russ, Leonard, Arthur, Evan, Tony, and Eric. Mandela, Mans. You can see Mandela just behind John there, both the blue and green cars, but at this point, a little bit different paint schemes with the blue on Skylar and the black on Mans. Mans leading that train right now. Here they come down the wall, rides down the straightaway. Skylar starts to inch in just a little bit. Mandela out front on a 17.506. He's just behind the car we're following of Mans. John currently running in the second spot now as Russ Johnson takes that back down to third. Arthur 4, Leonard, Evan, Tony, and Eric. Skylar Mandela, 17.505 is the pace, followed by John, 17.511. Russ, 17.511. So the lead for Skylar Mandela is currently 2.4 seconds. Skylar not too far behind this group of cars right here. Skylar still 17.507. He is the blue and green and white, just behind Mans. So you drop back just a little bit, you'll find those two. So Skyler is over that off-camera section. There he is right there. Oh, man, close with Mans. They're able to save it, though. John knows this is the race right here. If he lets him through, it's probably over for him. At this point, though, Skyler doing a very nice job driving very consistently. 1.9 seconds in front of Russ Johnson. Again, Russ has the kind of tiebreaker in hand, if you will. He already has 2 TQs. If he wins the third one, there's no tiebreaker necessary. Mandela still leading the way. You can see we're still following John Mans, who's running third, 1.7 off the lead. There's Skyler over the big tabletop, as Mandela continues to put in some very, very good work here. Driving beyond his years in both poise and skill level. He is really wheeling it out there. 1:15 left to go. Last time I for him, 18 flat. Leads by 2 seconds. So again, all he's got to do is keep John right there in front of him. He doesn't have to do much except just stay with him. Because with staggered start qualifying, all you really need to do is just beat the guy in front of you on time. Sometimes you may not even pass him. There's Mandela through the center crossover to the big tabletop. Still out front by 1.9 over John. John needs to win this race. He wants a chance at the tiebreaker. Right now, Skyler is holding that magic card he's looking for. John with a 17.7, 18.2 for Skyler. So John pulls away by 0.6 of a second that lap. It's 1.3 seconds of new separation. Still Skyler leading the way. But you can see John is making headway. Skyler, the young man right there on the far. See right there in the center, right? You can see under the J Concept sign, he's using one of the step stools. 15 seconds left to go. Mandela and Mans 1.8 seconds apart. You can see John just up ahead of Skyler. Mandela trying to nail it down here. He was the 2 seed going into this one. 5 seconds left. 17.508 is more than good enough for TQ. Top 5 are in front of Nathan Champeau's pace. Champeau with a nice run in that B sort to put himself inside the top 6 for right now. The clock has expired. We're going to be racing them all the way to the finish line. And right now, Skyler, all he's got to do is bring it down the straightaway one more time, nice and clean. He will do so. 17.509 for Skyler Mandela. He is going to win round number 4 qualifying. John drops to 4th at the end right there. And Russ Johnson having a long last lap. That'll put Arthur Screamo into 2nd at the end there, so good run for Arthur. Russ Johnson will finish 3rd, John Mans 4th, Leonard Dake 5th, all on 17s. But Skyler Mandela wins round number 4 qualifying. He will continue to move himself up on the board. We'll see how that works with him and John Mans. I think they may have tied on points, but the overall TQ will go to Russ Johnson based off of yesterday's qualifying efforts for him. So Russ Johnson had 2 TQs in hand, 1 TQ to John and 1 TQ to Skyler. That will put Russ Johnson on pole for tomorrow's triple finals in 21.5 buggy. Congratulations to him. Wasting no time here into race number 3. This is your first seat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Team Powers. Corbin Urban's going to head the field in this one. Corbin is from Yukon, Oklahoma, sponsored by Team Associated and Reedy. Chris Gary is going to start in the 2nd spot. Chris is from Mequon, Wisconsin. X-Ray Motive backing his entry. Steve Hartley will start 3rd in this one. He's from Oklahoma City. Team Associated and Team Powers power for him. Luke Ciel is going to start 4th from Cincinnati, Ohio. Team Associated and R1 Works horsepower for him. Luke Sandberg is going to start in that 5th spot from DeWitt, Iowa. He's running a Team Associated chassis as well. Jim Merritt is going to start in the 6th spot. He's from Chesapeake, Virginia, the X-Ray and R1 Works sponsored driver. Sean Scoville is going to start in the 7. He's running X-Ray chassis with Exalt and Hobby Wing power from Portsmouth, Virginia. And Blake Salmon will start in the 8th spot. Blake is running a Team Associated chassis from Williamsburg, Virginia as well. We have fired him off here. A TQ to shoot for is a clean slate. Who's going to set the early bar? We're going to find out. Coming out early with Corbin Urban here, the red, white, and gray and black. Strong opening lap, 18.2. Good start for these folks. Luke Cielo comes out with the early lead, 18.1. There's Corbin. Comes back with an 18.2 again. Cielo with another 18.1, so those two are very close. You'll see Cielo just behind Corbin in frame there. That's the green machine of Luke. So Ciela having a good, strong start here along with Urban. Chris Gary's in the third spot. Jim Merritt's 4. Luke Sandberg in the 5. Blake Salmon, Sean Scoville, and Steve Hartley did not make it back. Some early trouble for the Hartley machine. Urban goes to the front now as Ciela makes a mistake, so it's going to be Corbin to the top with an 18-1. Strong start for Urban here on a 17.509. Feels like a repeat of last round, just continuing to put in strong laps. There's a 17.8 for Urban, new fast lap of the race on lap number 4. Small mistake going through the center, but able to keep it under control on all 4 wheels. Chris Gary moves up to the second spot. Jim Merritt's in the 3. Luke Sandberg, Luke Ciela, your top 5, followed by Sean and Blake. This is your first heat of 3 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. Jovi 11 has 2 TQs in hand in this class. Dustin Fox has the other one, so really it's between those two to sell it for overall TQ. Aaron Mitchell has a pair of 2s. Dominic Passioni has a 4 and a 3. Sutherland's got a 5 and a 3. Those are your current top 5 on qual points. Check out the hot lap from Ciela a couple laps ago, 17.3. So Luke Ciela jumps back into that third spot. Still Corbin Urban out front, watching him going down the back straightaway right now. Up the wall right there's a 17.4 of his own. So personal best lap there from Corbin Urban, going to stretch the lead out down to 9/10 of a second over Chris Gary. Ciela still third, about 2.8 off the lead, followed by Merritt's 3 more seconds back of Luke. Then it's Sandberg, Scoville, and Salmon. 2.5 gone, 2.5 left to go. You can see Corbin's estimated clock right here in his pace of 17.506. Again, staggered start qualifying here, folks. Everybody's on their own race clocks. They're not actually racing each other. I know they're on the racetrack together, but it's all qualifying right now. They're all time trialing, racing themselves. 17.506 here for Urban. Last time by for him, a 17.89. Gary's still back there holding strong, 0.8 of a second back. That time for him an 18.2. Ciela has cut that lead down to about 2 seconds. He's in that third spot, followed by Merritt, Sandberg, Salmon, and Scoville, your top 7. Under 2 minutes to go in race number 3. Urban nice and clean that time by 18 flat over the big tabletop. He goes nice and clean. Good line through the chicane. Through those off cameras and coming back to the wall rides. Looks like another strong effort here from Corbin. A little tap on the board there. You see going through the wall ride. Going to slip to an 18.3. Luke Ciela jumps back into the second spot. He's now 1.9 seconds back. So the green machine of Luke, you see him just down there. The number 1 on the windshield of Ciela getting a little bit closer again. Gary in the third spot. Sandberg 4. Merritt, Salmon, Scoville with a minute 20 to go. Leader down the straightaway. This time by an 18 flat. Ciela going to put up this time an 18 flat as well. Now 1.9 seconds still the gap. 1:10 left to go for Corbin Urban. Luke still in that second spot. 17.506 to a 5.09. 17.514 for Gary. 17 for Sandberg. 18 for Merritt. 16 lap pace for Blake and a 15 lap pace for Sean Scoville with 55 seconds left to go. Once again, Urban looks to get this one done. 2.2 seconds out in front of Ciela. Luke was getting a little bit closer. Looks like it's stabilized at about that 2-second gap. Corbin just trying to keep it on all 4 wheels. That time a 17.8. Ciela's going to put up a 17.6. Still 2.1 the separation. Gary's about 5 seconds back now, so really it's a 2-car race for the win here in this heat race. 30 seconds left to go for Corbin Urban. 17.506, putting it in like clockwork. That time a 17.6 puts him up to a 17.505. Strong opening run here of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy with 2 heats left to go. That'll try and take him back down. Ten seconds to go. Corbin Urban, 17.505. Still out in front trying to win this heat race. He's got a little traffic out in front of him. Let's see if they can be kind to each other as Urban tries to get the job done. A little bump through chicane. Didn't hurt him too badly, though. Master clock has expired. These folks will be racing until the computer calls them done. Corbin Urban, a really solid run here. It's going to be a 17.505, and that'll set the early TQ for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Luke Ciela comes in second. Nice run for him, 17.507.8. Waiting for everybody else to finish should be Chris Gary for third. Yes, Chris Gary going to finish third, 17.512. Jim Merritt's for fourth, 17.515. Luke Sandberg will grab that fifth spot, 17.517. Then a couple 16-lap runs for Blake and Sean. Everybody running is finished. And there is your A-Main Hobbies race results screen showing you that Corbin Urban takes the win. He'll be your early TQ here in Team Powers 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by Team Powers. So Again, Corbin, Luke, Chris, your top three. Jim and Luke also going on the 17-lap bracket. With 2 heats left to go, this one will be headed by Brady Carrico. He's had some impressive runs this weekend, has Mr. Carrico. He's from Macomb, Michigan, the Team Associated Reedy sponsored entry. Jake Wiggs will start in the 2 spot. Jake from Sloan, Iowa, the X-Ray R1 Works sponsored driver. Matthew Sousa will start 3rd. Matthew from Fall River, Massachusetts, the X-Ray Team Scream Hobby Wing sponsor entry. Kyle Holmberg will start 4th from Blaine, Minnesota, the Team Associated Reedy driver. Cole Chura will start in the 5 spot. He is all the way from British Columbia, Surrey, British Columbia to be exact. Team Associated Hobby Wing for him. Bryant Mirafuente will start in the 6th spot. He's from San Jose, California with the X-Ray Team Powers car. Dagan Bledsoe will start in the 7th spot. Dagan running the X-Ray and Hobby Wing Team EA Motorsports car. From Chesapeake, Virginia, Brandon Poria will start in that 8th spot from Rathdrum, Idaho. That's always been a tongue twister. Associated Team Powers, Jay Concepts for him. And Antonio Caputo will start in the 9th spot from Palmer, Massachusetts, Team Associated and Reedy Power. 9-1-6-4-8-5-2-10-3 for our starting grid. Looks like Jeff Stack has set this one out. Unfortunately, trouble for Stackowitz. All right, so off we go. 2, 6, 10. All right, so there is Antonio Caputo. Good start for him. The yellow, green, checkerboard, and blue. Young man from Massachusetts. Strong runner at the U.S. Carpet Off-Road Championships in Cleveland. Obviously getting his experience here in the last couple of Roar Nationals. Very talented young man. His father, Larry, works hard to keep that program going. They race 8-scale off-road as well, and one fast young man. However, faster so far is Jake Wiggs. He's right there behind Caputo on the racetrack, so it's going to be Wiggs, Caputo, Carrico, Mirafuente, Holmberg the first 2 laps in, followed by Sousa, Bledsoe, Chura, and Poria. So Jake Wiggs, 0.4 of a second back. You can see Jake just at the end of that frame. That's the orange, black, and red. Awesome looking scheme there for Jake. 18.506 pace earlier here for Jake Wiggs. Also the X-Ray sponsored entry at R1 Works Power. There's Wiggs just behind Caputo, 18.505 there for Wiggs. Carrico now 0.2 of a second back on the race clock, followed by Caputo, Holmberg, Sousa, your top 5. Mirafuente, Chura, Poria, Bledsoe. Quick lap of the race does go to Brady Carrico, 16.6. Wiggs going to go 16.7. Carrico to the front now with his own 16.7. So Carrico is going to be that blue, orange, and black factory tracks entry. There he is over the big triple, over the big tabletop rather. So Carrico right there behind that end, those couple of drivers. Once again, that's Chura, then Carrico. See Carrico just going over the big tabletop there, just ahead. It's Wiggs, Brady, Antonio, all right there together, 1 second apart. Anybody's race up front. Holmberg in then that 4th spot. Sousa, your 5th. Bryant, Dagan, Cole, and Brandon. Currently your top 5 drivers are holding 18-lap paces. 17 for Bryant, 16s for Dagan, Cole, and Brandon. Oh, that was Poria going for a roll. He gets it straightened back out, though. And Carrico makes a big tumble down the board with a 26.6. That one's going to hurt him pretty badly. This is Kyle Holmberg that we're following in the 4th spot. Jake Wiggs going to be the orange, black, and red, just going over the off-cambers and going to the wall rides now. So Jake will be hitting the straightaway. There's Jake as he just passed our view. And there he is, just behind Caputo. That's how they've been doing most of the race. Wiggs right now in 18.506 leads Caputo by 1 second. Oh, roll over there for Wiggs. Nice save. Let's see if Caputo can take advantage, though. Wiggs still only 0.2 in front now. There is Caputo in second place. Right now it's 18.507 to 08. Holmberg 18.515 in third. Sousa 18.515 in fourth. Bryant is the first of the 17s and fifth on an 05. See our driver stand shower here. You can see Antonio far right down there in your screen. Jake Wiggs going to be basically in the center there. Caputo, Wiggs, Holmberg, Sousa, Mirafuente, your top five. It's going to be Antonio back to the top now. So Antonio, the young man from Massachusetts, on an 18.507 pace. Caputo, as mentioned from our man B.J. Williams, the stat machine. He won 13.5 Stadium Truck at the first U.S. Carpet Off-Road Championships in 2021, and he has been very fast ever since then. Thanks, B.J., for the stat fact. Antonio currently sitting 9th on points with a 9 and a 7 as his best two runs. He really could use another one of those to solidify his spot in the show. Not safe by any means, but if he can win this heat race, he'll do his part in trying to get a better point. Caputo, 18.507. Wiggs is 17 thousandths back. You see Wiggs lurking back there. It's not over yet. With 30 seconds left to go, it's going to be Holmberg still in that 3 spot. Sousa, Mirafuente, right now top 4 still holding 18, and top 5 are in front of TQ. Antonio one more time down the straightaway. Wiggs is still 700ths back. Antonio could use a wave by from the traffic in front here as he's got 15 seconds to go. That is Carrico just in front of Caputo. Bunch of traffic coming up for your leader. Heavy traffic to finish this one out. So Jake Wiggs actually with the advantage coming forward at the end. 5 seconds left. Wiggs goes to the front by 0.3 of a second. You can see Wiggs just behind us. Caputo taps aboard. Here comes Wiggs. This is going to be the race to the start-finish line, and Wiggs doing everything he has to do right here to try and give himself a shot at the main as well. Here they head for home. They will be done this time, and Jake Wiggs takes the win in last couple lap pass there. He's going to win it with an 18.507.3. Antonio's still a great run, nothing to hang his head about on an 18.508. Kyle Holmberg going to grab the, looks like 4th spot as Sousa takes 3rd at the end there. So Sousa going to go 18.513, Holmberg 18.516, and those will be your 4 18-lap runs on the board. Jake Wiggs, 18.507, though, is your current TQ with 1 heat left to go, followed by Caputo, Sousa, Holmberg. Mirafuente leads the 17s, followed by Carrico, Bledsoe, and then 16s for Cole and Brandon. So Jake Wiggs, 0.9 of a second margin of victory over Antonio Caputo. And here comes your final heat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Powers. We'll set the table for you here to show you who's doing what. Jovi 11 has 2 TQ runs on the day. Round 1 yesterday, round 3 earlier today. Dustin Fox TQ'd round number 2 yesterday afternoon. So right now it's either going to be 11 or Fox for TQ. If anybody other than those 2 TQs this round, it is Jovi's. Dustin does have a chance to pull the upset, though. Would not really be an upset because Dustin has already dominated 13.5 four-wheel drive. He has already nailed down overall TQ and 13.5 wheeler. There is your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Dustin Fox, the Indiana native, will start up front. The X-Ray driver. X-Ray of Mitchell, Associated of Levin. Tegan Horacek running an Associated car along with Kalis Lowe. Nate Sutherland, Daniel Chavez, and McCoy Martin all driving Schumacher cars. Dominic Passione, Privateer on chassis. And Talon Henley running the X-Ray. All right, so Joey's going to fire off first. Here we go, folks.
5, 7, 4, 9, 8, 10.
All cars are fired off. Joey starts us off first. He has the chance to control his own destiny here. If he wins 3 out of the 4 rounds, nobody else can even get him on tiebreaker. Only Dustin Fox has a chance to really throw his hat in the ring. Joey has a couple of advantages here. He starts off very solid with a 16.7 opening lap. Nate with a 16.8, Dominic 16.8, Talon 16.8, then a gap back to Aaron Mitchell with a 17.2. Strong start for Levin, back-to-back 16.7. That's the Team Power sponsored entry of Levin from Saratoga, California. Won 2 championships last year at Coastal, both in 13.5 four-wheel and Stadium Truck. This is the one class you'd like to get back right here. And he's doing a good job of that so far. Oh, back-to-back 16.7s to open up. Talon Henley moves to second now with a 16.6. That's the fast lap of the race. You can see it's going to be Levin, Henley, Passione, Mitchell, and Martin, your top 5 early on, followed by Dustin, Tegan, Nate Sutherland, Daniel Chavez, and Kalis Lowe. Your full rundown. Leader, Jovi Levin, still getting the job done, 18.502. Talon is 11 thousandths back, though. Talon Henley will keep an eye on the green and blue and yellow X-Ray car of Henley. He was the 7 car going into this one. He could use a nice clutch run here. Passione goes to the front with a 16.6 by 500ths. Now Talon to the front with a 16.6 of his own. So it's Henley, Passione, Levin, and Mitchell by half a second. Those 4 drivers are spread. Followed by Fox, Martin, Sutherland, Hornacek, Chavez, and Lowe. Oh, man, this is going to be good. Passione and Levin are a tenth of a second apart. Dominic out front. Keeping our eyes on Passione here. I believe Passione's still running the all-white car. I believe that he has not switched to race paint yet. The all-white with the white wheels is Passione down the straightaway. You can see him picking him up right there. Passione working his way through the center switchbacks. Dominic looking really, really good here. Levin's still going to be on the other end of the racetrack. Those two are 0.3 of a second apart. Watching Passione running closely behind Mitchell. Mitchell currently 4th on the race clock. Passione, the Utah native, on an 18.5 flight. There's a 16.4 that time from Passione. New fastest lap on lap number 8, and he is laying it down when it matters most. Passione putting in some good work. Right now he's got a 4 and a 3 on qual points, so he'd love to get a 0 in there and lower his score. Passione, another 16.6. It's Levin, half a second back, followed by Mitchell, Henley, Martin, your top 5. Then it's Fox, Sutherland, Chavez, Hornacek, and Lowe. Everybody on 18-lap paces here. And our final heat of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by Team Powers. Oh, mistake there from Mitchell, and Dominic just glanced off and didn't cost him too much, though. We'll see if Levin can take advantage of that. They're currently 0.09 of a second apart. Clean racetrack now for Passione for a little while. Through the off-cameras he goes and working his way to those wall rides. Up, down, nice and clean. Passione one more time, 16.7. Stretches the lead back out now to 0.08 of a second. Not very much. Henley 1.3 seconds back at the 3 spot, followed by Mitchell, Fox, your top 5, Martin, Sutherland, Hornacek, Lowe, and Chavez. Dominic Passione leads by 0.7 of a second. Small stumble there for leaving last lap, 17.5. See our driver stand shot right here. You'll see Passione center frame with the black and green t-shirt. R1 Works as primary sponsor. There's the white chassis of Mr. Passione down the straightaway. Here he comes. 16.9, still out front by half a second. It is Passione, Levin, Henley, Fox, Martin, and Sutherland, your current top 6 on the grid. Throw Fox into that 4th spot now. As we are coming up on 4 minutes gone and 1 to go, Passione still leads by half a second. Defending national champion from the Dirt Nationals in 13.5 four-wheel drive. He was also in that 3-car battle in 17.5. Little mistake there from Passione, able to keep it straight, though. Levin's still only half a second back. At this point, Levin's still looking at the overall TQ as Fox is kind of out of the running, 4 seconds back. But at this point, Dominic trying to improve his grid position. That time a 17 fly. That car's starting to get up on 2 wheels just a little bit. How close can Levin get? It's a 10.5 now in favor of Passione with 30 seconds to go. Dominic coming to the wall rides. Nice and clean this time, up and over. Nice lines on the straightaway this time. How about a 16.8? Good response lap right there. He'll be approaching a little bit of traffic. Oh, wow, that was a perfectly placed pass right there. That was going to be getting past Tegan Hornacek. That could be one of those difference maker passes after we recap the weekend. 10 seconds left to go. Passione still out front, but only by 1/10 of a second as Levin puts down a 16.5 on lap number 17. No fade out of the Levin machine. It's going to be close if it's going to be Passione or Levin. Passione nice and clean right here, up and over the wall rides. What's Levin going to uncork on his last lap, though? Levin goes 16.8, Passione 16.6. Dominic takes the win, 18.501.7. He wins by 0.3 of a second, and Passione, the Utah native, going to take home round number 4 qualifying. Levin will take home second. Talon Henley goes third, 18.504. He needed that run pretty badly. Dustin Fox goes fourth, 18.505. Sutherland 09, Mitchell 09, Martin on a 10, Kalis Lowe on a 10, Tegan on a 12. And then Daniel Chavez 17.503. There is your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. And Dominic Passione going to win round number 4 qualifying, but that will hand overall TQ to Jovi Levin as he had 2 TQs in hand. Fox has 1, Passione has 1. That'll put Mr. Levin on pole for tomorrow's triple finals. We'll grab a word with Dominic here in just a minute. All right, folks, we're here at the Roar Carpet Off-Road 10-Scale Nationals with your Round 4 TQ, Dominic Passione. Awesome race with Jovi 11. Looks like you're finally showing some signs of life here. You're the 13.5 buggy champion from May at Hoosier. How you feeling about peaking at the right time TQ in Round 4?
Honestly, finally getting a little more comfortable on carpet. This is my first time ever, and it's a whole another ball game. But super fun out there, racing super tight. I know racing on the track is going to be super hard, so just trying to start as high as possible and go from there.
There you go, my friend. Congratulations on your efforts. That should put you pretty high up on the grid. You improved your grid position quite a bit. Anybody you'd like to thank for these efforts?
Oh, yeah. R1 Works, TZO, HobbyRec.com, and Eaton's IRCR. Those are the biggest ones.
Got to check out the shirt sometimes. He's still a little bit nervous from that Round 4 TQ. This is Mr. Dominic Passione, your Round 4 TQ. He should put himself in the top 3 for tomorrow's starting grid. Congratulations, Dominic.
Hey, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, folks, we're back live here. Okay, congrats again to Dominic Passione. Round 4 TQ. We'll see how those points work out. Of course, we'll wait till it's official, but that should put him well up on the grid for the 17.5 triple finals tomorrow. Congratulations to him. There's Brandon Poria out front of this one early on. That's going to be who we're following. Uncle B picks up the correct car, as he always does. He always rolls a 7 up there. Las Vegas native Bob Bowers on the camera. So it's Brandon, Steve, Arthur, Jim, Nathan, Blake, your top 6 so far. Currently paced for your leader, 17.508. Here in 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by R1 Works. This class already has been settled for overall TQ. That was Jovi 11 that took it down in 3 rounds of qualifying. All he needed was 3 to get it done. Still plenty of A-main spots up for grabs. Again, top 10 make the final out of the 13-car field here. Poirier doing some nice work out here, still leading by 0.6 of a second. But there comes Hartley, 17.7 that time for Steve. White and green machine getting a little bit closer to the orange and white of Poirier. Ooh, Poirier up on 2 wheels for the chicane. Nicely done, setting it back down. Ride him, cowboy. 150 and 310 left to go. It's Poirier, Hartley, but that may change here pretty quickly. Steve Hartley to the front now. So Hartley in that green and white just behind the Poirier machine, but he makes a little mistake out there in the center. So Poirier will hold it for now. We'll see how long that lasts. With 2:55 left to go, it's Steve, Brandon, Arthur, Jim, Blake, Nathan. We'll see how the scoring resets. Should be Brandon out front now. Yes, it will be by about 1 second is the new separation. Screamo still in that 3rd spot, the Denver, Colorado native, followed by Merritt's, Salmon, and Champeau. Working our way up on the halfway point of race number 6, of 13.5 Stadium Truck. Presented by R1 Works. We have 12 races left to go. Poirier out front, still 17.509. You can see Steve lurking back there, but a couple bobbles have set him back to about a 1.5 second gap. Screamo still 3rd, about 3 seconds back of Hartley, followed by Salmon, Merritt, and Champeau. Top 3 are on 17-lap paces. Blake and Jim are on 16s, and Nathan's on a 15. Once again, Jovi 11 has firm control of this class. For now, we'll see how the features go, but we'll see how this next round of qualifying goes in terms of the rest of the A-main starting grid. We have Brady Carrico currently 2nd on points with a pair of 2s. Aaron Mitchell has a 3 and a 2, who's currently 3rd on points. Kyle Holmberg is 4th on points with a 3 and a 4 to add up to 7 overall. You can see we're following Poirier over the big tabletop through the chicane. Looking awesome. Still leading by a 1.5 seconds. So Steve got there, but again, the old saying in racing, catching him is one thing, passing him is another. Poirier doing a good job out front, just maintaining. This time by an 18.2. Hartley going to put up an 18.5. The lead expands to 1.7 now for Brandon. Screamo still in that 3rd spot. He's fallen about 5 seconds back of Hartley, 6.5 off the lead total. Followed by Salmon, Merritt, and Champeau with 4 down and 1 to go. A lot of racing action still coming your way, folks. Don't go anywhere. We still have 2-wheel drive Masters Mod Buggy, 2-wheel drive Mod Buggy, 13.5 Short Course, 13.5 4-wheel drive Buggy, 4-wheel drive Masters Mod Buggy, and 4-wheel drive Mod Buggy. So again, we still have 12 races left of action here at the Roar 10-Skill Carpet Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Poria doing a great job out here, working his way underneath the driver's stand. Headed to the start-finish line now is Mr. Poria. Poria still out front by 1.5 seconds. He's basically stabilized that gap. Steve closes in every once in a while, but then makes a little bobble and sets back just a little bit. There's Steve in the green and white as we go over the cheek and jump cam. 5 seconds to go. Still Poria, Hartley, Screamo, Salmon, Merritts, and Champeau. Clock has run out now. We'll see how these folks finish up. But right now, all Brandon's got to do is hold a 1 second advantage to the end. A little over jump there in the off cameras. No problems, though. All he has to do is get it back home in clean order. Whoa, watch out, flying McCoy Martin there. 17.510. Hartley got close, but it was 7/10 at the end. But it will be Brandon Poria taking the win in this one, 17.510. Hartley going to go 17.511, followed by Arthur Screamo, 17.517. 16s for Blake and Jim, 15 for Nathan Champeau. And there is your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. So Brandon Poria sets early TQ here in 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by R1 Works. We have one more heat to go. That'll be race number 7, taking the track. Here comes race number 7, your second heat of 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by R1 Works. Heading the field in this one will be Joe V11, one of the most highly reported on drivers this weekend from Saratoga, California, driving a team associated chassis with Team Powers horsepower. Kyle Holmberg will start in second. He's from Blaine, Minnesota, driving a team associated Reedy Power chassis. Brady Carrico will start in the third spot. Brady is from Macomb, Michigan, running team associated Reedy J Concepts. Bryant Mirafuente will start in that fourth spot. Bryant running an X-Ray chassis with Team Powers horsepower from San Jose, California. Aaron Mitchell will start in that 5 spot. He's from Palo, Iowa, driving the X-Ray Hobby Wagon Team EAM Motorsports powered car. And Connor Barrows will start in 6 from Hemlock, Michigan, X-Ray Phantom and J Concepts backing his ride.
All right, our starting order is going to be 1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6.
1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6 is the starting grid, so a little bit different than what you saw on the race screen. I believe there was a slight issue with the resort based on how they were looking to resort the order, but everything will work itself out.
3, 4, 5, 2, 6.
Everybody is rocking and rolling here. 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by R1 Works. TQ to beat. Brandon Poria, 17.510.3. Strong start here for 11, followed by Holmberg, Carrico, Mitchell, Barrows, and Mirafuente. Quick lap goes to Brady so far, to Joey rather, 16.6. Brady just put in his respective fast lap, 17.1. Aaron 17.4. Kyle was 17.5. Bryant 17.6. And Connor 18 flat. There's Brady now with his new fast lap, 17 flat. So Brady getting quicker as we go, trailing by 1.4 seconds, but he's in second spot. 11, Carrico, Mitchell, Mirafuente, Holmberg, Barrows, your top 6. It is Joe V11 out front in 18.502. All drivers in this one currently reset in TQ from Poria. 11 looking good over that big tabletop, throwing the wiggle just a little bit. Here he comes over the off cambers, working his way to the wall rides. Up, down, down the straightaway again. 16.7 that time for 11. Truck looks just perfect out there, nice and nicely done. Not dumping the front end over, not lifting the inside rear. Plenty of steering. Down the straightaway one more time for 11. 18.502. There's a 16.67 fast lap for him. Mitchell 2, Holmberg 3, Carrico, Mirafuente, and Barrows, your top 6. All drivers in this one have gone 17 seconds or faster for their fastest lap. But the quickest one by far, 16.67 out of 11. 2 down, 3 to go here in race number 7. That time by for 11.16.9. Up next, we'll jump straight into our two-wheel drive Masters modified buggy class. That one has been a thriller all weekend long. Brent Telke has 2 TQs. Jamie Thompson has 1. You remember that spectacular finish to round number 3's second heat, where Thompson stole it away from Telke at the end and keeps the battle for TQ alive. Those will be some races to look forward to. So right now it's Levin, 5 seconds in front of Mitchell. 18.5.14 the pace for Mitchell, running second right now, followed by Carrico, Holmberg, Mirafuente, and Barrows all on 17s. But it's all Jovi right now, 5 seconds out front, now 6 seconds as Aaron makes a little bow with that lap, 17.6. Here comes Levin, 16.8. Still 18.5.02. He has been rocking the house here in Stadium Truck this weekend with that associated ride. And his paces have been pretty darn consistent. 18.5.07, 04, 08, and currently he's on an 18.5.02. Looking to put up his best run of the weekend and might as well do it in round number 4. Jovi, Aaron, Brady, Kyle, Bryant, and Connor Barrows right now with 1:35 left to go. The lead is 6.5 seconds for Levin. Here it comes down the straightaway. You can see Levin is one of the taller gentlemen there in the frame. He's just underneath the J Concepts banner. Just over top of the J Concepts banner, right underneath him. To his right is Kyle Holmberg. 1:15 left to go. Still 11, 18.5.03 leading now by almost 7 seconds over Mitchell. Mitchell leads Carrico by about 2.5. Holmberg trailing Brady by 2 more. Then Bryant's about 2.5 seconds back of Kyle, and Connor is 10 seconds back of Bryant. 1 minute left to go, folks. 18.5.03 here for Jovi 11. Getting it done. For his best run was an 18.5.04.9 from round number 2. Looking to best that by about a second here. Still Mitchell, 18.5.13 running second. He's about 2.2 in front of Brady Carrico for that spot, trailing Jovi by 7.6. So we're at 35 seconds left to go. Top 3 holding 18s, then 17s for Kyle and Bryant, 16 for Connor Barrows. Right now we have the top 5 reset in TQ. Connor looking to go 9th. Final 20 seconds here of Stadium Truck. And 5 seconds left. Joey just putting the finishing touches on another new TQ effort here in 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by R1 Works. It's 11, Mitchell, Carrico, Holmberg, Mirafuente, and Barrows. Clock has expired. Here comes your winner, Jovi, going to go 18.5.03. What a strong run right there for Jovi. And he will sweep qualifying. All 4 rounds going to Jovi 11 here at 13.5 Stadium Truck. Watching the race between Mitchell and Carrico, it's close. It's only about a half a second between them. Carrico goes 17.3 on the last one. Here comes Mitchell. And Mitchell will hold second, 18.5.14. Carrico 18.5.15, followed by 17s of Kyle and Bryant, and a 16 for Connor Barrows. As we mentioned, top 5 reset TQ from Brandon. That'll put Brandon 6th on the grid for round number 4. Connor will go 9th. So congratulations again to Jovi 11, your TQ man, in 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by R1 Works. Now we'll go into two-wheel drive Masters Modified Buggy, brought to you by Coyote Electronics. Thanks again, folks, for joining in the live chats here. Facebook Live RC and YouTube all have their separate chats, and we have a program that brings them all into one so we can interact with you. If you're here with us, drop a comment, drop a like, maybe give us a share on your social media feed. Let us know that you're here. There's your starting grid for our first seat of 40-plus two-wheel drive mod, led by Eddie Henley. Kevin Folk, the owner of PDX RC Underground. So a couple track owners here. Eddie owns Hoosier. Kevin owns PDX. And we got Charlie Swanka, Mike Winders, and Luke Sandberg. The battle of track owners. Eddie from Indiana and Kevin from Oregon. And here we go, folks. Eddie's going to fire us off first. Red and white. Some dark red on the back there. That's a sweet-looking ride for Henley. Swanka, Vogt, Sandberg, and Winders all fire off. Here we go. Eddie Henley, good start. Good clean opening first lap. You see Charlie Swanka back there lurking. 18-1 for Eddie, 18-1 for Swanka. So these both good solid opening laps. There's Sandberg with 18-7, Vogt 19-3, Winders 20.1. Check out Swanka. Giving some heat to Henley off the start here. These two had a good battle in the last heat race too. Swanka out front by 0.8 of a second early pace, and at 17.509. Eddie 17.515. Of course, that's very early. That will change. For the better, for the worse, it's up to these drivers to figure that one out, but they will change. Down the straightaway. 17.5 for Swanka, 17.8 for Henley. Both their personal fastest laps, and right now Swanka has a 1 second lead on the race clock. Sandberg still third, Vogt fourth, and Winders in the 5. Looks like a mistake out there for Henley. That's going to put Swanka out front pretty definitively now. Green, black, and white of Swanka on a 17.506. Check it out, folks. The rust is starting to come off. Charlie very rarely runs this fast anymore. 17.506 for Swanka, followed by Sandberg 17.511. Eddie's on a 16.502. Vogt 16.507, and Winders on an 11. There's another good lap there for Charlie, 17.8. Matthew Gonzalez prepared ride. Unfortunately, Charlie's out of excuses. Matty G turns wrenches with the best from a former Roar National champion in his own right. Matt the motor man at Hobby Wing these days. Swanka, Sandberg, Henley, Vogt, and Winders, your top 5 here with 2 down, 3 to go. This is race number 8 of 18. First seat of 2 for Coyote. 40 plus 2-wheel drive modified buggy. That's a mouthful. 17.505 pace here for Swanka. Great start for Charlie. Sandberg trailing by about 2.7 seconds. Eddie Henley about 7/10 back of Luke, followed by Kevin and Mike. All drivers running strong. Looks like some of their fastest runs on the weekend. 2:30 gone, 2:30 left to go. Charlie, 17.505. There's Eddie's fastest lap. How about a 17.1 from Henley? So Henley definitely starting to feel the flow just a little bit. He needs to get back around Charlie, though, if he wants to win the heat race. That's the cool thing about staggered start qualifying. Everybody is on their own race clocks here. See Charlie at the far left of your view. Sandberg going to be right next there to Charlie, along with Kevin and Eddie Henley. One driver on the far right of the stand is Mike Winders. He is actually just out of shot. The Schumacher team manager. Swanka 17.8 that last time by, still has 2.2 seconds over Eddie Henley, but Eddie is getting closer. Oh, Eddie off the side of the big table, just a little bit of a mistake. Saved it, though, no marshal required. That will give Charlie a little bit more room to breathe with, though. Oh, boy, trouble at the end of the front straightaway. You can see right there, Marshall's all over it at the end of the wall ride. We are clear. Aaron Mitchell's showing some hustle out there. Swanka, Sandberg, Henley, Vogt, and Winders. Your top 5 right here with 1:20 left to go in race number 8. Swanka one more time, 17.507 is the pace. Swanka, Sandberg, Henley, Vogt, and Winders, your top 5 at present. 17.507 for Charlie. 1 minute to go. .45 seconds on the master clock. 17.508 to a 17.510. So Sandberg holding strong here, right there in the Eddie Henley battle as well. Top 3 holding 17s. Kevin's on a 16.5 flat. Mike on a 14.510. Final 30 seconds here. You can see Henley just right there behind Swanka. Can't quite get around yet, but he has chopped that lead back down to 1.9. Both drivers making little mistakes after the little drop off in the center. No harm done, though. 15 seconds left. Swanka tries to nail in a 17.506 for an early TQ pace here in 40 plus 2-wheel drive, presented by Coyote. Taking a look at his qual points situation right now, looking pretty good. Right now it's going to be an 8th spot on the grid with a 5 and a 7, so trying to possibly improve that is Swanka. Clock has expired. Everybody's going to keep on rolling until they're called done. Folk was the first one done 16.5 flat. Winder's done 15.5 flat. Henley threw it all out there at the end, but Swanka will win the heat race. 17.507 for Charlie. Eddie going to grab second by a couple tenths there. 17.509.3. Sandberg 509.7. Then we have 16.5 flat for Kevin and a 15.5 flat for Mike Winders. Nicely done, everybody. Charlie Swanka, your overall top qualifier with one heat left to go. We will see how that works out in the next heat. Got some bad boys in the next one. How about Brent Telke, Brian Yeager, Craig O'Brien, Greg Carrico, Tom Napper, and Jamie Thompson. So this one should be fun.
Tom Napper, Brian Yeager, Greg Carrico, Brent Telke, Craig O'Brien, Jamie Thompson.
Once again, folks, the grid lineups are a little bit skewed here. The Roar's dealing with a little bit of a computer problem that was messing with their resort order. But Jamie Thompson won that last heat race, and if I do believe so, he will start first in this one. We'll see how that works, though. Flashback to that round number 3, man. That was awesome. Jamie stealing it away from Telke at the last lap. He keeps the battle for TQ alive. Telke's got 2 TQs. Jamie has 1. So yes, 214-365 is the starting grid based on car numbers. Here we go, folks, the Jamie and Brent battle we've been watching all weekend long. Who's going to win? We're going to find out. The only chance Jamie has is to win this heat race, and then we go to tiebreakers. Otherwise, if Telke or anybody else wins this heat, TQ goes to Telke. Strong way to start it off, though. 17 flat opening lap there for Jamie. Telke with a 17.2, Tom is 18.4, Brian 18.7, Greg 18.2, Craig 18.4. Orange car out front, X-ray driver of Jamie Thompson. Comes back with another 17.3, Telke with a 17.3. This will be fun. We'll see if the heads-up style race will play in favor of Thompson or Telke. I think Thompson definitely a little bit quicker on pure speed. Oh, watch out. One car in trouble there coming up the wall right. Thompson just glanced off him. Didn't hurt him too badly, though. It will give Telke the lead, though, as he comes 17 flat this time by. So Telke, the red and white, just behind the orange of Thompson. He is your leader on the race clock. Of course, Bob picks him up right away because he's the man. 0.4 of a second the lead here for Telke over Thompson. Thompson goes 16.8, 16.8 there for Telke. Looks like Telke's got a little more steering out of that machine. He knows it's time to go. Round 4. Thompson, though, quick through that off-camber section. He definitely made up a couple of feet right there. Down the straightaway, they come one more time. Thompson, 17 flat to another 16.8 from Telke. Telke leads by half a second. So it's Telke, Thompson, Napper, Carrico, O'Brien, and Yeager. Your full rundown here with a minute 40 in and 3:20 left to go. Leaders coming over the wall rides right now. They're going to be approaching a little bit of traffic in the form of Craig O'Brien. Craig gives a wave by, of course. Gentleman move. Soul 680U1 checking in from the UK. Thanks for checking in from overseas across the pond. Telke Thompson separated by 1.1 seconds. You can see Telke getting closer to Jamie on the race clock here. We'll see, though. Jamie really came on strong at the end there. You got to wonder if maybe he's saving something or if maybe Telke just went to work. I'm sure a little bit of both. Telke Thompson, here they come down the start-finish line. Telke is in the lead car. 16.6 his fastest lap. He just put up a 17.1 to Thompson 16.9. Telke red and white. Thompson orange. Tom Napper running third. Tom's got the all-yellow car. Yellow with some blue on there. Telke, though, 0.6 of a second is the separation. So Jamie getting a little bit closer. He's actually pulling back away. Oh, and then he makes a big spill off the big tabletop. So Telke now breathes a little bit easier as Thompson went for a big, big roll. Checking for the orange car. I'm not sure if maybe something went wrong. He's still out there running, but definitely cost him some precious time. This is not going to be a good one. 22.8 there for Thompson. So Telke now enjoying a 6.5 second lead and cruising his way to an overall TQ effort as long as he can keep the wheels on it. BT once again on a tear in 40 plus. Remember that battle from Hoosier with him and Al Horn and Paul Ciccarello. Mac Vanderbeek all in the mix there. Josh Cyril also running a little bit of two-wheel drive buggy action, primarily an on-road driver. On-road legend is Josh Cyril. But Telke currently doing the best he can with some tough customers in the form of Jamie Thompson, Tom Napper, Brian Yeager, Greg Carrico, and Greg O'Brien. Handling them pretty well, I would say. With a minute 15 left to go, Telke leads by 6 seconds. Thompson has shown some violently fast pace. Definitely is going to be a threat for the features. So Telke won't have an easy job here come tomorrow. But he should still be sitting on pole for the triple finals. With 55 seconds left to go, he's on an 18.507 pace right now. Only top two are reset in TQ, so Swanka put in a really nice run, trying to go third on the grid. That will certainly help his qual point effort. That would pair with a 5, and that would pair with a 5 and probably put himself up towards the top 5 here if he can let it settle out just like that. 35 seconds left to go. Telke, Thompson separated by 4.7. So again, Jamie has cut it back down with a 16.4 fastest lap. Once again, showing that crazy pace that Thompson has, but at this point, it's going to have to be good enough for runner-up. As Brent Telke's been there, done that. Worn the T-shirt. Telke, Thompson, Napper, Yeager, Carrico, O'Brien currently top two in 18. 17s for Tom, Brian, and Greg. 16 for Craig O'Brien. As we are at 5 seconds left to go, drivers. Brent Telke, 18.507, holding strong. Thompson, Napper, Yeager, Carrico, O'Brien. Telke on his victory lap right here, trying to finish it out. Thompson will have to go second place on the grid. Here comes your TQ man now, team associated team manager. Nicely done, taking some evasive action right there. Down the straightaway, Brent Telke will be your TQ in 40 plus two-wheel drive mod buggy presented by Coyote. He's going to win 3 out of the 4 qualifying rounds to sit on pole for tomorrow's Triple A mains. Jamie Thompson will go second in this one, 18.513. There's your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. Tom Napper, Brian Yeager both going 17.513. That was less than a tenth at the end between those two. Greg Carrico 16 and Craig 16 as well. Congratulations to Brent Telke, your overall TQ in 40 plus two-wheel drive modified buggy. All right, folks, here comes your first of 2 heats of two-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by Hobby Wing. Should be another awesome heat. Two-wheel drive mod buggy spots, many spots still up for grabs here in the final. Pretty amazing when you got 18 cars and all have a chance to make the main as equally as the other. What a great staff here in two-wheel drive mod buggy brought to you by Hobby Wing. So Ryan Cavalier is going to fire us off here in our first seat of two-wheel drive modified buggy. He's been running great this weekend. He's currently 9th on points. So he could use another good solid run here to solidify his top 10 spot in the finals. There's the Cavalier takes off first. There's Fend, Vanderbeek, Cole Tollard, followed by Juan Lopez and company. Here comes Mr. Ryan Cavalieri. Down the straightaway comes Cav, opening lap 16.4. Fenn with a 16.8. Vanderbeek 16.6. Tollard 17 flat. Here they come. Cavalieri starting off strong, looking good. Like we mentioned, don't ever count out world champions. They always find a way. Cavalieri, multiple-time FMR world champion. He's got 30 Roar national titles to his credit. Has a chance to win 2 more this weekend. Vanderbeek in that 2-spot. Fenn, Lopez, Bristol, your top 5. Tollard, Barrows, and Lerviere, your top 8. 16.4 opening lap from Cavalieri, still quickest. Alex Vanderbeek in the 2-spot. Yellow and blue is Vanderbeek. You saw him just out of frame there. The yellow, white, and blue of Alex running second, followed by Dakota Fenn third. Bristol, Lopez, Tollard, Lerviere, and Barrows. Alex Vanderbeek definitely turned a few heads here. The Iowa native ran well at the Dirt Nationals at Hoosier as well, and usually travels with some company. The Vanderbeek family effort usually has Mac and Owen involved, but Vanderbeek by himself this weekend. Cavallari out front by 1/10 of a second over Alex Vanderbeek. Here comes Cav one more time, 16-7. See what Vanderbeek's got to offer this time by a 16-7. Still a 10th and a half. Fenn now with a 16-4, his personal best. He gets up to third spot now. Followed by Bristol, Toller, Lopez, Lerviere, and Barrows. You saw the Deacon jump cam showing you the off-camber section. Cav comes back with a 16-3. That's his personal best there. 19-5-14 for Cavallari thus far. Fenn takes second by a couple tenths over Vanderbeek. Bristol, Toller, Lopez, Lerviere, Barrows. Cavallari looking really, really good down the straightaway this time. 16-3 again for Ryan. Dakota Fenn comes back with a 16-1. There's going to be Fenn in that orange and blue. You know his colors by now. Yellow wheels up onto just a little bit over the big tabletop, and he's looking really good. The classic battle. Cavallari versus Fenn. Ford versus Chevy. Cavallari 16 flat that time by a response lap from Cav. So Cav leads now by 9/10 of a second. They're still following Fenn, but Cav not far up in front. You see Cavallari going to the wall rides now and down the straightaway soon. Ryan Cavallari out front, backs it up this time with a 16-5. Let's see what Fenn's got to offer this time by Fenn to 16-6. The lead is 1 second. So Ryan Cavallari over the center tabletop. Here it comes to the chicane and working its way to the off-cambers. We'll pick him up right here. Ryan Cavallari in a 19.5-13 pace. He's still not safe on points by any means. He's got an 8 and a 5, so really he could use another top 5 effort to solidify himself in. Fenn is currently outside the main on points with a 10 and a 7, so Fenn really needs to get every spot he can here, or he's in jeopardy of missing the show. Quite the season Dakota's had. He's been dominant in 8 scale. And very fast in 10 scale as well. Also, of course, he won 4-wheel drive modified at the Hoosier Dirt Nationals in May. Cavallari showing the way right now, 9/10 of a second in front of Fenn. Fenn still leads Vanderbeek by just 2/10 of a second. Check out Alex Vanderbeek here, the local, the Iowa native, running third in that white and blue and yellow. Followed by Lopez, Toller, Lerviere, Bristol, and Barrows. Got one rolling over in the center crossover section, just out of frame. I believe that was going to be Barrows. If it's all good, he's good to go. Cavallari 16-4. Here comes Fenn this time by 16-5. Still 0.6 of a second. And Vanderbeek is still in the mix. But a little rollover that time going to cost him a couple seconds, down to 3.5 seconds back. Still holding third, though. Looks like it's going to be Toller taking fourth away from Lopez. So Juan will go fifth. Ash and Bristol, Doug, and Connor your top 8. Ryan Cavallari leads by 6.5 of a second. There's your leader. Blue, yellow, red. Working his way through the chicane into the off cambers he goes. Very nice job right there. Still a little bit crossed up. And again, world champions find a way. Cavallari 16-4. 19.5-13 is the pace. Fenn with a 16-3. Cuts it down to half a second. Far from over. You saw Fenn just coming over the big tabletop just behind Cav there. Wall rides for Cavallari and down the straightaway. That time by 16-2. Here comes Fenn to 16-1, so Fenn's starting to empty the tank just a little bit. 0.3 of a second back now. It's Ryan and Dakota to settle this one. Vanderbeek now 6 seconds back. Now Cole going to take third over by 5.7 back now. 15 seconds left to go. Cavallari 16-5. Fenn to 16-5. Still 0.3 between them with 10 seconds left to go. You can see Fenn getting closer up behind Cavallari in frame there. 5 seconds left to go. It's going to be an all-out dogfight for the finish. Who's going to win this one? Cavallari or Fenn? It's going to be close. They're both going to go 19. 47 thousandths at the line. It's going to still go to Cavallari. Who's going to win this one, though? Both drivers in shot now as Cavallari has a chance. Over the off-cambers they go. This is for the early TQ with 1 heat left to go. Who's going to take it? Here comes Cav to the finish line. It's going to be a 16-2. Fenn to 16-2. Cavallari wins it by 75 thousandths of a second. A 19.5-12.872 will best a 19.5-12.946 for Cavallari and Fenn. Awesome job by both drivers. Wow. Vanderbeek going to finish third, 18.502. Cole Toller's going to go fourth, 18.503. Ash and Bristol, 18.508 for fifth. Juan Lopez, 18.510 will finish sixth. Doug, 18.514 finishes seventh. Connor Barrow, 16.513 finishes in eighth. There's your AMA Hobbies race results screen. A thriller at the end, and another heat race win to Ryan Cavallari, 19.512 with an 8.72 to a 9.46 from Dakota Fenn. So we'll see how that sets up Cavallari and Fenn. Those were two very, very fast runs. We flash back to round number 3 of qualifying. That's going to put them in pretty good position unless this next heat just goes ballistic, which is obviously very much possible. That should set those folks somewhere around 5th, 6th, 7th if the speeds are somewhat translated here. But again, never know what these 9 drivers have in store for us. You can see our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. So Champlin's going to lead us off, followed by Lemieux and Rivkin, the top 3. Obviously, the numbers are a little bit different here. 165, 387, 249.
All right, drivers. 1 on the toe. Everybody else, call your number.
Here we go, folks. Brock Champlin starts us off. There's Chase Lemieux. There's Rivkin. Davey Batta. Aiden Horn. Ryan Rivas. Rennerneck. Schimmel, Foot. Everybody's on the race clock now, and here we go. 2-wheel drive modified buggy. Right now, Brock Champlin has 2 TQs. Rennerneck has 1, so really only Tom can play upsetter here. Brock 1 race away from double TQs this weekend. Strong start for these folks. It looks like it's going to be Davey Batta coming out with a 15.8. Backs up with a 15.9. Davey from Coyote Hobbies and Raceway. Normally runs some high bike clay, but definitely showing his hand on carpet here as well. It's Davey, Brennan, Chase, Brock Champlin, Tom Rennerneck, your top 5, followed by Spencer Rivkin, Brandon Foot, Aiden Horn, and Ryan Rivas. Davey in the black, white, and green associated cars. Followed by Chase Lemieux, the red and white X-rays. But Brock now putting in some work back up to 2nd place. There is Davey going over the big tabletop now. There's Chase in the red and white. Running in that, drops down to the 9th spot now with a 20 flat. So Chase, unfortunately, takes a tumble. Davey out front by 3/10. There he comes back with a 16.1. Here comes Champlin working his way over the center right now. You can see chicane off cambers for your leader. Davey Batta looking strong and solid. Over the wall rides, down the straightaway comes your leader now. It's Davey, the green and yellow, working his way around, looking good. Him and Champlin 2/10 apart. Brock taking it back away. Man, I'll tell you what, Brock is one strong competitor on carpet. Obviously fast on any surface. He can do it in 10 scale or 8 scale, but carpet has been his bread and butter for a few years now. Champlin, Batta, Schimmel, Rennerneck, Rivkin, your top 5, followed by Foot, Horn, Lemieux, and Rivas. Fast lap goes to Brock Champlin now, 15.858. Just put it down last time by. He comes back this time with a 16 flat. Batta still holding the 2nd spot. We're following him right now, the yellow, green, and black. Davey with a 15.8 that time by of his own. 10th and a half back of separation. Followed by Schimmel, Rennerneck, Champlin, Rivkin now your top 5. Now Schimmel jumps back into the 3rd spot. Tom 4th, Spencer 5, then Brandon Foot 6, Aiden Horn, Chase Lemieux, Ryan Rivas your top 9. Right now we have your top 7 drivers holding 19 lap paces. Chase is jumping back on 19 as well, so that'll put everybody less Ryan Rivas on 19s. 2:15 left to go. Champlin, Batta, Schimmel, Rennerneck, and Rivkin, your top 5. 15.80 from Champlin that time. Man, he is flying. White, yellow, blue of Brock Champlin trying to take down overall TQ here in 2-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by Hobby Wing. 19.504 is the pace for Champlin. He is ripping it up right now here on this racetrack here at Island Speedway. Davies 0.8 of a second back, 19.506. You see Davey just hitting the big tabletop. Rennerneck now in that 3rd spot with a 15.7 fast lap. He's on a 19.507, followed by Schimmel 19.508, Rivkin 19.511, 11 for Foot, 14 Lemieux, 14 Horn, 18.5 flat Ryan Rivas. 1:30 left to go. Champlin leads Batta by 1 second. There's your leader down the straightaway. 16.2 that time rather. Davey Batta comes across the start finish line. He'll put up a 16 flat, cuts down to 0.8 of a second now. Rennerneck currently 1 second behind Batta and currently 1.9 off the lead, running 3rd. Schimmel takes 3rd away as Tom has a bobble. So Schimmel to 3rd, Rennerneck 4, Rivkin 5, Lemieux, Foot, Horn, Rivas. All drivers on 19. So it is Champlin, Batta, Rennerneck, Rivkin, Schimmel, your top 5. Currently top 6 are in front of previous TQ by Cavallari. 8/10 between Brock and Davey. There's Brock working his way around that tabletop. Up and down the wall rights, down the straightaway. This time by for him, 15-9. Bata comes down the start-finish line. This time he'll put up a 16-1. Now up to 9/10 of a second here for your leader. You can see Champlin, the very tall gentleman, is your leader. Davey's actually on the far left of your view, 2 people away from Champlin. In between them is Tom Rennernick, the Schumacher teammate to Champlin. 6/10 between Brock and Davey. Davey now down to 9/10 of a second, so a little bobble that lap, nothing too major though. Rennernick still third by a couple tenths over Rivkin, but he's 3 seconds off the lead. Schimmel in the 5, Lemieux, Foot, Horn, Rivas right now top 7, still on 19 lap efforts. Clock's about to run out. Brock Champlin looking to get his final TQ run on the weekend here. He's been nearly perfect so far. Just the one DNF in round number 1 of two-wheel drive, but otherwise he's going to run the table here in two-wheel drive modified buggy. He is your first car done, 19.505. It will be a TQ run for Brock Champlin. He will nail down the overall here in two-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Hobby Wing. Davey Bata is going to go second. No, Rennernick grabs second at the end. Check out that 15.7 hot lap at the end there for Rennernick. He's going to go 19.507 for second. Bata finishes third on an 08. Rivkin 08. Chase Lemieux 19.511. Followed by Schimmel and Foot, both on 5.11s. 18s apiece for Horn and Rivas. So congratulations to Brock Champlin, your overall top qualifier in two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Hobby Wing. Rennernick going to go second here for this round, followed by Bata, Rivkin, Lemieux, your top 5. Man, Brock Champlin's been putting on a clinic. We'll have him up here one more time for our one-up racing race report. I'm sure he's going to be awfully thrilled with double TQing once again here at the Roar Nationals. All right, Brock Champlin, nothing else to be said, my friend. After your DNF in round number 1, you ran the table from rounds 2 through 4. How you feeling about taking down your second TQ run, double TQ in the Roar Nationals this year?
Yeah, it was a good run. Those guys kind of stepped it up. The track definitely improved that time around, so there was a lot of just forward grab, I think. And, yeah, my car was awesome. It was super easy to drive. Getting through some of this stuff, like the infield sections and whatnot, is always a challenge. So, yeah, it was super comfortable. Looking forward to the mains, and I think Tom rolls off P2, so pretty cool for Schumacher to be 1 and 2 on the starting grid.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, definitely Schumacher 1-2 is got to make Muzz and family proud. So who would you like to thank for all your efforts this weekend?
Schumacher, Wits Racing Products, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Gen Zace, Power HD. Yeah, everybody that supports me. It's been cool so far this weekend, but hopefully we can bring home some trophies tomorrow.
And thank Rest and Recovery for 1 day removed from the food poisoning. So that is Brock Champlin, your top qualifier in both two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive modified buggy. You'll see him in the mains tomorrow, starting on pole in both classes. All right, so just got a word with Brock Champlin in there for your one-up race report. You're watching 13.5 Short Course Truck, brought to you by Exalt. And Jamie Thompson has already nailed down the overall TQ in this division. But who knows? 4 for 4 always sounds better than 3 for 4. I think Jamie's getting greedy on us. He has been rock solid, second place overall qualifier in the Masters two-wheel drive class, and do believe he's already nailed down 40-plus Masters. So great weekend so far here for the Island Speedway native. He's from Illinois. Calls this his home track. So it's Jamie, Josh, Leonard, Blake, Chris, Jose, Tom, and Tom. Napper and McCleary, your top 8 so far. Thompson looking good. 1.1 second lead early with a minute 15 in. Still Jamie Thompson out front after 2 minutes here, 3 minutes left to go. His lead is still only about 0.7 of a second, so Josh Cavalier stepping it up this time, giving him something to run for. Maybe give him something to think about for the AAA mains tomorrow. Josh in that 2 spot, Leonard third, Chris Gary, Jose Gary, 4 and 5, followed by Blake, Tom Napper, and Tom McCleary. Quick lap does go to Jamie, 18.9 on lap number 3, 19.1 out of Josh, 19.6 out of Leonard, 19.3 out of Chris, 19.7 out of Jose, 19.4 from Napper, 20 flat from Blake, and a 22.9 from Tom McCleary. Looks like Jamie having some trouble there. He just parked it in the center of the racetrack there, so that will hand the lead over to Josh Cavalier. Blue machine. Here comes Josh. Ooh, boy, a little off. Oh, boy, a little pushing and shoving there as Josh got a little bit off kilter. But that will put, I believe, we'll see, Chris Gary to the front now. So, Chris, you can see that pink and teal car taking the lead over. Chris Gary, the Wisconsin native, there he is. Check out those sweet colors on that machine. Chris Gary always looking proper. He is from Mequon, Wisconsin. I'm sure I'm butchering that pronunciation, but he's an X-Ray and motive driver. I'm sure that Paul Lemieux is watching on in approval right now. Good to see Paul yesterday. He stopped in for a little while and said hi to Chase and made sure everybody was doing well. We grabbed an interview with him and Chase earlier. Paul Lemieux, one of the legends of this industry, and he doesn't say much about himself, but one of the greatest on-road racers of all time in the form of Paul Lemieux. Chris Gary out front by 2 seconds over Leonard Dake. Then it's Josh, Jose, Tom, Blake, and Tom McCleary. So Chris Gary getting himself a little bit of TV time, as Benny Parsons would say, put it in the box, we'll show you. He is doing just that. Chris Gary down the straightaway, that pink and teal, kind of the turquoise teal. Man, what a sweet paint job on that Chris Gary machine. Checking out his qual points here, Chris has a 2 and a 3 for his best 2 runs. This would certainly solidify his second place on the grid. Jamie and Chris routinely battle in the J-Concepts INS series for their points series, and Jamie has had the upper hand on TQ runs, but never know. AAA mains can always tell a different story. 45 seconds left to go. Chris holding a 2.8 second lead. There's the Tekin jump cam showing you the awesome-looking off-camera section. You got to be so careful through there. Still taking that 2 spot. Jose, Josh, Tom, Blake, and Tom McCleary. 30 seconds to go. Leonard still holding the second spot on a 15.501. Jose 15.505 for Josh, 14 for Blake, 14 for Napper, all on 15-lap runs. Tom McCleary 13.502, and Chris Gary, your lone 16 on the board, 16.517. Final 5 seconds. These folks will keep going until they're called finished. But Chris Gary looking to put himself up in round 4 TQ. This would solidify his second place starting spot on the grid. Oh, no, trouble there for Chris on the final lap. And there goes Cavalier. We'll see if Leonard can take advantage. Going to be a close finish, though. Oh, and he's going to lose it on the last lap right there. Leonard Dake going to take the win with a 15.5 flat. So Chris Gary going to fall down to second place. Should still be second on the grid. We'll see how it shakes out, of course, with the points. But Chris, unfortunately, with the last lap bobble there, gives away the 16-lap pace. How about that? Top 7 all going to run the same pace right there. Top 6, rather, all going to go 15 laps, as illustrated by your A-Main Hobbies race results screen. All the way down to Tom Napper on the 15-lap bunch. And Tom McCleary goes 13.502 for 7th. So Jamie Thompson will be the overall TQ. He already TQ'd the first 3 rounds. He already had it nailed down. Second place will be a toss-up on that grid. We'll let Roar determine the official order for tomorrow. If you folks want to check out all the scoring information, go to roar.liverc.com and check out the results tab. You'll see the results, the qual points, and of course all the heat and main lineup orders once they're posted. Once again, that's roar.liverc.com to check out all the scoring information. And you go to the live tab to watch the video feed, or if you want to check out our Facebook and YouTube feeds on Live RC's social media platforms, we're here for you all weekend. Here's your first seat of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Donathan RC. Race 13 is in staging, and here's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup.
All right, start number 1, 4, 3.
Sousa's going to lead us off, followed by Urban and Cielo, the top three. And a little bit different than you saw in the grid lineup. Matthew Sousa, car 1 will fire. There's Urban, there's Cielo, Evan Sandberg, Nathan Champeau, Blake Salmon, then Sean Scoble, and Connor Barrows. Everybody's in. Strong start for Matthew Sousa. That car looks a little bit more under control this round. He has shown A main speed, your second overall seed, but has not had the weekend he was hoping for qualifying-wise. Check out this first lap, though. 16.3 to a 16.4. Sousa is flying right now in that blue, pink, and green. As we covered a couple times, the young man from Fall River, Massachusetts frequents RC Madness quite often here on the carpet track. Also runs the outdoor turf. Sousa looking really good so far. 19-lap pace opening up. He needs this one in the worst way. Just needs to put in 5 strong minutes. He can do it. Check that car. It looks like a slot car going through the infield. Definitely got that car dialed in looking good. This time by a 16.5. It's Sousa, Salmon, Sandberg, Cielo, Scoble, your top 5. Sousa gets spun around just a little bit there with the same colors of Champeau. All works itself out there. Nicely done with traffic. Sousa, Salmon, Sandberg, Cielo, Scoble, your top 5. Then it's Connor Barrows, Corbin, and Nathan. Matthew Sousa out front. 1:30 and 3:30 left to go. Followed by Salmon, Sandberg, Cielo, Barrows, your top 5. Right now it pays for Sousa 18.5 flat. Sousa, Sandberg, Barrows, Cielo, Salmon, your top 5, followed by Sean, Corbin, and Nathan. Currently 17-lap paces for 2nd through 5th. Corbin and Sean have 16s. Nathan's got a 15. All Matt Sousa, though, 19.5.15. Last time by 16.3 fast lap. Just backs up to the 17.8. So it drops to an 18.5.02 now. Sousa looking really good through that infield. That's where he makes up most of his time right there. Comes back with a 16.2 now for Matthew Sousa. Trying to put in his best 5-minute run by far on the weekend. And on the qual points, he really could use the help. Top 10 make the show, and he is far from that right now. Sousa looking really good this time, though, for a DRC 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Right now on points, Sousa is currently sitting 19th. He's got a 15 and a 16 in his best 2 runs. If not making the main, he could definitely get himself further up into the B main and have a chance to win that tomorrow. Sure, that would still be a nice consolation prize. Sousa still on an 18.5 flat. That's that blue, pink, and green X-Ray ride. Team Scream horsepower. Owner John Cravata also owns Maximus Raceway. 3 down, 2 to go. Sousa looking really good over the wall right down the straightaway. 18.5 flat still. Barrows currently 10 seconds down on a 17.501, followed by Luke Cielo 17.504. Uh-oh, trouble there for your leader through the crossover. Able to get it saved, though. So it's Sousa, Barrows, Cielo, Sandberg, Salmon, your top 5. Then it's Urban, Scoble, and Champeau. Down the straightaway comes Sousa, still holding 18.505. Trouble on the back straightaway here. Got those cars going low to dodge it. Everybody works themselves out. 1:20 left to go. Still Matthew Sousa out front by 8.5 seconds. 18.504 is that pace. Everybody else 17 or less with 1:10 left to go. Through the chicane. Working his way to that off-camera section. Very nicely done right there. Bouncing his way through. To the wall rights. Up and down once again. Big rip down the straightaway. Puts up a 16.5. Still holding an 18.503 pace. Connor Barrows 18.507. Luke is 17.502. Evan 17.507. Blake 17.514. Then we have 16s for Corbin and Nathan. 15 for Sean. Final 45 seconds. Everybody's clear there. A little bit of trouble coming on the straight. All worked itself out as Sousa put in the big run here. 18.504. Trying to potentially get some more points here. He needs to lower that score. His best are currently 15 and 16. Could definitely use some top 10 help right here. 16-1 on lap number 16 for Sousa. No fade out of that 13.5 machine. He's flying. Gets a wave by there from Luke. As we're at 15 seconds left to go. Sousa's burning up right now, trying to try to finish this one out strong and not literally burn it down. Trouble there on the wall, right? One car dead. Looks like Tom's all over it. We got it cleared out with 5 seconds left to go. Sousa 18.503 just has to bring it back home, and this will be a very solid run. He'll be happy with the qual points from this one. Here they come for home. Sousa 18.503. He has finished. Nice run for Matthew. Really needed that one in the worst way. Luke Cielo going to finish second with a 17.501. Looks like Evan Sandberg will take third with a 17.507. Got a bunch of cars still finishing. It looks like it's going to be Blake and Nathan, fourth and fifth rather. Blake with a 17.512. Shampoo 16.514. Looks like Connor and Corbin both experiencing some early hardships, so that will put Sean Scoble into the 6th spot, 15.506. So Matthew Sousa taking the win here, 18.503 with 2 heats left to go. Race number 14 is coming up now for 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by DRC. All right, here we go with our second heat of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Donathan RC. Once again, the starting grid may be just a little bit different than what you see on the screen, but it is going to feature Jake Wiggs, Kyle Holmberg, Kalos Lowe, Tegan Hornacek, Brady Carrico, Dakin Bledsoe, Daniel Chavez, Cole Chura, and Bryant Merifuente in this one. Race number 14 of 18 is on the track, and they're closing the straightaway down, and we're going to get this thing underway. TQ currently from Matthew Sousa, 18.503.7.
All right, starting mark going to be 2, 4, 5, 1, 8, 7, 3, 9, 6. 2, 4, 5, 1, 8, 7, 3, 9, 6.
Jake Wiggs will fire us off, followed by Brady and Kalos, your top three. Here we go. So there's Brady firing off right there. Kalis, Kyle, Tegan, Cole Chura, Dagan, Daniel, and Bryant all coming off the line here. And here we go, folks. Second heat of 3 for 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by DRC. Jake Wiggs open us up with a 16.7. There's Brady with a 16.4. Sweet paint jobs here at the Roar 10 Scale Copper Offroad Nationals, brought to you by Jake Concept Center. Did our concourse this morning after practice. Crowned some concourse winners. Jake Wiggs looking really good there, and then orange, white, yellow. It's going to be Brady, followed by Dagan, Jake, Kalis, and Bryant, your top 5 after a couple laps. Quickest lap of the race goes to Brady, the opening lap, 16.41. So Brady Carrico starts off with the lead. Bledsoe, Wiggs, Hornacek, Lowe. There's the Tekin jump cam showing you all the action right there. You can see Carrico not far behind Wiggs. Wiggs, then Carrico right there. Carrico is your leader there, but right in front of Jake, right behind Jake Wiggs on the racetrack. So it's Carrico, Bledsoe, Wiggs, Lowe, Hornacek, followed by Chavez, Chura, Mirafuente, Holmberg. You can see Wiggs approaching a little bit of traffic here. Looking to carefully negotiate. Looks like they make it happen. Very nice. That was going to be Bryant Mirafuente giving a wave by. Bryant, of course, will have Brady not far behind as well. So it's Brady, Jake, Dagan. Daniel Chavez moves into that 4th spot now, followed by Kalis, Tegan, Cole, Bryant, and Kyle. Spoke with Daniel earlier. So it looks like he found a very bad suspension issue that was actually causing the rear suspension to bind. Daniel looking very strong here in this second heat race. Needs some help if he wants to go ahead and try and make the show. Nonetheless, though, former national champion Daniel Chavez, always a strong competitor from Florida, the JDR and Meredith Motorsports sponsored Schumacher driver. Carrico still out front there. You can see that blue, white, orange, and black is my leader of Brady. Followed by Wiggs in second, Bledsoe in third, Chavez 4, Lowe 5th, followed by Hornacek, Chura, Holmberg, and Bryant Mirafuente. There is your leader as we zoom in on him, Brady Carrico, the Michigan driver, Factory Tracks Racing. 0.4 of a second, the lead over Jake Wiggs. You see Jake just in front. That is second place on the race clock of Wiggs, followed by Bledsoe, Chavez, and Lowe, your top 5. Hornacek, Chura, Holmberg, and Mirafuente. Quick lap goes to Brady, 16.320, tied with a hot lap for Daniel Chavez, who's in 4th. Followed by Wiggs in second, Bledsoe 3rd, Chavez, Lowe, your top 5. Currently have your top 3 on 19 lap paces, then Kalis on 18.501 is fast of the 18 bunch. 3 down, 2 to go. You can see Carrico being chased by Bryant. So Mirafuente let them by for traffic, but he's been pacing very well with them. Carrico leads Wiggs by 0.4 of a second. There's Brady over the big tabletop. Nicely done right there, coming through the chicane. To the off camber as he goes. Bouncing his way through there. Very nice. Still holding pace with Wiggs. Here comes Jake with a 16.5. Brady 16.3. Brady takes a 10.5 away that time. He makes a couple little mistakes there through the center, but able to keep things straight. Carrico looking really good. Up and down the wall, you see Jake just in front there. 16.6 for Jake, 16.5 for Brady. Leads now 0.6. So Carrico on a 19.5.14, Wiggs 19.5.15, Bledsoe 19.5.15. So the Coastal RC native, Dagan, running 3rd, only 1 second off the lead. Followed by the 18 bunch of Kalis, Daniel, Teagan, Kyle, Cole, and Bryant. Unfortunately, trouble for Chavez. Looks like he is withdrawn early. Tough break for Daniel. He was running in the 4th spot before the half. You can see Daniel second in your shot there, spectating in the Schumacher shirt. Tough break. Leader is the blue t-shirt, though. Brady Carrico leading the way by 0.7 of a second over Jake Wiggs. 19.5.13 to a 5.14. Bledsoe 5.15. Kalis Lowe an 18.5 flat. They're all separated by 2.8 seconds. Followed by Hornacek, Holmberg, Chura, Mirafuente, your top 8. Carrico still leading by 1 second here. 19.5.13 pace, top 4, moved in front of Matthew Sousa's pace. Carrico, 19.5.13. He is getting closer to Wiggs here through the off-camber as they go with 20 seconds left to go. Carrico looking really good. He needs some help on qual points. This would definitely help him for sure if he can TQ this round. Right now, Carrico is sitting in the 10th spot on points, 10 and 7. Far from safe, though. Really could use another strong run right here. Clock's about to expire. These folks should still go 1 extra lap. Wiggs and Carrico will both go 19 laps. It depends on who's going to win the race, though. Carrico trying to stay close to Wiggs here. Coming right up behind him here at the end. Through the chicane they go. They got traffic out front. I don't think they'll get to him, though. This is the race for the win right here between Wiggs and Carrico. One more time down the line. It'll be Brady Carrico taking the win by 1.3 seconds. 19.5, 13.7 for Brady Carrico. That is a new TQ for Brady. Race for second at the end is going to be Bledsoe taking it away from Wiggs by 1/10 of a second at the end there. A 16.2 going to get it done there for Bledsoe. So 19.5.14 for Dagan and 19.5.15 for Jake Wiggs. But Brady Carrico will take it down with 19.5.13. Everybody else is going to be behind the pace of Sousa. So Kalis Lowe finishes 4th at an 18.5.04. Hornacek 05, Holmberg 09, Chura 15, and Bryant Mirafuente 17. 5 flat. Unfortunately, Daniel Chavez out after 11. All right, folks, here we go with your final heat of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy presented by Donathan RC. Dustin Fox has already nailed down the TQ run here after sweeping qualifying thus far with 3 for 3. There you can see Jovi, Aaron, Dustin, Dominic, McCoy, Antonio, Talon, Jeff, and Nate will be your full driver staffing here. Straightaway is closed, and here we go, folks. Again, Dustin Fox going to lead us out. 1, 2, 5, 3, 7, 4, 8, 9, 6 is how they're going to start off, according to Mr. Crowder.
1, 2, 5, 3, 7, 4, 8, 9, 6. 1 on the counter, everybody else, when I call your number.
Here we go, folks. Dustin Fox going to fire off first. Going to try and go a perfect 4 for 4. So false start there. We're going to restart this one here. Tell you what, folks, it is very hard to go off of the car numbers here, especially when they're not correct on your screen. So Crowder deserves a little forgiveness on that one. That's tough. We're going to try this one more time with Fox, Levin, Passione, and company. Dustin Fox will try it one more time. Brief hold here, folks, as they're going to let these folks regroup. Try it one more time. All right, so it looks like we were in a hold there for Nate Sutherland. He's back out there running. 125-374-896. 125-374-896. Off we go, folks. Here we are. Second time's the charm. Dustin Fox starts off with a 16-4, 11-16-3. Passione 16-3-2. This is going to be a good one, folks. Overall, TQ's been settled, but at this point, a lot of A-main spots up for grabs. Brady Carrico put up a really nice run the last time at 19-5-13. He's going to need every bit of it to make the show. We'll see what happens here in this first heat. Looks like some trouble for Sutherland off lap number 1, a 23 flat for Nate. Comes back with a 16-5. So Jovi 11, Dustin Fox once again going after a 15-9 from Dustin Fox. My goodness, another sub 16-second lap for Dustin. Followed by Dominic Passione second, Jovi 11's in third, McCoy, Talon, Jeff, Antonio, Aaron, and Nate Sutherland. Obviously a lot of usual suspects up here, but check out McCoy Martin, the young man from Merritt Island, Florida. Really started his trend upward at 2023 Florida Carpet Championships, winning that independent 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy race. And man, has it been ever upward since. Getting picked up by JDR Schumacher, Meredith Motorsports, of course, traveling with Daniel Chavez from Beachline Raceway. He's currently running fifth. He should already be in the show on points. He has been putting in some work this weekend, the young man from Florida. Dustin Fox out front, Passione running second, Levin, Henley, Martin, your top five, followed by Stakowitz, Mitchell, Caputo, and Sutherland. Fast lap is going to be Dustin, 15-8. He is 2/10 clearing hot lap from the rest of the field. Hobby Wing and EA Motorsports horsepower under the hood of that X-Ray machine from Indiana is Dustin Fox. Down the start-finish line, 16-1. Passione still out for that second spot. How about a 15-7 from Passione to the front of the field goes Dominic. Dominic in the black, white, and green. He is in race paint in his four-wheel drive machine. He'll be going through the center of the racetrack, a couple cars back of Fox. So Passione has finally given Dustin something to run for here. We spoke with Dominic earlier. He said he was finally getting used to this carpet stuff. This was his first time ever on carpet. Talk about that, folks. His first time on carpet, and he is competing at the highest level here in these stock divisions. Passione has so much natural talent behind the wheel in that Utah entry. Fox still leading the way, 11 still 2. Passione falls back to third with a small bobble, still in the mix. Henley in the fourth spot, McCoy Martin in the 5, followed by Aaron Mitchell, Jeff Stakowitz, Nate Sutherland, and Antonio Caputo, your top 9. Currently we have the top 4 in front of Carrico's TQ pace, and wow, would that be a clutch run for Brady Carrico if he can put it inside the top 5 for this round of qualifying. Dustin Fox out front, working his way down the start-finish line on a 19.506. He is lighting up this racetrack. 1.3 seconds in front of Jovi 11. That's not easy to do. Jovi's been dominant so far this weekend in 17.5 two-wheel and 13.5 stadium truck, but he has met his match in four-wheel drive buggy in the form of Dustin Fox. 19.506 down the line one more time, 16 flat. 11 this time by with a 16.1. Passione going to come back the line this time with a 16.5, so it's going to drop him back 3.3 seconds off the lead now. Talon Henley in the fourth spot, McCoy Martin still holding 5. Mitchell, Sutherland, Stankiewicz, and Caputo. Minute 30 left to go in race number 15, our final heat of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy by Donathan RC. Dustin Fox out front, though. He's wheeling it. Blue, orange, and white. X-Ray machine, Hobby Wing horsepower with EA Motorsports batteries, as previously mentioned. Fox one more time, 19.506, still the pace. Followed by 11, Passione, Henley, Martin, all on 19-lap paces. 18s for Mitchell, Sutherland, Stankiewicz, and Caputo. Final minute, 4 down, 1 to go. Fox out front by now 2 seconds over 11. Dustin one more time, still stretching the lead out to 2.1 seconds now. Last time we're in 15.9. Trying to run the table here in qualifying and sweep all 4 rounds of qualifying here at the Roar 10-Scale Carpet Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Dustin Fox, a former U.S. Carpet Off-Road champion in Cleveland, also leading INS points here this year at the J Concepts Indoor National Series. 30 seconds left to go. It's been the year of Fox thus far. One more time down the start-finish line for Dustin. See our driver stand shower here. Dustin actually out of the shot here. Dustin is further down to the right. He is actually directly to the right of both Mitchell and Sutherland. 10 seconds left to go. Dustin Fox getting the job done. He's still leading by about 1.5 seconds. 1.39 the exact gap now. Clock's about to expire. Dustin Fox about to go 4 for 4 in qualifying. If he can bring it back home. 19.507 is the current pace for Fox. 11, Passione, Henley, Mitchell, and McCoy all have 19-lap paces on the board. Fox is finished. 19.507 is going to get it done. All 4 rounds of qualifying going to Dustin Fox. A 19.507. This time we'll take it down to round number 4. Jovi 11 goes 19.508. Dominic Passione going to go 19.510. Race for 4th at the end. Talon Henley secures the 4th spot. Mitchell 5th and McCoy Martin in 6th. All going to go on a 19-lap pace right there. Nate Sutherland goes 18.5 flat. Jeff Stankiewicz 18.503. And Antonio Caputo 18.508. But Dustin Fox does it again. Another TQ round here in 4-wheel drive 13.5 buggy. We'll grab him for our one-up race report to talk about a dominating weekend here in 13.5 4-wheel. He will start on pole for the AAA mains later on this weekend. Looks like Dustin has skipped the interview as he's already TQ'd round number 3 and already TQ'd last round overall. So, nonetheless, congratulations to Indiana's Dustin Fox. What an awesome, awesome run for Dustin. He'll be starting on pole for the triples on Sunday. Also fared very well in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, so he's got a chance to double up. You never know. At present, Fox qualified 3rd, but that could very well change. We'll wait to make comment on that until Roar does the official scoring. Here comes 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy presented by Crazy Eddie's RC Products. Jamie Thompson has TQ'd all 3 rounds so far, so he's already overall TQ here. Here we go, folks. Here we go with race number 16, your first and only heat of 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Crazy Eddie's RC Products. Jamie Thompson was your TQ the last 3 rounds in a row. He's trying to pull a Fox here, if you will, and TQ all 4 rounds. A little mistake through the off cameras there. Nicely done, though, saving it. No marshal required. Did make Antonio pump fake, though. So it's Thompson, Yeager, Napper, Hartley, O'Brien, Folk, and McCleary off the first couple laps here. Opening lap for Thompson, 17.4. Comes back this time with a 16.7. That's a strong lap right there for Jamie. X-ray car of Jamie Thompson, as previously established, along with the Hobby Wing horsepower, J Concepts tires. Over the Tekin jump cam, you see Jamie Thompson navigating that very tricky off-camber section. Thompson, Yeager, Hartley, Napper, O'Brien, Vogt, and McCleary. Jamie Thompson, 18.509 pace to start us off. Tom Napper jumping into second by just a couple hundredths over Yeager, followed by Hartley, O'Brien, Vogt, and McCleary. 1:30 gone, 3:30 left to go in race number 16. We're at 2:45 left to go. Coming up on halfway, Jamie Thompson leads by 6 seconds over Napper. Then it's Yeager, Hartley, O'Brien, all holding 17-lap paces. Tom McCleary is on a 14-lap run, but your leader's on an 18.506. He's getting the job done. Just so you folks know, we're going to be back live with you tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning Central Time. That'll be the start of our mains. We're going to start off with the AAA mains. .5 buggy, 17.5 two-wheel drive mod 40 plus, same exact class order. Make sure you tune in with us tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. That will be the start of our mains on Sunday. Again, that is 11 o'clock Central Time to be clear, 11 o'clock Central Time, so adjust accordingly based on your time zone. Thompson, Napper, Yeager, O'Brien, Hartley, McCleary, and Vogt, your running order. Jamie Thompson out front currently on an 18.509 pace. Leading Tom Napper by about 6.5 seconds, followed by Brian Yeager, Craig O'Brien, Steve Hartley, and Tom McCleary. Looks like it's Kevin Vogt sitting on the side right there. You saw him just after the big tabletop. Owner-operator of PDX RC Underground, all the way from Portland, Oregon. Glad to have Kevin out here this weekend. Another beautiful carpet track in the Pacific Northwest. You see Thompson still doing work out here. All orange machine, white wheels. You see Tom just giving a wave by the last time. That was Mr. McCleary, the owner. Got some wild and wacky looking paint there, the pink and green. But it is still Jamie Thompson up front by 9 seconds. Napper, Yeager, O'Brien, Hartley, McCleary. Currently 18-lap pace for your leader. Napper, Yeager, O'Brien have 17, 16 for Steve, and 14 for Tom McCleary. 4 down, 1 to go. Thank you, BJ, for clarifying of our Eastern Time Zone viewers that it will be 12 o'clock noon that will be going live tomorrow for your features. 11 o'clock Central, 10 Mountain Time, 9 Pacific Time, and so on. But adjust accordingly based on where you are in the world compared to Central Time Zone here in the U.S. 30 seconds left to go. Jamie Thompson, 16.3 fastest lap a couple laps ago. He is just burning it up right now. Hobbywing horsepower proving strong right here. Tom Napper still 2, Brian Yeager 3, Craig O'Brien 4, Steve Hartley 5, and Tom McCleary 6. As Jamie continues to rock and roll around this racetrack, trying to take his 4th straight TQ run here in 40 plus 4-wheel drive modified buggy to pair with his 13.5 short course TQ, and he's also starting second in 40 plus 2-wheel drive modified tomorrow. He'll have a busy day, 9 races for Thompson. Hope he's ready, hope he's got tires. Clock has run out here, folks. Watching Jamie Thompson take down his 4th straight TQ run here. It's going to be an 18.506. Thompson is finished. Congratulations to the Illinois native, Jamie Thompson, a board member here at the Island Speedway, for taking his TQ effort in 40 plus 4-wheel drive mod buggy. Brought to you by Crazy Eddie's RC Products. 17-lap runs for Tom Napper, Brian Yeager, Craig O'Brien, and Steve Hartley. That'll be 2 through 5s. 14.503 for Tom McCleary, and Kevin out after 3. That's going to do it for 40 plus 4-wheel drive modified buggy. Now we have 2 heats of associated 4-wheel drive modified buggy. You will not want to miss these, folks. Race number 17 is coming up right now. Mr. Crowder here, our at-track announcer, has requested that our drivers hold their cars. Just a little quick track maintenance. I'm sure one of these dots needs to be taped back down, maybe a piece of carpet. I'm certain that Tom and Jamie, who were just running, will be heading out with a roll of tape and Getting things ready to rock and roll. Check out the Island Speedway, though, folks. For those of you folks that have never seen this racetrack, check this place out. This is the view from up here in the booth. This camera is just behind me here. What an awesome shot. Awesome floor space. Very technical track. Makes you think about what you're going to do before you just send it off in there. There you can see Jamie with the roll of Gorilla Tape. And there's Tom Napper in tow. Awesome shot here of the Island Speedway. Muscatine, Iowa. You would never think that Muscatine, Iowa, little town in the middle of nowhere, about 3 hours away from Chicago, Illinois, would have a track just like this. Star Collectibles Hobby Shop, along with the off-road track, the Dirt Oval. They also do a little bit of on-road racing here as well. Owners Tom and Sue McCleary. Of course, our board members. Both doing some work on the track right there. Mr. Jamie Thompson and Tom McCleary. Of course, Aaron Mitchell, a board member as well. He is one of the hot shoes here at the Island Speedway, competing in both the 17.5 and 13.5 buggy classes, along with 13.5 stadium truck, and he is in the hunt to claim some national championships this weekend. Storylines here from the four-wheel drive modified class. How about how close it's been? Brock Champlin has already nailed down the overall TQ, but a lot of spots up for grabs. Tom Ritterneck, Davey Battis, Spencer Rivkin, Dakota Fend, Aiden Horn, Ryan Cavallari, Chase Lemieux, Cole Tallard, and Brennan Schimmel, your current top 10 on the points. But that very well could change, as there's a lot of folks that have had some tough luck that are going to try and reverse their fortunes here. This is easily one of the most competitive classes in all of racing right here. A four-wheel drive modified buggy on carpet. First heat is checking in now. There's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Again, it'll be a little bit different here, folks. I know that the resort gave Roar a little bit of trouble, but we'll let you know exactly how they fire off here. Straightaway has been closed, and here we go with the start of your first heat of two for four-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Team Associate. Thanks, folks, for tuning in all day and all weekend long. We're almost done with qualifying. All mains tomorrow, going live at 11 o'clock Central Time in the morning. 152, 6, 7, 4, 3, 8, and 9 will be our starting grid. So Rivkin, Rivas, and Tollard, the first three to fire. Spencer Rivkin put up an awesome run that last round. He needed it badly. That was a second-place run in qualifying for Rivkin last round by. Will solidify his spot in the main. Now he's going to get greedy and go for some more. He'll fire off first. You can see the former world champion. There's Rivas, Tollard, Alex Vanderbeek, followed by Brandon Foote, Juan Lopez, Doug Riviere, and Ashton Bristol. Everybody is on the clock. Here we go with your penultimate heat on the day here. Race number 17. Associated four-wheel drive modified buggy, heat 1 of 2. And Rivkin looking sporty early on. I know we were talking with him earlier, said he was struggling a little bit with the balance on that B84 chassis, but if he figures it out, you guys better look out, because former world champion, 12 times he's been a Roar National champion, already looking very quick early with a 15.8 fastest lap of the race on lap number 2. So it's Rivkin, Rivas, Foote, Tollard, and Olivier off lap number 2, followed by Bristol, Lopez, and Vanderbeek. Spencer looking rock solid. 19.504 is the pace for him so far. Ryan Rivas into the 2 spot, 19.509. Followed by Brandon Foote, Cole Tollard, Ashton Bristol, your top 5. Ryan Rivas really needs a run here in round number 4 qualifying. Great feel-good story for him. The Vancouver, Washington native made the main in two-wheel drive solidly. I believe he qualified 7th in two-wheel drive. So congratulations to Ryan Rivas, the PDX driver. Trying to do the same thing here in four-wheel drive, but this is going to take a Herculean effort, because Spencer Rivkin is in cruise control right now. 19.502 pace. How about a 15.5 fast lap for Rivkin? Little bobble this last lap is 16.7, but still out in front. Foote is in second. Rivas third. Tollard, Bristol, Lopez, Vanderbeek, and Luriviere, your top 8. Spencer Rivkin, 19.505 is the pace. Here he comes down the straightaway. This time a 16 flat for your leader, Rivkin. Foote still about 9/10 of a second back, followed by Ryan Rivas, 2.5 tenths back of Foote. There's a 15.9 from Brandon that time. He needed that one pretty badly. He gets back to 7/10 of a second within the lead. Rivas, a 16.1. Cole Tower, a 16 flat, both their personal bests. Followed by Bristol, Lopez, Vanderbeek, and Doug Luriviere. 15.7 now for Ryan Rivas, gets into the second spot. So he's going to overtake it. Nope, Foot just takes it back by 300ths. So those two very close behind Rivkin. And then right now your top three are spread by 1 second exactly. Rivkin, Foot, Rivas, Tollard, and Lopez, followed by Bristol, Vanderbeek, and Lerviere. Top four within 1.9 seconds. There's Cole's best lap, 15.9. But again, that 15.5 from Rivkin, couple tenths clear of the rest of the field. Legendary colors, white, blue, black, purple, this time by 15.9. Rivas comes by the start-finish line this time with a 15.9 as well. Ryan Rivas going to be in his orange and yellow and a little bit of white as well. There's Rivkin. You can see Rivas just in a frame there, going over the off-camera section of the Rivas just hitting the line right there. That's the yellow and orange and a little bit of red and black. Good colors there out of the Mr. Rivas machine, the X-Ray driver. Rivkin, Rivas, Tollard, Foot, Lopez, Bristol, Vanderbeek, and Lerviere. We're coming to 3 minutes down, drivers, and 2 left to go. Spencer Rivkin, 19.503 pace, leads by 2 seconds over Ryan Rivas. Rivas leads Tollard by 3/10 of a second now. Now it's about 6/10 of a second. Tollard made a small bobble the last lap. Foot, Lopez, Bristol, Vanderbeek, Lerviere. Right now, top 5 are on 19-lap runs. 18s for Ashton, Alex, and Doug. 1:40 left to go. 2.3 seconds the advantage for Rivkin. You can see Rivas right there going over the big tabletop. They're still separated by about 2.3 seconds. So the gap has definitely expanded just a little bit. 16 flat for Rivkin. Rivas this time by the start-finish line. He's going to put up a 16.2. 2.5 seconds of separation now for Rivkin over Rivas. 19.503 to a 5.07. Tollard on an 08. Foot on an 08. Lon Lopez 19.512. Followed by 18 lap paces for Vanderbeek, Bristol, and Lerviere. Now Alex jumps onto a 19.516. Doug onto a 19.516 as well as Bristol. All drivers on 19s now with 1:05 to go. How close is this field in four-wheel drive modified buggy? Well, you're given the answer right there. Spencer Rivkin, though, out front, 19.503, this time a 15.7, continuing to stretch it out over Ryan Rivas. Rivas under fire from Foot and Tollard. They're separated by 0.2 of a second between those three drivers. Rivkin, Rivas, Tollard, Foot, Lopez, Vanderbeek, Lerviere, and Bristol all on 19-lap paces. All Spencer out front, though. This time by a 16.5, a small misstep. Still going to be leading by 2.8 seconds, though. 19.503 trying to put up another solid run to try and throw out his number 7 score. Remember, that 2 from last round will definitely carry. We'll see if Rivkin can definitely improve on that time, though. 15.7 that time for Rivkin. Rivas this time by 15.9. Tollard this time by the line with a 16.1. Separated by 0.6, and now Rivas 3 seconds back of Spencer. Rivkin, Rivas, Tollard, Foot, Lopez, Vanderbeek, Lerviere, all on 19s. Ashton Bristol 18.502 with 5 seconds left to go. Spencer Rivkin, another clutch run right here. He's clutching up big time here on Saturday qualifying. Did not look awfully good going into Saturday today, but he puts in 2 very good runs. He's going to win this heat race with a 19.503. Great run for Rivkin. Rivas going to take it home with a 19.507 for second place. Cole, Tollard, and Foot going to be battling for third. Foot takes it back by 1/10 of a second at the end there. Going to be 19.508.1 for Foot, 0.3 for Tollard. Juan Lopez trying to hold fifth. He will, or Vanderbeek both going 5.13. Doug for seventh, 19.514. Ashton Bristol, 18.501. Very close finishing order right there, but Spencer Rivkin wins by 4 seconds over Rivas. Rivas holds off Foot, Tollard, and Lopez in your top 5. Again, thanks to A-Man Hobbies for our finishing results there. Spencer Rivkin, current TQ with 1 heat left to go in four-wheel drive modified buggy. Folks, this is our final race of the day. Final race of qualifying, four-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Team Associated. You can see that all drivers are being asked to hold their cars momentarily. Roy will present TQ trophies once this is all said and done. Folks, just a reminder on the schedule for tomorrow, we will go live at 11 a.m. Central Time, 12 p.m. Eastern Time for our main events. Make sure you stick with us. Tune in tomorrow. Make sure you give yourselves a reminder on YouTube. You guys can be notified when the stream starts. Also check into our liverc.com page on Roar and our Facebook feed. All right, so race number 18 about to fire off. Should be Champlin, Bata, Rinderneck, Horn, Cavallari, Fenn, Lemieux, and Schimmel the starting order. Brock's already nailed down overall TQ, but let's see if anybody else has a say about it. As we mentioned, Brock was probably going to try a little bit of something, try and push as hard as he could. Rinderneck's got a 4 and a 2 for his points. Davies got a couple of 3s. Spencer's got that 2 and 7, as we previously mentioned. A lot of spots wide open here on the grid. Brock will fire first. Here we go, folks. Thanks for joining us.
5, 2, 7, 8, 4, 6, 3.
There we go, folks. All cars have been launched. Here we go. Brock Champlin trying to go a clean 4 for 4 here in qualifying. Opens up with a 15.9. Davey Bata 16.1. Rinderneck 16.2. Aiden Horn 15.9. Cavallari 16 flat. Here we go to the top, folks. It will be Champlin up front after 1, followed by Horn, Schimmel, Cavallari, Bata, Fenn, Rinderneck, Lemieux. 15.6 out of Champlin. My goodness, we're seeing 20 lap pace right now for Brock Champlin. It is awfully early, though. Aiden Horn up that second spot. He's got a pair of 5s, but he's getting greedy. He wants more. Schimmel, Bata, Fenn, Rinderneck, Cavallari, Lemieux. Right now, Schimmel, the one that it really isn't that safe. He only has one finished run this weekend. It was a second-place run. Really could use a little bit of insurance here for Schimmel. Champlin, Horn, Schimmel, Rinderneck, Bata, Fenn, Lemieux, and Cavallari. Your full rundown after 1 minute. Brock Champlin, a 15.4 fastest lap of the race on lap number 3. He's on a 25.13 pace. BJ Williams, we're going to see 20 laps. You let me know. Looking pretty good so far, though. Brennan Schimmel in that second spot, followed by Horn, Rinderneck, Fenn, Bata, Lemieux, and Cavallari. 25.15 for Brock Champlin. 6/10 back is Aiden Horn, followed by Rinderneck, Schimmel, all right there together. Schimmel looking to take back second. He will this lap by half a second. He puts up a 15.7 that time by. So it's Champlin, Schimmel, Horn, Rinderneck, Bata, Lemieux, Cavallari, and Fenn. My, oh my. Brock has found another gear this weekend. Recovering from the recent foodborne illness, as we mentioned, and right now he's looking very, very strong. Schimmel still in that 2 spot, 6/10 back on a 19.501, followed by Rinderneck, 19.501, Horn 02, Bata 02, Lemieux 04, Cavallari 19.512, and Dakota Fenn looks like he's having a long one this time. Unfortunately, trouble for Dakota. He's going to be spectating. Possible mechanical there on the Fenn machine. You saw him just out of frame there, coming onto the straightaway, sitting next to a Marshall bucket. Tough break for Dakota. Checking on his qual point situation. He's sitting pretty good. He's got a 3 and a 7, so we'll see how the points shake out, but I would think that's good enough for the show. Dakota, though, big story. He is outside of the main and two-wheel drive. He qualified 11th overall, so he will be pole in the B main tomorrow. 15.43 out of Brock Champlin. Another new fast lap. He is finding a new gear here. Down the straightaway, comes back with a 15.5. He's on a 25.13 as Champlin. Trying to see our first 20-lap run of the weekend. Schimmel on a 19.501. He needs this run really bad. Rinderneck, Horn, Bata, Lemieux, Cavallari, your top 7 right here. .7 the separation between Brock and Brennan. Brennan leads Thomas Rinderneck by about 0.2 of a second. There's a 15.5 out of Schimmel. That's his personal best. He'll cut the lead down to 1.7 now. But still Champlin out front cruising. Schimmel, Rinderneck, Horn, Bata, Lemieux, Cavallari. Champlin, again, has been good on every surface, good everywhere he goes, but he is an assassin on black carpet. He's got this stuff figured out pretty well. The Schumacher machine is working well. 16.1 for Champlin that lap. Here comes Schimmel one more time down the straightaway. Let's see what he's got to offer us. Schimmel this time a 69 rather, so he's going to drop down to 5th. Rinderneck jumps into the 2 spot now. So, again, the Schumacher teammates continuing to wreak havoc on this field. Tom will qualify 2nd overall in 2-wheel drive modified buggy. Would like to do the same here in 4-wheel drive. Right now, Tom's sitting with a 2 and a 4. So another 2 would definitely help that effort. 4 minutes gone, 1 to go. Brock Thomas separated by 1.9 seconds, followed by 2.6 back to Davey Bata, so 7/10 behind Tom. Horn is currently 2/10 back of Davey. Schimmel's 1/10 back of Horn. That's the best race, 3rd through 5th. All spread by 4/10. Davey, Aiden, and Brennan. 3-way battle, 3 through 5. followed by Chase, Ryan, Dakota. With 40 seconds left to go, Brock Champlin has been nearly perfect this weekend. Only the one DNF in round number 1 of two-wheel drive made up for that very quickly. And trying to do the same thing here in four-wheel drive, trying to go 4 for 4 in qualifying, trying to emulate Dustin Fox's stock domination. Do the same here in modified, in the premier divisions here in modified. 20 seconds left to go. Champlin, one more time down the start-finish line, 25-14. Still got Rinderknecht on 19.5 flat, 2 seconds back with 10 seconds left to go. Will we see the first 20-lap run of the weekend here from Utah's Brock Champlin, the Schumacher Hobby Wing sponsor driver for J Concepts? Little bobble there coming on the straight, not too bad though. Is he going to get the extra one? Yes, he will. It's going to be a 20-lap campaign for Brock Champlin. A little bit of trouble coming on the straightaway. We're still watching Champlin finish this one out. What an incredible run. 4 out of 4 rounds going to Champlin. The Salt Lake City, Utah native will run a 25-14 your overall TQ in four-wheel drive modified buggy. Brought to you by Team Associated. It was a 20-lapper to finish off qualifying, and Champlin does it again, winning by 2.2 seconds over Tom Rinderknecht. Davey finishes third, 19.501. Brennan, 19.501. Aiden, 19.502. Another fifth place over for Aiden, followed by Chase and Ryan, all going 19 laps. But Brock Champlin, once again, dominant on the weekend. Your top qualifier already in four-wheel drive modified buggy, presented by Team Associated. The 20-lap run was just the icing on the cake. Alrighty, folks. We appreciate you joining us today for coverage of rounds 3 and 4 qualifying here at the Roar 110 Skunk Harbor Off-Road Nationals here at the Island Speedway in Muscatine, Iowa. Thank you very much for your time today, and we'll be back here at 11 a.m. Central Time, 12 p.m. Eastern for the mains tomorrow. For everybody here at Live RC, that includes Davis Wukovitz in production, of course, Sam running the backup here, Bob Bowers on the camera. This is Jared Barton on the play-by-play here at Live RC. We will see you folks tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central. Thanks for joining us.